关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 FOFO 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑的担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến học nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia thì kiểu ngầu, chỗ dựa vững chắc.
Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về Kia thôi thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lên và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó. Thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid. Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi đó chị. Tức là Ảnh là một người đi lên hay và kiểu như là ảnh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều. Em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau. Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
Chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, ý là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn.
Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Tính dài vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM Farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em sẽ cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin. Em sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì để mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác.
Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên, và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. Seja thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng macro.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết, ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi trong mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ, thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó, nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí ED, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VSET ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP. Nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
上入4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置嘛，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第1赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
Well, it is time once again. We had our one-day break. Vocal cords feeling good now, and we've got a big day ahead of us. A potential 8 games, best of 3 followed by a best of 5. And to start us off, it is going to be that rematch. GAM going up against TALON. And a bit of an exciting one. Last time they went against each other, it did go to 3 games. However, I am expecting TALON to, after having their feathers rustled a little bit, come in looking good and most likely to take it to them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's also the first series I think we've had in League of Legends history where someone not involved in the match itself ended up in hospital. Because of that press conference, they put a lot of hype into it. GAM definitely putting their body on the line. But yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting rematch. GAM come in with a hell of a day 1 in playoffs. Then things Get a bit of skew in their second game. They knocked down to the lower bracket alongside TALON, who we really didn't expect to be there. So once again, unfortunately, unfortunately, however you want to look at it, the PCS, VCS civil war continues here in the LCP. One of each in the upper bracket, one of each in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, we've got to send one of them home.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the main thing. Of course, I will be your host, Vestian. Alongside me was Blue Panda, but yeah, one of these two teams in our first series of the night is going to be sent home. If it is Talon, then, you know, honestly, a very early bowing out of this tournament from where they started. Honestly, they were undefeated up until their their second to last game of the regular season play, now falling down in a 3-game series against Vikings on Thursday, so Wednesday even. And so now you come in, I think they have to have gone, looked at their problems. For me, a lot of it was draft. I think if they come in, tidy up some of the issues they have around that drafting phase, they should be looking a lot more strong and a lot better poised to be able to take this one out, because I still have an inkling that they could be the team that take the split. Now, not entirely certain. I think I am more leaning towards CFO now. I think they have just looked a little bit more solid, but still, I think Talon, if they come in, they fix some of those errors, should be looking good. Yeah, look, there definitely seems to be an air of complacency that's crept in for Talon, unfortunately, which is a bit concerning, but I suppose it's not too late in the bracket for them to potentially salve it and bring it back. Definitely feeling like they're suffering maybe the same, suffering the same success that T1 has in their playoffs run. Not nearly as drastic yet, of course, but we've still got time. Yeah, there's definitely been some interesting decisions made. Hopefully that, you know, a couple of days has given them some room to breathe. They can then adjust coming in today, because I think, yes, on paper, skill-wise, they are the best team. I think that's undoubtable at this stage, but definitely it's other elements of the game that are leading them down, where CFO are really shining at the moment. So it does put them in an interesting position where, because of VCS's volatility and GAM's volatility as a whole, there is a chance we actually say goodbye to Talon Day. I think probably more than likely Talon have done the work they need to, but when GAM are on fire, boy, are they on fire. Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see that out of them, unfortunately, against CFO. And the last time they went up against each other, they did ultimately have a pretty solid early game in the second game, but kind of threw it apart. And again, I said this to you off the stream, but you have to look at the fact that they had that extended pause, an hour, 10 minutes of a delay, when you were just guaranteed to lose the game. There was a 0.01% chance you ever come back from that, and you were just sitting there for an hour and 10 minutes, knowing you're going to lose, not being able to talk about the next game, not being able to talk about the game that's going on either. And that's got to do quite bad things for your mental sort of fortitude going forward. And I think we kind of saw that fall apart in the middle stages of game number 2. So hopefully none of those big things, those big game-changing or series-changing eras, I guess, happening, and we should have a bit of a closer series, I think, all in all. But again, as we said, Talon more than likely to take it. The second series of the night, however, is another big one. Vikings, who are fresh off beating Talon, against CFO, who ultimately are also somewhat fresh off beating Talon too. I think that's a really exciting narrative and something that's exciting to go forwards, because it is a very big stylistic clash. You have Vikings, who are exceedingly volatile in the early stages of the game. They often do these mid-lane lane swaps, punishing out the mid laner. Hongq, who is fairly inexperienced, might struggle to deal with the sort of ramifications of that. Whereas you also do have Ginger, who is very good at controlling the pace of the map. And so maybe through his expertise, you're going to be able to control this hyper-aggressive style that the Vikings often bring. And so I think if Junja's able to do that, they should be okay. They should be able to survive the onslaught and most likely take the series. But if Vikings are able to create that volatility, sort of make Junja a little bit more uncomfortable, then they should be looking good. I still, honestly, and this might sound bold, would give the series 3-0 to CFO, because of just how good Junja's looked. Yeah, look, I'm very much with you. I think CFO easily the most consistent team in this competition in terms of capabilities and the way they approach. The problem being, I'd argue that the highest ceiling for success comes out of these VCS teams. While they're not nearly as consistent as the likes of CFO or Talon, their ability to rise above and just pull something out of the ethos is just unmatched in this competition. It's insane, some of the matches that they've had. They're not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but the relative rookies coming into this level of competition, on paper, they should not be doing as bad or as well, I suppose. As much damage would probably be the most accurate term, as they are, but they are still not easing up. They are 100% foot on the throttle, ready to go forward. And yeah, I think ultimately the linchpin for CFO has to be Junja. He is, as much as Fofo's the Don of the mid lane, Junja is the conductor of the Rift at the moment. He's perfect when it comes to pacing. He really controls the tempo and the way that these maps and objectives are being interacted with. And
unless Vikings can find an answer to that, they are going to find themselves really struggling, because he's either going to be in position to exploit those weaknesses in terms of missing summoners or mispositionings, or be in the position to then exploit off the back of counter ganks as well. He is not one that will fall flat when it comes to his jungle routes and the way he impacts the map. So unfortunately, they can't exploit that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what you've just said almost was shown perfectly in Game 2 against GAM we saw on Wednesday, where it honestly was a pretty bad start to the game for Ginger specifically. He didn't really have a place to start anything, but he managed to, despite the terrible start, go to mid lane, get that flash and set up Honku for a success, and he ultimately was the deal breaker in that game number 2. But that is all we're going to do for the pre-show here. We're going to go to a quick break, some highlights, and then we'll get straight into the action for our first series of the day. It's going to be TALON going up against GAM.
Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You If you want it quick, then speed it up. If you want it down, then let it drop. If you wanna ride the wave of past, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the ride.
GAM, I don't know what happened between yesterday and today, but they are two different teams.
Họ nghĩ là mùa này tụi mình xong rồi, hết rồi. Nhưng mà đối với GAM thì sẽ không dễ dàng như thế. Càng vào sâu, tụi mình sẽ càng mạnh mẽ hơn.
我不会让胜利从指尖溜走，因为我知道该怎么做，也有能力做到。GAM 又是我们，这次让我们在更大的舞台上相见。
Mình không nghĩ là hai đội sẽ gặp nhau sớm như vậy. Nhưng đây là trận chiến vì danh dự cho khu vực.
当一切都悬在一线之间，只有敢突破极限的人才能继续向前。
Gặp lại Casa, gặp lại TALON. Đối với mình thì đây là một cuộc đối đầu định mệnh. Lần này thì kết quả sẽ khác. Chiến thắng này là dành cho anh TK.
You will be rewarded, and Vikings will take game number 3 and progress through the upper bracket.
CFO là đội đã đánh bại mình trong trận đấu đầu tiên. Mình đã biết được lối chơi của họ và đây là cơ hội để phục thù.
他们以为已经摸清了我，理解我和阻止我，是两回事。我将从错误中学习，这一次我将先发制人。
看到上面在做对面选了勾到徐龙，徐龙将要闪现，就是闪现补普勾，8
Anh Duy đã dẫn tụi mình đến đây. Từng phương án chiến thuật tụi mình đều đã ghi nhớ. Mình và cả đội sẽ cố gắng chứng minh là niềm tin của anh ấy đã được đặt đúng chỗ.
对于我这样的年轻人来说，能站上这么大的舞台是一种荣耀，但我的梦想不止于此，我的目标是国际舞台。
As CFO pull the trigger and driver finds the angle.
我克服了重重障碍才来到这里，我不会让任何人夺走这一切。
Từ khi debut thì mình chưa từng bỏ lỡ trận chung kết nào, lần này cũng vậy thôi.
Getting ready now for our first series of the night. It could be a marathon night, but it's sure to entertain as TALON will once again be going up against GAM. We saw it in a press conference. It was GAM that had to go to hospital. Same thing happened in their best of 3 as TALON took that in 3 games, and now it's time for GAM to prove they have what it takes, just as Vikings did earlier on in the week.
Now, I had no idea that they were going to use my voice at the very start of that video, and I would like to take this moment to address the VCS fans out there and apologise to absolutely nobody. I stand with it. I'm doubling down. GAM, day 1 of playoffs, an entirely different beast to the one we saw playing up against CFO. We need day 1 playoffs GAM to come in today, otherwise they are about to be out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Draft getting ready, blue side for GAM. Not sure how that ended up happening, where they got side selection. I'll be interested to find out.
They were first one there. They were the first one down to that match,
right.
so they get to choose first. I have no idea. I absolutely have no idea.
I would have thought Talon get it, but either way, it's going to be GAM on blue side, and ultimately it was Talon who eventually did find themselves with their very first blue side loss up against Vikings in game number 3 on Wednesday. So we'll see. They will be on red side 2 games of the series, assuming all things go as they have been, where everyone is selecting the blue side predominantly. Last time these two teams went up against each other, game number 1 featured a Tryndamere that did about as close to nothing as you could ever imagine. So I think that champion is going to be benched in this series.
Still did more than Jimmy and Zakali, unfortunately. Not a couple of play days later.
Yeah, the difference is the game was a lot closer.
Oh, very much so.
And,
it was a totally different beast entirely. But I mean, look, after that last match for GAM, they now sport a losing record in the LCP, unfortunately. So they've got a bit of room to make up for themselves here. And we head to the draft, GAM.
Zyra.
Yeah, okay. Zyra is up and available. I think, yeah, I'm not quite sure how to call it. I think if it's day 1, GAM coming out of the playoffs, I think this is just a devastating champion in the hands of Levi. But if it's the GAM that we saw on Wednesday, I have cause to be concerned.
Going for Corki, I mean, assuming Casa plays, the Zyra, which we've seen him do last year, should be just picked up. Nothing stands out as particularly great against what could just be a Zyra. Maybe going for the Maokai, which ultimately is a 3-way flex. The Cassante is a very strong champion. The biggest counter in the game, of course, being Rel ult to this champ. Can find yourself without an auto attack very quickly.
Yeah. Now, the one benefit coming out of last play day is that there is only a possible of 2 Cassantes that can be played today. So the risk of things going awry with his involvement are limited at best. So with Zyra up and available into Cassante and Varus, I mean, it does offer a lot. There's not a huge amount of engage, and the Lily are going to be opted into for Levi. So it may be a case of both teams sort of handshake, leave it as an option for later on in the series. But I mean, yeah, it does then obviously push a bit more pressure onto the jungle. We haven't seen a huge amount of success out of the Lilia so far, and for Levi, it has not booked him a win, unfortunately. He lost on that the first time I played it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how he does in this game. Ultimately, with Victor being locked in, that means you will not be going for the Zyra if this does eventually get locked in, and it will. So an AD jungler going to be coming out of Casa, the Pantheon, the Xin Zhao, still all both available. There is the Wukong. I mean, you have options. He should be completely fine getting whatever he wants. Looking towards bans, though, you can just try to ban out some AD carries here, assuming that Corki will go mid, which is more than likely considering the AP jungler.
Yeah, I do have some concerns, though, for GAM already. I mean, looking at what Talon are drafting, arguably 3 of the strongest champs in their respective roles, given the space to operate. Cassante, just an absolute demon in the top side. I mean, really into the Ambessa matchup, it really is a case of who gets ahead as to who scales better going into the mid to late game. Varus does incredibly well. Yes, he's been, punched down a little bit so far this split, but for the whole, he's still an incredibly well-rounded bot laner. Victor as well, I mean, just a monster in the mid lane. There's just so much already in terms of strong team fighting coming out. And with Caitlyn Ashe banned out, it does mean that unless this is a Corki AD carry, there's fairly short range opportunities, bar the Ezreal, I think, probably the safest looking at the comp that we've got.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Varus already threw the Poppy here. Good answer to the Ambessa, later on in the game where she is trying to dash through these team fights. You have to pick up a support and AD carry here, more than likely for GAM. What do they opt in for? The Misfortune does remain up and available, often is paired alongside the Lilia, so I mean, more than likely that is going to be the option they go towards, but we'll have to see. Kai'Sa instead, okay, so a little bit more AP damage. It is a mix of damage, usually, as you do go the on-hit build. And the Nautilus appear alongside it makes a lot of sense. Poppy does well into the Nautilus, but Kai'Sa Nautilus is just a strong lane when paired together.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there is a little bit of lacking up front team fight. To be fair, they do have the range threat in terms of damage output between Corki and Lilia and Kai'Sa. They do pump out a decent amount of damage from range, and then they've got an insane amount of follow-up once that initial threshold for them is met. Xin Zhao up and available for Casa. I mean, this doesn't really surprise me at all. In terms of junglers that we've seen this split, he's probably one of the strong ones, but this is Okay, I was going to say they potentially Poppy jungle and they opt into the Elise for Woody, which we have seen. It has made its appearance a couple of times now, the Poppy jungle, not necessarily in the LCP, but further afield. But no, Zin's out in the jungle for Kasa. I mean, it's a staple pick. He's incredibly good. It allows that follow-up. So Arja, Kasa are going to be jumping on, and Woody doesn't now need to play as aggressively in terms of a setup role. He can play more pocket for Betty, keep him safe, just dissuade the follow-up from what will likely be Kiaya. So I really rate this. Very intelligent drafting from Talon. I think a step up from what we've seen from them the last couple of play days.
Yeah, definitely a better look. They will have a little bit stronger early game coming out of their jungler to try and bridge the gap for the Victor, who ultimately he's not a slouch in the early game, but certainly won't be able to come to those skirmishes with as much power as a Corky generally does. So I think Zinzao a really smart pickup here. The Poppy would have done much the same if they did opt into the Elise support Poppy jungle, but this just achieves the same thing basically, with Poppy being a little bit stronger as the game progresses out of that support position.
I think it's the difference between offense and defense. Poppy is ultimately going to allow Woody to babysit Betty a bit more, because you've got the Ambassador who is going to be looking to play very, very deep, try and get in on that AD carry, try and get on someone important. You can then just sit Poppy on both of them, babysit them effectively, because you just can't dash through her. She can clear you out with the Keeper's Judgment. I think, yeah, look, it's a very intelligent draft.
Yep, I think both teams are getting what they want ultimately. I don't think coming into this you have any clear favorites. It's just if Talon can get some time to scale up and get Fofo's items online, they should look pretty strong. But it's also Kiaya who will start looking strong as that happens too, while the Cassante, while reasonably strong the entire time in the game, is going to fall off a little bit more than the Ambessa typically does. But heading now into the draft, it is going into the game rather. It's GAM going up against Talon. It's a rematch. And whoever wins here will progress to the lower bracket finals. The loser will unfortunately be kicked out of our qualifiers.
I mean, the only problem for me, at least, out of Kiaya's pick, this will have to be third time's the charm. He has yet to win on the Ambessa after 2 matches on it so far. So if it's going to show up anywhere, it has to be here.
Absolutely. A very strong pick is the Ambessa. A ridiculously strong pick, in fact. But so is the Cassante. So no really...
When he's working.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he ended up winning the game quicker while not working.
Minions have spawned.
I wouldn't say quicker by that stage of the evening, but yeah, no, they got it done in the end. Looking at this draft, I can imagine GAM will want to play much in the same way that VCS teams have played all tournament, which is looking for some early skirmishes. They've definitely got damage output. The real problem, at least that I'm seeing, is lockdown and sort of guaranteeing those kills. The most damage threat, I think, comes out of your bot side from Artemis and Elio. With this Nautilus in play, you can lock someone down for a very, very long time. And in the head-to-head matchup, I think if it's a good opening for GAM, they could really dominate this lane.
Yep, definitely possible. I mean, it should be hard. Ultimately, Betty and Woody on the Varus and Poppy here is just a much stronger lane. It's going to be the on-hit, which is no real surprise, but it is pretty hard for this Kai'Sa to actually interact with the Varus. Usually in a lane with a Nautilus, Kai'Sa will be able to land the hook, and we'll see that here. Later on, this will look worse because Steadfast Presence will be there, but Elio finds a really nice hook, and all of a sudden they will control the lane. I think just a bit of a misplay by Betty. If he has a level 2 Poppy, that looks a lot different.
I don't even necessarily know if it was a misplay. That was a brilliant hook out of Elio. He really just threaded the needle there. I mean, you're talking pixels where it would have missed versus it hitting.
I mean, objectively, he should have just been.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, yeah, but that was a very hard hook to hit for the most part.
Well played by Elio ultimately. Still, I mean, as levels come through, it will become easier for Talon. Until eventually a lot of levels come through, in which case Kai'Sa will have upgraded Q and feels completely fine. That is a long way from happening now.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, both teams should find a lot of success in the mid game. I think the big concern is once that Lilia starts ganking and potentially shutting down damage targets, there is potential for Talon to struggle when it comes to team fighting, because if that Lufting Lullaby, if you land it onto Betty or Fofo, that's a huge source of damage that won't be available for a team fight. Even if you don't follow up looking for the kill, just having them be a non-factor in these fights could be a bit of an issue.
Sure. Fofo and Ares trading pretty heavily here in the mid lane. But trade's definitely going in the favor of Fofo as Ares clears out the remainder of his mana to try and get this wave pushed in. Gravity field goes down, but he doesn't have the mana to be able to follow up on that. Levi, while trying to look for an invade, will not find anything as Kai'Sa already clears out all of his camps and heads towards the top side to collect his scuttle crab. Oh,
he missed it. Ruthless. Down on the bot side there. I mean, I'm not surprised that GAM are opting into a bit of skirmishing down on the bot side. I mean, they've got a decent amount of kill threat. Poppy's only going to do so much in terms of denying unless someone's standing near a wall. I think there is the burst potential there. Look, to be fair, Betty has the opportunity. If GAM do commit to an overstay, he gets those blight stacks up and then can pop one of them. There's a real conceivable threat that they then turn and burn, and ultimately GAM finds themselves down at kill. But for the fact that the trading is pretty even in terms of CS, Betty really isn't suffering all that much at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, recalls come through for both junglers. The Faded Ashes means Lilia's jungle clear just got a lot faster. Both supports now heading into the mid lane. You'll be able to see the bowling ball come down and the flash onto Fofo, but it is going to be answered back with a flash of his own, and now going to be knocked against the wall as Woody is going to have to run on out of there. But a massive chunk of damage on both the mid laners and also the supports.
In terms of economy though, refillable pot already in the pocket for Woody means that he's, it's not a huge suffering, I suppose, having to go and buy a couple of extra pots here and there. More often than not, as a support, you do have that little bit of extra gold. But it means that, yeah, Elio can't just rotate down. He's got to back right to the fountain, heal up, whereas Woody can get there a little bit earlier, just purely off the fact that he does have a little bit of extra healing.
Yeah. Betty going to be trying to get this wave in alongside Woody, get a recall off for himself, and Artemis will most likely do the same. Of course, generally better to optimize your tempo than it is to possibly deny one extra minion by pushing, because then that ultimately leads to you losing more typically. But both AD carriers now backing up. It's a slight advantage to Artemis, but very, very slight.
Elliot once again, he's roaming mid, which we are seeing plenty of at the moment in terms of support play and rotating around the map, trying to find opportunities. And it looks like RS might be giving over mid. They definitely want priority over these grubs. You can see GAM already sort of rotating a lot of their attention there. But it's been traded out immediately. Casa is already on this dragon, although Levi being in position does mean that he's going to pull it out of the pit just for a little bit more added security. Ooh. The bowling ball somehow goes off target there.
Yeah, very slightly dodged out by Fofo, but it is eventually going to result in a trade of these objectives, as you see Talon preferring this dragon over the Void Grubs. And again, typically I tend to favor it, as long as you don't then give over control of the game later on and you're able to keep pressure over that dragon going forward. You know, it is a more viable win condition than the 6 grubs. The 6 grubs, while is definitely a win condition, you can open up a lot.
If you've got something that's pretty effective in the side lanes, yeah. I mean, you think the likes of an Udyr, Camille even at the moment has been pretty impressive. But down on the bot side, Kiaya has support coming in.
Yeah, by Hex Flash, and it's going to be spotted out. So, Talon wisely backing away, allow Kiaya to get these minions for himself, or as many as that he can. Taking a lot of damage though. Betty, he's got his tempo fully charged up and takes a reasonable amount of damage away from Kiaya's health bar.
Great read here from Levi though, taking that red camp. Just denying away resources from Casa. And I mean, Casa definitely feeling like he's been struggling the last couple of play days. Should realize that something is amiss. He's going to try, but no. Levi, great pull down to the bot side of that red pit. He's going to steal it away. And I think that, I mean, look, it's not the end of the world for Casa, but having a red buff on his Inzal definitely makes ganks a little bit easier.
Yeah, typically. I mean, it's no big deal. I think at this stage is more that he's now missing out on the gold and the XP. He can see the difference, level 6 to level 5, between these two junglers. And Levi with his, you know, instead of pressuring down the bot side, taking the extra tempo, it is a pretty decent win for him, being that they didn't actually end up finding anything towards Kiaya down in the bottom lane, outside of some damage.
That would, I mean, that would off the back of it as well, just invaluable in keeping track of where things are in terms of the map. Betty just holding this wave, waiting for Woody to get up so they can then potentially, I would imagine, slow push it in towards that tower, get a nice wave up and get some plates off before obviously they ultimately expire. I think the right call here from GAM to back off, send up and try and match that bot lane. Talon are doing a great job of just denying a lot of resources, I think, at the moment, despite the gold difference. They are managing these wave tempos very, very well, because you can clearly see what they're trying to do. Oh, Artemis, that's rough.
Yeah, Artemis gets his recall stopped and is now going to be extremely late to the top lane. So he is actually going to miss out on a reasonable amount of minions. You see he's up quite a lot of gold, but with this tower plate going to be picked up by Betty, or will it? No. I mean,
yeah, it should
will.
do.
Hopefully it hasn't been too long. Okay, perfect. So he's fine. He gets the gold. Now evening it up. Oh, but his back also gets stopped. Actually, the hook wouldn't have even landed. But it's fine. You'd rather respect the fact that it might.
Yeah, especially Artemis hitting 6 as well. The follow-up was going to be pretty forthcoming after the fact. But Betty's still here. So I don't know quite what the game plan was, whether they're going to try and rotate him down to the bot side, but...
Now they're just going for the grubs, so it makes sense that he stays here.
I'd be interested to know how much gold was in the pocket, because I mean, it probably wouldn't have secured him much in the grand scheme, but at least he would have had something to, at least in the back pocket, to strengthen him a little bit more than the finished boots, longsword Dorans. Either way, down on the bot side, it is, for the most part, the continuation of that wet noodle fight that we've seen time and time again between the Cassante and the Mbessa. There isn't going to be a huge amount of kill threat. It's just going to be them beating on each other until one decides that actually it's time to go and teleport up. And there is a teleport mismatch. Kia does not have his up and available at the moment.
Yeah. Absolutely. Shouldn't really mean too much. The dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. The grubs 30 seconds prior to that. And both teams most likely to look for some form of contest over the grubs if one team does have superior positioning. And most likely will lead to them getting 2 while the other team will pick up 1. Is generally what it will mean, outside of, you know, a horrible misplay where a team fight goes really awry and all of a sudden you get 3 grubs and a team fight win.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've had it enough times that I think teams are going to have to be very respectful of the fact that that collapse can be so devastating to the pit with someone who doesn't have the tools to jump over that wall and get away to safety. Kia, I think, realizing that the teleport mismatch can be a bit detrimental, so he's trying to push that wave and trying to threaten the tower to keep Aja there, deny him that opportunity to back. And it is going to be GAM that look to start up the grubs first. Casa, he's going to come on down with Woody in support, so they do have the tools to clear out this pit should they want to go and contest. But I think realistically, Levi might just be able to get one stolen away.
Yeah, he's going to go in. He is going to be able to pick up that Void Grub for himself. That's 4 now for GAM, but a lot of stuns coming down. Galio's so low and is going to get burned out by that Chaos Storm. It's a 1-for-1, but in comes RJ. He's found his way back and gone for a joyride. Has Ares, as he's also claimed off the back of it. Now it's a 3v4, but GAM still positioning, still looking for an angle into this fight. It looks extremely dangerous from where I'm sitting. In comes a public execution. It is followed up by Artemis, but down will go Kiaya, and down will go the Void Grub, but Artemis snipes away 1 with the Void Seeker. Certainly seeking out those Void minions, and it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade in terms of the Void Grubs in favor of GAM, but a 3-for-1 for kills means Talon now with a gold lead.
And the Feat of Warfare finished off pretty succinctly, honestly. I think it's probably the closer or fastest start to finish that we've seen so far. But yeah, Alio kind of bailed out there. Unfortunately, gets the turnaround onto Woody. Woody nearly cleared Alio out of that fight, but yeah, Aja, I mean, it looked so comical. Getting hijacked, and then Casa hits the ult as well. Looks like he's smacking him back into the middle of the team. But on the back of it, yeah, look, a lot of posturing. GAM want to make something here. Kia, it was about as good a public execution as it was going to get, but Betty just dancing around that team fight, gets the damage out to help the team finish off that kill. And I mean, Aja could have body blocked there and gotten his team at least a second grub, but it does deny Peter Monster slaying being progressed by GAM towards that second mark.
Now bot lanes both in the bottom lane again, as they most likely both want to try and contest for this dragon. GAM here and Talon first to the objective. As things stand, they are ahead in gold, although in terms of item power spike, all things not that different. Both junglers with 1, and ultimately Betty's actually down an item because it was the Kraken Slayer finished up just immediately, whereas Betty did stop off for some boots, and because of that, as well as just ultimates not really being there, they are going to give over this dragon. It is going to be GAM evening out the dragon score. They're now 2 ticks towards the Monster Slayer.
Infernal as well, which, that's going to do a lot for both teams. That does mean that should Soul be taken, there's a lot more threat in those team fights in terms of poke damage. So a lot of care needing to be paid, and given that it would be 3 Infernal stacks as well to secure Soul for either of these teams, it felt incredibly invaluable asset. But I have to say, it is looking like we are seeing GAM from that first day of playoffs. They are looking very clean, very held together. It was a rough team fight, but I think it was always going to be a rough team fight with the abilities in play for TALON.
Definitely agree. So, things a little bit quieter now. TALON not willing to fight over that dragon. As Fofo does get 3 assists in that fight, which means that's 60 extra stacks towards those upgrades, which is quite a lot, all things said and done. It's going to speed his transformation up a significant amount.
TALON, I mean, they've got the priority, I think, at this stage to really look for something. They've got the damage, they've got the lockdown to make something happen around this bot side jungle. Caster looking for a bit of revenge. The only problem is the numbers game might be a bit of a problem. Luckily, it's not the 2 highest output champions that are running into them. Red's going to be stolen away. Woody has the opportunity to look for something here.
Woody picked up the red buff, unfortunately. I'm sure Betty would have liked that.
Oh, look, I think Woody does well enough with the red buff if you're trying to stick to someone, if you start a fight. Yeah, look, ideally Betty would have liked it.
It's nothing compared to Varus.
No.
We are grasping at straws. But it's fine. I mean, there's probably not likely to be that many fights break out ultimately where the red buff would come into play. So just securing it for Caster is the most important thing, and they do certainly manage to do that.
Yeah, and they're playing heavy on the spot side. They want to claim those Noxian Blessings. I mean, they should have the output to finish off this tower, and Kiai, I think, would be foolish.
Race up on the top side, but...
Yeah, I think, at this stage, they hadn't done the prep work to get that tower in vicinity finishing off. I think it was a pretty solid hold up on that top side from Arjit before they transitioned into the lane swaps. Don't do it, Arjit. Please don't. The way he's moving, it looks like he's stuttering a little bit, but it's just the animation cancelling.
He's just S-King. So, Seraph now online for Fofo. We'll see what he goes second. Typically, Cosmic is the Cosmic Drive generally second after you do go this Archangel's build, and yeah, he will be going for that, so no real surprise. I mean, it could, I guess, be Leandri's still. If it's going to go into a Haunting Guys, who knows? I guess we'll have to wait to find out. But game pretty even. As GAM who are going to be starting up this Rift Herald, and TALON poised to contest it in some regard. Mid lane's going to be both meeting in the center. Elio missing that hook onto Woody means he goes flying into a wall, but there's going to be that hook coming back up very quickly.
Lines are drawn in the sand with Fofo coming down. I think TALON might just have what they need to engage on this.
Hook misses again. Caster's going to go in. A lot of damage, and he takes it, and he takes Levi with him. K on the back trying to deal with Fofo, but not able to find a way in. And there comes the theft. Artemis will be able to use that Killer Instinct to create that distance away from Arja, but Elio not in the same position. Should just be getting taken out. There it is. Casa going to find another one, so 2 kills for 0. The steal of the Rift Herald as well. And things coming up pretty well for the side of TALON as they are trying now to create a gap in that gold lead and in the map for themselves. Game number 1 looking strong. Still, I mean, the game is far from out, but you saw in that fight, Kaya really struggled to find any way in.
Yeah, he tried to jump on Fofo, and with that gravity field, it's just going to do a lot to dissuade, and just the sheer damage threat coming out means that it was always going to be a risky fight for him to try and commit on to. Yeah, look, I think, unfortunately, that sort of sealed the deal. Yeah, they throw Iris out of that as well, so there was just nothing they could do from that point on. Iris gone, he's a huge damage threat. They jump on, Levi's gone, so you're not going to get any lifting lullabies. Elio misses the hook as well, so really everything that could have gone wrong for GAM in that situation definitely went wrong, and TALON perfectly identifying that was the sign to pull that trigger and go for an all-in commit, and they don't get punished for it whatsoever. Look, despite the fact that I do stand by the fact that GAM are playing a much better this time around, there's still just this factor to TALON where they are just ice cold. I think, yeah, it's very apt, Don of the mid lane, Fofo. This team is just ice cold, blood in the veins. When they see that opportunity, they are striking for the throat.
Betty, wiser than many with Rift Heralds in mid lane, just uses it as an escape tool, which is a perfectly fine way to use the Rift Herald after you've already claimed a tower with it. Will be getting taken out now by Artemis. He also takes a reasonable amount of damage from that piercing arrow. I mean, Talon just very far ahead now, ultimately. The gold lead not that substantial, all things considered, but it's all where you'd want it to be, essentially. Positioned on this Varus, he's contributed to 5 out of 5 kills. He's, you know, hasn't really misstepped at all, and is a very strong member of the Talon lineup at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, there's just so much frontline. There's just so much security being offered to both Betty and Fofo. And we've seen comps similar where they've opted too much into the frontline, too much protection for one or the other. And ultimately, it does mean that if fight is successfully found onto those high damage impact champions, that largely the rest of the team crumbles. But Talon have been playing this space just perfectly. Even when Kiaya jumped onto Fofo, he's got the tools in his kit. He's well enough farmed that he can essentially lay down the threat enough to dissuade Kiaya from committing, because the follow-up would just be that severe. So, I mean, GAM, unfortunately, finding themselves in the same position that a lot of teams have against Talon, where they're just slowly bleeding out gold, slowly bleeding out resources, and will, if this trend continues, ultimately just slowly be cleaned out of their game.
Yep. Now, next objective to spawn, Artikan, 20 seconds, but not really the type of objective where you do it off spawn, because it does just create that one avenue back in. I think Artikan quickly taking the pedestal away from Baron of how most games have flipped on their head immediately, and nice ground there from Woody, going to deny Kiaya a little bit of that CS as well as force him to take a little bit of damage, but he gets a flower. So who really won?
I think so far this split we've seen 2 Artikan off spawn that I can remember of. One was taken very cleanly. It was just immediately taken out, but they were that far ahead at the time. The other one was contested, and I think ultimately it was a steal in the end that I don't think amounted to much of anything. I think it was Mia, I believe, got and stole the Artikan, then they just got withdrawn anyway. So yeah, it's a bit of a dicey business if you're playing even, because it can just then transition into such a massive shift in momentum.
For sure, but this is not even, as Talon completely control the rift. Bowling ball comes in, and this is just a completely free, uncontested, off-spawn Artikan, and Talon are playing the map fantastically. Kiai is running for his goddamn life. He's going to be getting slowed up now by Fofo as Betty, Woody, and Kasa all try to collect down on him, but he is going to flash away and create that distance from himself. Ares, meanwhile, picking himself up a tower.
Yeah, look, in this situation, that's definitely the right call for Ares to make. There's nothing to be gained for him heading up to that top side and potentially ultimately dying with the rest of his team. And I mean, you look at it, Betty is just
Betty's
so
just running
happy.
at Kaya. He's not going to get the kill. He's going to take another tower shot, and as long as that doesn't hit him, he'll be fine. Even if you were to go down, it's just the withdrawal that would come through. He's not going to lose that massive shutdown that sits upon his scoreboard.
Oh, he's been pretty on point with those.
He has.
So the second or third one he's dodged now. But yeah, Ares finding what he can around the map in terms of this macro play. Talon has, for the most part, been pretty well managed and making sure that the waves are pushed in at the right time so that there is not as much pressure when they ultimately return to the map as a whole and return to that macro play. But Ares identifies the fact that there's just no way we can win this fight. Let's go crack that bottom tower, maybe give us a bit of prio if we try and threaten a dragon. 2 minutes up to that, so wave management's going to be key here. But if GAM can potentially bait out a solid fight, if Levi can get a great lofting lullaby onto multiple members, they then, I think, ultimately have the turnaround to take a fight away from Talon.
Absolutely. I mean, Talon just playing their exact style this game, really. It's just been very slow, very methodical, taking objectives where they can. If they're in a bad position, just give it over, like the first dragon, or the second dragon, I guess, of the game. But they have just been playing slow. As soon as there's a misstep out of GAM, they capitalize. That's how we find themselves at what is nearly a 3k gold advantage. They have the Artikan buff. Still haven't done anything with it, so GAM have done a good job of denying, you know, a bunch of what could be disaster. But this probably where Talon just commit all their lives to try and take this tower. Woody coming through with the Keeper's Verdict, does miss, takes out a few minions. Nothing that GAM's going to be too upset about, and here comes the dive. The withdrawal comes through immediately, and that's on Betty, so that's a lot of their damage. And Levi gets the massive lofting lullaby. That's another 2 withdrawals, and Woody's sure to fall as well. So all things said and done, a fantastic navigation of the Artikan. That's 800 gold picked up, and Talon going to be sent back to their base.
Fofo says, hell no, I ain't getting involved in any of that. Walks himself back to mid lane and says, you guys do whatever you want to do. I'm just not going to play that game.
Yeah. See, I mean, a key thing to always watch out for is if any sums were used, because ultimately nothing is that bad for Talon. That was the hook that connects onto Betty once again, and it seems like there wasn't. There was a bunch of ults, sure.
Ignite was, that's it.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. So, yeah, I mean, ultimately just well played. Alio finding the hook onto Betty. They're able to isolate him. They're able to take him down before he's able to offer any damage. And so, Voracious Arakan, while can be game-ending sometimes, was not much, but taking it off the map. They'll get an extra 20 gold each kill now, but no one really cares.
Game ending, I think, in different circumstances. They're not that far ahead that it would have ended the game. Even if they do take the clean team fight there, they probably don't have at least the strength or the death timers to be able to then push in and clean up the entire game. I mean, unfortunately, I think we just this early on that there would have been an ability to respond for GAM. Probably would have been at their Nexus towers, but that's a position that Talon then potentially overextend, lose themselves out on a bunch of utility and can't find the next follow-up, and as a result, ultimately do lose. So it can be a bit of a knife's edge that you have to walk with the Arakan.
Yeah. To clarify, I didn't mean they'd literally explode the Nexus. I meant they'll just get them into
the momentum shift would be pretty severe at that stage, yeah.
Kaya and RJ are not viably going to kill each other, unfortunately. There's probably, while this can be a mechanics match, a maxing matchup, I think both realizing the amount of time it would take to ever conceivably make progress into each other's health bar is not worth the risk. Unfortunately, for those high-octane top lane skirmish enjoyers.
And what's the unstoppable force meets the immovable object? It's very much a metaphor for that, I suppose, in what we've seen. Our next one is just rampantly ahead of the other, which at this stage I wouldn't say that was rampantly ahead for K'Sante. It's about even for the most part. He's just having a good lane is all. He's had a pretty good time on the whole. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, especially going into Split 2, how much of those changes do shift up the things. I mean, K'Sante, I think, is just going to remain a powerhouse. He's just too good at the top at the moment. But as we return back to normality, GAM looking for an opportunity here, but this could be a well overplay.
Yeah, going for the mid lane tower. Talon are poising to try and collapse on them, but Fofo ultimately being a little bit too far away. They don't feel comfortable doing so in a 4v5. He is walking down, however, but the distance has been well and truly created for the side of GAM. So they do just claim themselves a free mid tower. You're going to be pretty happy about that.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams have a good shred of those objectives between the Kai'Sa and the Varus. If it came down to timing, there is a world, especially with RS as sort of a second AD carry, that they might, if they control division, they win a couple of skirmishes here or there, even if it's just they send them back to base, they could potentially sneak away something. Probably the Dragon more than the Baron at this stage, but we've already seen the amount of threat, the ability they have to shred through these towers if they position correctly and manage those waves. So Talon, while not 100% locked in as the winner of this game, need to still remain vigilant, which has been a little bit of a problem over the last couple of play days for them. They seemingly lapses in focus, result in the other team getting objectives they shouldn't realistically be able to take.
Sure, but as things stand, I think they've given over objectives where they probably should, and they are not on a timer at this stage. They've got a very high scaling comp. They've got the Victor, the Varus as well when it's on hit, and ultimately they are 2 minutes away from what could be the Dragon Soul for them. I don't think they should go for the Dragon Soul. They do so much damage between the Liandry's and the on-hit Varus that they probably should threaten the Baron and deny GAM the ability to commit members to that Dragon and force, a 4v5 potentially around the Baron instead. And so we'll see what they choose to do. I mean, at the moment they're just trying to control that vision, but a really well-placed ward on the side of GAM is allowing them to know that there's no Baron being started, and it is just, some faking by Talon as they do go into that fog of war.
Kaya has some great positioning here with Levi. If they can find an isolation onto Betty here, even Fofo potentially, they might have a setup for something, but Kasa...
He goes aggressive, Chain of Corruption goes wide, so that's a key. Teamfight ultimate now gone, and Arja Kaya battling down the bottom side. Actually, this game Kaya not doing too great into that health bar that Arja has, basically because he went for the Spirit Shojin as a second item instead of the Black Cleaver, so it is going to be a little bit harder for him to shred through and make his way through those resistances. Of course, there is the passive on his ultimate that does allow him to have that armor pen, but still.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel as necessary with a Kai'Sa, given that it's not all about that 80 damage. So
I mean, they do have the Corki as well. I actually think the Black Cleaver
with the LDR just finished up as well. So
I think the Black Cleaver would have been a better item this game.
Unfortunately, I think that the priority for Kiai at this moment is not necessarily just face tanking into Aja. He's probably going to be looking for someone along the lines of Betty Fofo with a teleport coming in from Aja. That Spirit Visage as well finished up. He is going to be a hard unit to crack.
Yeah, very much so. Keep in mind, of course, new patch went live for us on regular league, but they still have the very strong tank items here. Ignite used very early. It was onto Casa, and he doesn't feel all that phased by it as GAM getting rounded down to the bottom side as TALON ultimately staunching out the control over the river. See if any smites come out on the Scuttle Crab as the fight does break out. Drowsy now will go Casa, but he jumps on in. He's going to take some damage, and he is still staying relatively high on HP. It's a good depth charge that lands onto 3 knockups, and so GAM still keeping their health bars up. It's ultimately Alio and Kiaya who are suffering the most. Teleport available on the Sambessa is going to be able to get back to the fight, but Fofo stops that recall, and Arja is able to tank up just so much damage. In comes everything. It's a nice golden, and there comes the Keeper's verdict as it's a clean Dragon Soul. No one goes down, but Talon coming up trumps.
Yeah, look, you were saying maybe they just posture around the Baron. They don't need to ultimately force it because that would be 2 Drakes before even were able to consider Soul, but Talon quite confident in how powerful they are. I mean, Fofo is really just an absolute beast right now on top of the fact that Aja is so hard to kill. So Talon feeling confident that they can take that fight because I think the majority of GAM's setup relies on the depth charge, relies on the Lufting Lullaby, and when you landed on just Casa and Woody, that's not the targets you're looking for. They can't clear through to the front line. I mean, Kiaya does only so much in these situations. Iris is completely forced out by Aja. Talon really just understanding their limits in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Fofo, yeah, you see, using that ward, gets the stop. And ultimately, I don't even think he ended up having to Zonya's because he walked out of range. But he does use it. I mean, it's better safe than sorry. Of course, you don't want to just randomly allow the Ambassador into your back line. So ultimately, it was the Dragon going over for completely free. GAM, importantly, didn't lose any members, so it wasn't the Dragon into the Baron. But still, with that Infernal Soul now,
that's very rough. That's very rough. That's the best opportunity you can identify to use the public execution. And ultimately,
it would have missed.
It would have missed anyway. So it's definitely a very tough spot that GAM are in. Despite the goal difference being 1,000, it does not feel like it by any stretch. It definitely feels like Talon are the stronger team at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think it's just they're playing the map a little bit better. They've been able to staunch out control over the objectives. You saw there, GAM were poised to be able to try and defend their positioning in the river, but kind of just due to the range, they weren't able to do so. And that massive, beefy front line that is Aja, even Casa, who is starting to now build tank, he's also got the Sterix second. It's just going to be so much harder to get through him. And even if you do find an initiation onto him, he's going to be able to deny so much damage that is ultimately going to be coming out of range there from Artemis and Ares. So I think just Talon are somewhat playing these skirmishes a little bit better. I think GAM are a little nervous to be walking forward, only really seeing aggression out of them if Elio does catch a hook onto Betty, which those opportunities are going to be very rare at this stage of the game.
And then teleport coming in. Now suddenly it's a 5v5. GAM have to back this off.
Yeah, Talon are going to be now, I think, looking to try and start up the Baron, look for a turn. They have that Infernal Soul, 3 Infernal Dragons as well, meaning their damage dealers are just hitting that much more. The Ocean Dragon singular is not that great against what we're seeing. The Chain of Corruption don't go wide though, but the Steadfast Presence denies the Killer Instinct, and Archer goes in. Fofo gets himself a double. This Chaos Storm is ramping up. A third comes through in the team fighters. Yes, Artemis picks up 1. He's even doing a lot to Casa, but not enough to actually take him down. Only Levi now standing as it's a 4v1. Woody locates him in the bush. There's a great ward. The slow comes down. Any one ability would take down Levi, but the movement speed available to this Lilia does get him out, so still it will be a 4v1, but the Baron is certainly going to Talon.
I mean, that was brilliant out of Woody. Not only does he set up the initiation for the team fight, but he completely shuts down Kiaya and trying to jump back onto his carries. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a great public execution, but with the complete lack of follow-up because of how Talon split the fight there, it was just capitalized on superbly. And yeah, with Casa being as beefy as he is, he's very hard to get through. I mean, you watch it here, Woody spots Elio, jumps in, Chains of Corruption even goes wide, but then as soon as he identifies the fact that Betty's in trouble, steps back with that Steadfast Presence. Kiaya cannot ultimately go anywhere. That was just superb play out of Talon. They've been waiting, building to this moment for that absolute critical mass when they can just steamroll and shut GAM out of the game.
Yeah, that's certainly where we saw it. Baron now on the heads of TALON. They have the Infernal Soul. Elder Dragon, yes, it's spawning in 2 minutes. Do TALON realistically need it? Probably not. I mean, this mid tower should just fall on this next minion wave. Yes, okay, hook lands onto Woody. That's not going to net you anything. In fact, it's going to lose you your flash as Alio, unfortunately, not really in a position to defend our GAM at the moment. They will be able to clear out this mid wave now, but it's a bot wave crashing as Arja has brought it up to this inner tower. No Baron for Arja, so Fofo down here to make sure those minions are receiving the buff. And as now the minion wave approaches the tower, it should just be going over. Caster finds Artemis. A lot of damage coming out of the Xin Zhao, and almost none to speak of coming back from Artemis. And this is ultimately the champion on your team that has the most gold. 4 items isn't a slouch when it comes to those items. As another fight does break out, Levi now on 1 HP. The flash forward from Woody is going to all but secure that Levi is going to be going down. Although with a hop, skip, and a jump, he's actually able to get out of harm's way. And still the teleport now, the recall coming through from Kiaya might be enough to try and defend this Nexus. Woody kept alive on the most minute amount of HP as mid inhib and bottom inhib are certain to go down. 4v4 now as Woody's not going to be able to be with his team. They are able to get the inhibs. They're now able to back on out. They'll have another minute, which they could look to try and push to end, but I guess are more likely to just get those lane controls and get themselves the Elder.
Yeah, unfortunately, despite Artemis being in such a good position as he is, I mean, he's kept up. He's in fact ahead in farm. He's got a couple of kills. And they just seemingly cannot touch either Arja or Caster at the moment. There's a couple of tank items on the Xin Zhao. Arja just being the absolute beefy unit that he is. There's just no dealing with it despite being in such a good position, which I mean goes to explain why we are seeing some adjustments being made to those tank items, because we've discussed it. It is not a good time to be an AD carry in the game at the moment, because you get to that late game and suddenly, well, unless you've had a phenomenal game, you're struggling to just chew through anyone.
Elder Dragon now on the cards. Keep in mind that teleport's still available for Fofo, so if these minion waves get out of hand, he's going to be able to teleport into the fountain and try and look for an end if he so chose to. Arja takes a lot of damage there, but we'll be able to heal it back up a little bit. I mean, Artemis is landing with these Void Seekers. Bowling ball does go wide, and TALON have essentially succeeded at, staunching their way through this river. Out comes the chain of corruption. There is going to be the public execution, but the all-out is in response, and TALON are kind of walking away with this team fight. It is a 1-for-2 as things stands, as Levi trying to jump away, but the Topher Strike 3 does connect, and that is going to be your very strong mid laner taken out. Kai'Sa sure to follow very shortly, although they do need to turn him around and take him out, and the Rain of Arrows will be able to secure it. Fofo now teleporting into the Nexus, and will just take the game. It's going to be TALON with game number 1 wrapped up. Maybe going to have a little bit of a follow-up on what we saw in the first 2 meetings these 2 teams had.
Yeah, Woody doing about as much as he can in the situation with Fofo already on the Nexus. GAM, they definitely had a expiry date in that game, and TALON just waited it out perfectly. They got to the point where there was no doubt that they were going to win the team fight. GAM just could not do anything, and unfortunately, while I don't think it was a bad pick out of Levi in the jungle, it definitely felt like the Lily didn't really have an opportunity to do as much as it possibly could have in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think ultimately GAM kind of just rolled over and let this one slip, really. The only time they ever found any form of aggression was off the back of Alio hooking Betty, and that is not where you want to be looking for your team fight starts. Yes, of course, if it happens, you do. But more often than not, you are never going to be having a single angle onto this Varus outside of maybe Flash Nautilus ulting, in which case will almost certainly be matched with a Flash of Varus. So I think ultimately they needed to find a way to have some aggression. They weren't able to do so. Arja there finds himself
He was
a perfect
being
seat.
mean to me in the top lane. I hope this ends better. No, it's okay. He doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He's definitely looking like he's put in a hard yard. He did a lot that game, arguably. So I'm not surprised that he's rubbing the eyes a little bit. He's probably been very hard focused in on the game. 13, oh sorry, it's 13, not even. They wish it was 13. 16-3 ultimately at the end. TALON just played the game perfectly in terms of pacing. And yeah, you could see it on your gold graph. Up till about 10 minutes, GAM definitely felt like they had some momentum to work with. But from that point on, things just started slipping away from them. And ultimately, I think the comp played so well in the team fight that GAM got to a point where they couldn't step too far forward. They didn't have the front line to be able to deal with it. And they lacked the setup from range to be able to deal with anything either.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a odd-looking draft, I think, ultimately. Both teams had a good draft in isolation, but as soon as GAM fell behind, you kind of saw the limitations of the draft, because the only frontline you really have is this Nautilus, who supports aren't a frontline when you compare them to the likes of the K'Sante. And honestly, the second the second tankiest champion in this game was the Xin Zhao, and that was after the K'Sante, who was already on his team as well. And while there was poke there through the Rocket Barrage and the Void Seekers, it wasn't enough to really net them an angle in a fight where Levi could just pull the trigger on this Lilia, or Kiaya could viably find his way in and not just get blown up. Because every time we did see Kiaya go in, I mean, there was one time where he just missed his ult, and the other times he just died immediately. And that was the problem really that they faced, is the game did just start to get more and more out of hand. Sure, Artemis had a pretty decent game. He was doing a lot of damage. He was getting his items online, but he didn't have any way to actually get activated in the fights, which was the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like the Lilia pick was sort of to preempt. They were trying to bait them into the Zyra, because Lilia, I think, does all right into the Zyra. You've got a decent amount of disengage. When I think realistically, picking the Zyra would have done a lot for GAM in this matchup. Yes, they still lacked a lot of the front line, but they also had a lot more. They would have had a lot more punish in terms of that engage that was coming out of TALON. They could have done a lot to set up some of those lanes for a bit more success. But yeah, unfortunately, Artemis just falls flat a little bit in the face of this K'Sante, who, I mean, at this stage in the game, level 11 was nigh unkillable without the entire team's involvement.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty rough place to be in, I think. Again, you're giving over all the dragons. Yes, you got 5 Void Grubs, but Void Grubs are only good if you can hit towers. And the composition we see out of GAM is not that of a siege comp. Of course, you can poke away at how far and then look to siege off the back of it, but that's only if you're able to first, find some poke that is meaningful against the Xin Zhao before getting engaged on. And I mean, more often than not, it was actually GAM engaging, as TALON would just staunch their way through the river. But again, here, another fight. Artemis doesn't get ultimately activated. He went for the Killer Instinct and did get stopped by Woody, so more credit to Woody, I guess, in this scenario. And another hook from Elio. He gets immediately grounded. This time, Kiaya finds his way onto the back line, but just look what happens to him.
Kiaya's just split the entire fight. Kiaya is all on his own. And I think the other problem is, look, prioritizing Void Grubs is great, like you said, if you've got a siege comp, or just someone that is meant to live in those side lanes and just play the map pressure that way, which Kiaya was never really going to as an ambassador. Your priority is more getting to the team fight as soon as you possibly can, because you have more of that set up. But look, it's only game 1. It's not over for GAM, and it's definitely a damn sight better than what they were bringing out on Wednesday, but they've still got 2 more games to even consider that lower bracket final.
Absolutely. As game 1 now under wraps, is TALON who lead the series 1-0. We'll go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll see if GAM can bring it back and take us to game 3.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路Fofo的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến học nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia thì kiểu ngầu, chỗ dựa vững chắc.
Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về Gia thôi thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lên và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó. Thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ. Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid. Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là ảnh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là ảnh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều. Em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau. Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
Chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, nghĩa là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn. Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Đánh giá vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em sẽ cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin á. Mình sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì đã mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác. Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
A dominant performance out of TALON now lead them to be ahead in the series 1-0, and GAM now pulling out all the stocks are going to be swapping out their mid laner. They're going to be bringing in Emo for Ares, and I mean, I don't hate the change. Obviously, Emo hasn't played a stage game yet this split, but the big stylistic difference between himself and Ares in the past, just over in the VCS, is that typically Emo is a less resource-intensive mid laner, and when you look at this GAM lineup, you have Kiaya who wants gold, you have Levi who wants gold, you have Ares who wanted gold, and you have Artemis who all wanted gold. So it becomes very difficult to allocate where the resources are going. You take out one of those gold-hungry players, put in someone a little bit more stable, willing to give up a side lane for someone else, and all of a sudden the team dynamic can be a little bit easier to navigate. Now, how much practice have they had with Emo is going to be the big question.
Well, I mean, the big question on top of that is this a case of, well, we think Emo is actually going to enable us to potentially take this game and furthermore the series away from TALON, or is this a case of, Mum says it's my turn with the Xbox?
It's not that.
No, it won't be. It definitely won't be, but I mean, you suppose at this stage of the tournament, you are facing elimination. You lose this game, you are out. There is no better time than this to try and shake things up. So Emo coming in might give them the stylistic shift that they need to compete with TALON on this stage. And as we go into the draft, obviously with Fearless, we've got 10 champs out already, but we add another 6 in the first ban phase. Aurora, Azir, Misfortune copying a lot of priority, and then Skarner, Callista, and Nocturne as a response. All, I think 5 of those 6 were bound out in the last game as well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, once again, Zyra will be dodging the ban hammer, but Rumble will not. So immediately picked up here in that first slot for GAM as they look to try and secure themselves a little bit more early game priority up in that top side. The Rumble fairly uncontested. Wouldn't be too surprised to just see an Udyr slammed here from RJ, and in fact, I believe it's what they should do, but the Jace may be coming out. Again, you pretty much, you have 2 options. The Jace who actually does reasonably okay in lane against the Rumble, or the Udyr who survives the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's that conversation, and yes, I have spoken on the Jace plenty. If of anyone in this competition, though, Asia is the one who will likely make it work. But the problem being is if we're seeing it played the way we have, at least more recently, this is probably gearing more towards a bit of a poke comp that we're going to see it come out of TALON a little bit. I mean, the Vi indicates otherwise, so it might just be that sort of pseudo-tanker, you know, a little bit of early damage in the Black Cleaver and then full tank from that point on, just a little bit of follow-up to pair with the Vi, which again, Aja is that capable. I think he's going to make this one look good. I think it'll do pretty well into the Rumble going into the later stages of the game. Just allows a bit more lockdown. Whereas GAM doubling down, they give themselves a huge beefy frontliner. Potentially, no, it's going to be switched out there.
It probably will be still.
Yeah, I think Seja is a smart pick at the moment, but Yone in the mid lane, they could be opting into, you know, I was going to say potentially Azara, but yeah, no, it does make for an incredibly squishy team. The Sejuani makes a lot more sense, allows a little bit more priority in those lanes as well, because the kill threat she offers allows these high damage champions to shine.
Yeah, plus the skirmish on top side with the double melee with the Sejuani is always very hard to navigate. You know, this should lead to, okay, we want a bit of Void Grub priority because they should be afforded it for the most part. Akali, though, could be the answer to the Yone. It's going to be a lane that Akali does very well in. Typically, you know, you see these Akali matchups, it's like, oh, we're Akali into Azir, into Orianna, into whatever other range champion, and we're down, you know, a lot of HP in our lane. This time, you can actually duel the Yone. You don't have to be down copious amounts of health. You can viably contest objectives too, especially with the enabling that Vi ultimately has in her kit. So I don't hate the Akali here. It's going to be interesting to see how Fofo plays it. I believe his first showing now on
It is his first Akali. I mean, again, better late than ever, especially coming to the Fearless draft. Yeah, Zaya, that just the security that she has going into the Vi, even into the Akali as well, to an extent. Just being able to just dodge out a lot of that damage as the perfect execution comes out means that Betty is going to be forced to, sorry, not Betty, Artemis is going to be forced into a rather rough spot. The Rakan as well, which would have been a great bailout. So, look, it probably wouldn't have been the worst pick for Elio just to try and keep his AD carry alive, but it's not the best by any stretch of the imagination.
They wouldn't be able to get it because it's going to be Talon with first pick, and Rakan does really, really well with Akali with Vi, and you can slot it with almost any AD carry in the game and feel perfectly fine. So, GAM pretty much forced to ban the Rakan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, ultimately,
it's not a great situation either way around. Yeah. So either you ban it away and don't miss out entirely, or you leave it open, the other team picks it, and then you've got to find an answer to that on the fly. But yeah, Caitlyn, another great answer to that damage, just having that extra range, meaning you're not being as close for that cease and desist to come out. Rel, yeah, look, again, has been problematic in the past in terms of setup. Not necessarily a huge priority for Woody. I mean, he's played it a lot, but not to the point where you say, yeah, that's absolutely the champ that he's going to come in and shine on. He's got a lot in his pool.
Yeah, I mean, Woody's going to be pretty happy regardless whatever he picks here. Some type of melee champion. I mean, even Alistar not looking too bad right here, but Artemis going to be looking now towards, once again, a Jinx. The Jinx Renata will be a strong-ish lane, but the Jinx does suffer in terms of range against the Ashe early on in the game. The Karma matching that lane power, and in fact, at least in my opinion, outdoing it slightly. You are just going to be able to chip away those health bars a little bit better than the side of GAM are going to be able to do. But in those long extended trades, if Artemis gets some uptime, the bailout can come out. It should go their favor, but I'm sure Talon are going to be intelligent enough to not do that. They could also ultimately go the Hail of Blades, Lethality Ashe as well, which would tend towards just more and more poke and, you know, shorter ult cooldown.
The Nico instead is the option. The Pot Blossom, I think, is going to do a lot into this comp as well. I mean, to be fair, both drafts, to me, at least look like they have potential to really hold their own in this game. Unfortunately, if we follow the pacing of last, Talon will just outlast and ultimately take the objectives they need to hit that critical mass and then just walk all over GAM. But the team fight's brilliant. They've got great answers into both the Vi and the Akali with the hostile takeover if it's timed correctly. So Talon are going to have to be pretty on point when it comes to positioning and avoiding choke points, because choke points will be the death sentence of this team and force a third potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is, honestly, choke points kind of suck for GAM too, because you go into a choke point, all of a sudden a 4-man, 5-man Pot Blossom comes out and the team fight's over before you can even start it. Vi as well can go unstoppable, get through the hostile takeover and be completely unaffected by it. Ashe in general should be far enough away from most fights to be able to avoid it. I mean, it's going to be I think Talon have the better draft.
I think ultimately,
if they play poorly into the hostile takeover, it will be very detrimental to them. But they also have champions that deal with it fairly well, all things considered. The Akali generally is not going to be coming in from the same angle as the rest of the team. Up at the top side, the Jace can be far off screen, firing away the poke, and even come from a different angle as well. So I think the tool's mostly there for Talon, and GAM are going to have to play this one almost flawlessly to be able to pick this one.
They're always going to. I think ultimately, look, I stand by. I think GAM do have a good draft. I think it's just not as good as Talon's. I think Talon's got the tools to avoid a lot of the pitfalls. So well. Like they've got the tools to answer the pitfalls that GAM are hoping they fall into. I mean, just being able to have the Hawk Shot alone means that you're going to struggle to catch them off guard.
30 seconds until
Not to mention the fact that Jace also just can clear bushes.
So it is the lethal tempo Ashe. So we'll be going for the more traditional on-hit, most likely Untitled build. Arja going to quickly realize that he is on the weak side of this map, and vision control established for both sides on opposing areas of the map. We'll see if this results in any lane swaps. I don't think it will. Especially Talon, they should be pretty happy with their lane assignments. Emo, welcome to the LCP, bud. Take a volley to the head to start your lane.
Yeah. I mean, with the Doran shield,
he's fine.
He should be perfectly fine.
Means almost zero.
But I mean, the big problem that Talon will need to be wary of is Artemis really is sort of the be-all, end-all factor. If he can find those resets, if he can... Realistically, it's about Kiaya and Emo doing the damage to set up, and then if Artemis can come in with Alio supporting him and just transition from character to character and just roll through a fight, he becomes a very, very scary going into the mid to late game, and they will have to ultimately then turn around and commit so much more into shutting him down.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it's less on Artemis and more on Alio. I think Artemis is fairly inconsequential whether he gets resets or not. Like, obviously, if he does, it's going to be very good for them, but they have so much damage coming through Rumble, through Emo, through Artemis, and if they lose one of those members, they don't really have the front line to viably sustain through the fights. Yes, you've got the Sejuani, but everyone that isn't Sejuani is just going to be getting one shot this game. So it's really on Alio to find, again, a good hostile takeover. Those handshakes as well have to be really on point onto Fofo. But more importantly, the bailout. I think the bailout is the most important ability in the game here for GAM this time round. And if he's able to find it on the correct target, the one that Cast is looking for, that Fofo, is also going down. GAM managing to steal away a lot of those small Krugs, so it's going to be Levi actually with an advantage in the jungle based on that.
Yeah, and he's not going to be contested, not even remotely up in the Raptors. The problem then of course comes down to just the natural fact that Betty and Woody have an advantage in this lane. They've already taken some HP off Artemis, and positioning wise, Woody is going to be a bit of a nuisance on the Nico. Levi in the mid lane is looking for something here on a Fofo.
Fofo level 3 though, he should... Oh, okay, he had to flash. Maybe he doesn't have the shuriken flip up and available, so that's going to be now Fofo without his flash for the oncoming 5 minutes, which is going to be a little bit tough to navigate, but it shouldn't be the be-all end-all. Again, he does have the Shroud and the shuriken flip. It just means he's going to have to play a little bit safer around those going forward. Now Levi once again re-invading here. Doesn't know that Cast is actually onto him. He's going to locate a boar in this bush, and Arctic Assault also was used there by Levi, so it's a long cooldown here at this stage of the game, but Cast not going to press the issue and will be content with just taking his jungle camps and finding himself up a few of those minions. Now Betty and Woody pushing down, forcing the issue in this bottom lane. Got that lethal tempo stacked up in the exterior range. Ooh. Artemis does flash out. That Arcane Comet could very rarely have taken him down, but unfortunately for Talon and for Woody, it's not going to be able to do so.
Or very near disastrous moment in the bot lane if Artemis had been given that lifeline back, and he's down a lot of gold, and Levi has been jumped on here. Just no follow-up, unfortunately, due to lane priority. But I mean, that is a massive, massive minion disparity down in this bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, just a fantastic answer from Woody in the support pick, saving that. Oh, my lord. And Fofo, yes, he lost his flash. He's going to force Emo to lose his as well, as he goes very aggressive. This newly buffed Electrocute certainly causing the Akali to be a lot stronger in lane, particularly against those melee champs when she can viably get that proc off consistently.
Oh, they thought they had Woody dead to rights down in that bot lane, and then it gets turned around pretty severely. And it's a bit rough. All 3 lanes are losing in CS, not by huge margins in the mid lane, and it progressively gets worse as you head top and then ultimately down to the bot lane.
Yeah, that is...
Oh, Woody, I'm here for this.
I mean, ultimately, with Fofo recalling, not much can happen. Teleport coming through. Emo will ping the minion. He realizes 1, 2, 3, 4 melees is not the correct amount of melee minions for this wave.
And otherwise,
myself, I would have possibly died to that.
I've run into a few people who've fallen for it. They get very, very confused and say, hold on, something's not quite right here.
Sometimes you see clips of literally a blue buff walking into a lane and people don't recognize there's probably not a blue buff strolling into mid lane.
The one that got me was the Void Grub. And yes, the guy just didn't bat an eyelid that a Void Grub had just run past him.
The Void Mites are really fast. They're a really good pickup as Nico. Oh, Popo trading aggressively, but gets knocked up on his way in. Oh, misses out on that 5-point strike as well, so won't get the Electrocute proc, and thus Elio will stay pretty topped up in terms of that HP. Fofo as well just teleported to lane and has lost a sizable amount of his HP, so not exactly where he'd want to be, but he does tick over to level 6 now.
They've all positioned here. I mean, they've got 2 massive ultimates in that equalizer.
6 minutes in, it's time for a 5v5. Not like we saw last game, the flash. The handshake, Caster's just going to get absolutely wiped, and that's first blood, and it goes over to Artemis. Who better to get it? RJ, though, they are coming down. That was a lot used by GAM ultimately, and Talon still feeling like they have some stock in this fight, but especially after that reset, once again comes through from Artemis. They're going to instead head their separate ways, and there's 3 Void Grubs once again picked up by GAM.
You know what they say? There is no kill like overkill. They dumped everything onto poor Caster's head there. He was not going anywhere. So yeah, come on, maybe, you know, a bit of a steal. Elio with the flash handshakes, fate sealed, equalizer. There was just nothing that Caster was going to be able to do to get out of that.
Absolutely not. So GAM going to be pretty happy with that. They're now up a little bit of gold, but again, that kill essentially did nothing but equalize the gold between the AD carries, which, you know, is better than being down the gold, but unfortunately, if it was a better lane state for him, this could be a fairly sizable advantage for GAM early on.
Yeah, look, I think if not for that, things get much worse for GAM. Artemis falls further and further behind him, and you look at it, Betty's about to get that Enchanted Crystal Arrow on. Artemis is only just starting level 5. Great steal there out of Caster, though. Just acknowledging the lack of vision, clearing out with the red ward means he steals the red buff away, and Levi is about to learn the hard way that sometimes you don't always get a slice of cake at the party.
Yeah, it's gone. Fofo trading aggressively in the mid lane again. Oh, it must be so nice to play a Kali for the first time ever in a professional game and not be against a control mage.
Against a player who's also playing his first match on stage. But yeah, this is a rough time for Emo. Oh, what a dodge.
Oh, nice by Fofo. It does take some damage from the flail, but much better than copping a stun to the head and going completely 100 to 0.
I mean, if there is potential for a re-attempt, they had the fate sealed, so maybe they could have looked to something. But I think realistically at that point, you're risking throwing away whatever tenuous hold you do have in this game. So better safe than sorry. Elio as well, going to look to rotate up, create some vision. 2 minutes out from the next set of grubs. But Drake has not even been considered.
Yeah. Neither team putting any stock in that objective just yet. So, I mean, still matching lane assignments here in terms of the bot lanes both being top. Artemis has once again gone down back to even in terms of that HP. Handshake does come off the body, but look at the damage. And that's cleanse gone, as well as the vast majority of your health bar. Just the sticking power, the strength of Ashe in the early stage of the game, especially when compared to the Jinx. It's not really a conversation.
Well, I mean, Jinx is referred to as a hyperscaler after all. They are not looking to the sort of mid to early game. They are looking well into the late game. I think if you're GAM, you're wanting this game to go at least 35, if not 40 minutes, at which point, then yeah, Artemis is probably pretty safe and pretty capable of dishing out some real punishment. The only problem being is TALON have a draft that are going to make that a very, very hard possibility for GAM, especially with the Sakali who, while not having an amazing time, you're not running away with the game with like 2 kills at this stage, but you go on even into a lane which you're not really that much under threat. You've got the ultimate online, you've got the Hextech alternator. If you find someone, you are hitting them hard.
For sure. Now, Fofo laning against Artemis, who did just lose cleanse but still has flash. I mean, Ours are doing a great job against this Rumble. Not many top laners that are being picked right now that could actually be up CS against a Rumble, so definitely doing what you'd want him to be as he goes towards what is most likely a Spear of Shojin as his first item.
Yeah, definitely a lot of initial setup damage for GAM before they can cleanly commit to a fight. Right now, though, Levi is going to be the first one to get hands on Dragons this game, but with Grubs spawning up in about 10 seconds, it is at cost. They will likely have to give that over. And with Artemis is just having a rough time. Despite trying to keep pace as best he can, he's been forced off wave after wave. He's just on the underside of 7 there. Hasn't quite hit it yet, whereas Betty has been given so much freedom to work with. And yeah, it's just going to be a straight swap. GAM will take at least that 1 extra point on the side of the monster slaying, having taken 2 objectives now. But I mean, look at it. No one can step up to try and defend this tower right now. Purely because Woody is just playing dress up.
Yeah. Not going to commit anything to it, though. I mean, there was a real angle where they could take Emo out before anyone could respond, but it's not worth the risk. You don't know what's going on. You have no vision over that bottom side jungle, so just going to instead throw that Q and be content with that. But still, the gold lead that was once there for GAM after the back of that first blood is now, unfortunately, swung back in favor of TALON as they just creep further and further ahead in terms of the CS, particularly in the AD carry and top lane.
No. Equalizer out from Kiai. Levi is here, but
the dodges. He's going to get stunned up.
Oh, wow.
Is there going to be enough time for any collapse?
Oh, wow.
Oh, God! The one direction you should not flash against a skill shot is directly into it. And that's going to be Woody picking up 2 kills almost certainly. Kiai trying to turn it around, but ultimately won't be able to. And I mean, Woody's auto attacks aren't doing all that much damage. He's going to leave it. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Some impressive damage regardless, but yeah. It seems to be a trap that a lot of teams have fallen into in the LCP when a Nash is online. Just the global presence that it does offer. And I mean, yes, the Super Mega Death Rocket is somewhat of an answer, but it doesn't offer the same lockdown. It arguably offers a bit more damage, but it does require the setup to be there. And I mean, Aja with a single sidestep, ultimately allowing him to set that up. Flashes out of the equalizer. Levi just well off the mark with the Glacial Prison. Gets smacked back into the tower. Taking that shot means that they can come in and, yeah, never flash in a straight line. And there's an Ashe on board, and Woody comes in. Amazing Pot Blossom. locks down one, sets up Kiaya, who ultimately will just slowly fall down as well. And yeah, Woody's not doing any damage in that situation. Yeah, whatever, it's yours, Cast. You can have it, buddy.
Absolutely. So now gold lead even further in favor of Talon, unfortunately, off the back of that one, as Spirit Shogun is completed up now by Arja. We also have the Hextech Rocket Belt and the Sundered Sky. Things are looking pretty good here for those Talon believers. Levi, though, finds his way onto Betty, and Caster's going to respond in kind. There's a lot of damage, and Levi's trying to make his way forward. Hostile takeovers there. So is the Enchanted Crystal Arrows eventually. I mean, Betty does get hit by it, but he's only auto-attacking a ward. But still, reset number one as Artemis gets another one here on Betty. And that's going to be a massive find off the back of a big overcommitment here onto Levi.
Yeah, look, I thought he was dead to rights, honestly. Unfortunately, for Talon, it's still a Sejuani. He's still very, very hard to chew through, and Woody impersonating his dead lane partner. Still should be able to clear out that wave quite comfortably. And I mean, look, to be fair, it did seem as if Levi was caught dead to rights there. Gets great damage out onto Betty, means that he can only hang around for so long. And they look for the set. If not for that root missing from Woody, they probably would have had it. And then the hostile takeover clips Betty, means that all he's doing is attacking that wood, so he can't contribute. Flash handshake from Elio, and then Artemis off the first reset finds a second. And he was having a rough lane. He was having a very rough lane, but off the back of that, he swings in favor into the lead now in that bot lane matchup, and ultimately they claim the feats of warfare as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to now be Talon slightly behind, but after this tower is picked up by them, they'll be feeling completely fine, and it's going to be the tower going down. The feat of structural integrity, as I would like to call it personally.
I still reckon demolition's pretty good.
Not structural integrity.
Feat of demolition. Yeah.
Nah, that's pretty good. So, I mean, we got to the point now that it's going to be just the Monster Slayers to decide the Noxian Blessing. As, yeah, Emo's going to make some headway here onto this tower. Doing a bit of disco dancing here on the screen.
He's getting a slow-mo highlight package added to the game just so he can make the most out of seeing what these guys are doing. But yeah, definitely picking up those two kills, bails out GAM, who now obviously find themselves in contention to still hold those Noxian Blessings. One more objective coming up for them would give it over, whereas Talon have to find at least two more to be able to take the feat of Monster Slaying. So whether it be the Dragon, which is up in 17 seconds, or that Rift Herald ultimately, I think the next fight could be a pretty interesting one, given that now obviously Artemis has the Kraken Slayer. He's sitting up 800 gold now. Given how things started out, that's a massive recovery.
Absolutely, and it's going to bode well for them as they head later on into this game where, you know, more of these objectives start getting contested. For now, though, Talon have priority around this Dragon. We'll just be able to pick it up for themselves. RJ will flash out of that Fate Sealed. I think, honestly, it might have been difficult, realistically, for them to actually take this chase down, but it's not worth risking as you are getting stuff on the opposite side of the map. Super Mega Dev Rocket to try and steal away that objective will not find its mark, and so ultimately a good find there by the side of Talon. But it is going to be answered in kind. The Rift Herald is being started, and this will be the Noxian Blessing going over to the side of GAM, so definitely doing a lot better here in game number 2 than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I think that was ultimately the trade that GAM should have made. Give over that Dragon. It just forces Talon out of position. Yeah, the Rift Herald has taken a little bit of time to spawn up, but they then off the back of that can look to pressure mid, potentially crack that tower if they get the positioning correct and don't pop it without a minion wave and then run it into the death of 4 members of your team. But we try to move on from the past.
That's right. It's all good. No worries.
There are some worries. I definitely think there should be some worries for GAM.
They're down. But I think ultimately you see Artemis is very strong, and Yone will get his Blade of the Ruin King online very shortly and become a very menacing side lane presence, one that Fofo will start to actually struggle a little bit against. But I mean, either of these two mid lane champs can ultimately win a 1v1 against each other.
That Null Magic Mantle has just been carried around almost the entire game. I think he got it on his like second back, Emo in the mid lane. and it's just been sitting there as a bit of it almost feels like a placebo effect into the Akali. It's like, I've got magic resist, right? That'll be fine.
Oh, it is very good.
It is, but it's definitely better than nothing. But it's not building into anything at the moment. He's got more important items to be building, so
yeah, but
it's sort of getting the tourist treatment.
For sure. I mean, it makes sense though, because otherwise that lane becomes just that much scarier. You saw how close he was to being taken out just in a straight 1v1. So it's certainly gonna give him extra mileage. But for the time being, however, he is just laning against RJ, so it won't have too much effect against.
Oh, is he going to do it again?
Woody is a minion. But no, they're not going to. We'll see if they notice. See if there's any pings on this minion wave. There's not.
No one's looking at them.
Okay. Yeah, if they go up there though, I mean, okay, now the minion and river should probably give it away.
Question mark pings coming out.
I think they might have a sneaking suspicion, although I have seen my minions do something similar to this before.
I mean, there was a time when you used to be able to do something similar with Anivia, where you'd block off the minion wave, it would then run essentially cross map just to try and catch back up again. Pressure in the mid lane is brewing. You could see that GAM want to fight this. They've brought everyone in. Unfortunately, Emo spotted out on a ward there, so they know that he's sitting in the wings with that fate seal. But Fofo's
going to find Kaya. If he goes back, this could be very problematic. He's got the Shroud though, and he's going to have to find a way over the wall, and he does, but the equalizer's there. Fofo, the perfect execution, does get himself out for the time being, but he is going to be taken out, and Kaya was getting jumped on there, but unfortunately for the side of Talon, there was an answer. Now Woody, the next target, is just completely taken out, 100-0. And GAM find a quick 2 kills on the map, and now there's pressure in both the bot and mid lane. Should be able to get at least this tower, if not more.
Look at all of those Void grubs getting involved. And yeah, pretty easy tower off the back of it. And look, yeah, it's been a good game for Fofo, but it's definitely not been that good, unfortunately for him. As a result, gets caught out. Yes, a couple of ultimates were committed for it, and 50 HP left on this Rift Herald. He's going to deny the gold. No, okay, he's just going to park it, and unfortunately, it is a self-driving car. He is back off up the lane to maybe find some more action on that tower. Maybe he's had a good loss. He's still smacking it, but yeah. I mean, Fofo, like I said, he's had a good game, but he's not had a great game. And unfortunately, if it was just Kaya, then I think there was a world Fofo just wins that. But Levi with a phenomenal Glacial Prison, the equalizer as well, just slowing up Fofo and burning him down. Kaya comes in pretty freely, honestly. Easy kill. And then Elio on these, mage supports, absolutely catches Woody dead to rights there.
Yeah, not really much Woody can do there, unfortunately. Just a little bit too far up in the lane. Not really a great position for the Nico. Hextech Rocket Belt online for him though, so that engage range has extended even further, and so gonna have to look out for this Nico in these upcoming team fights. And with Dragon now spawning in 30 seconds, that could just be the location, the objective they look towards. Artemis picks himself up a red buff for a good measure here ahead of the team fight, as he has 2 items with that Runans online, is gonna start dishing out damage to all 3 of those melee range champions.
Fofo wants a rematch. It's time for round 2 without his buddy here to influence the results.
So can't 1v1 or what in all chat.
Yeah, but I mean with Seeker's arm guard there as well, as that needlessly large rod Kaya is going to be doing a lot of damage.
A nice amount of poke coming through from RJ on the Jace as Levi looking for Woody, but
where you going, buddy?
Won't be able to take down that shield for the time being. Dragon resetting now, and 5v5 potentially on the cards. Ooh. Woody, again, is going to be so instrumental. You see both the Vi and the Akali on the flank. Elio has to be extremely careful. He'll locate where this Akali is, but the handshake lands. Emo getting very low here in the mid lane. Betty flashes forward, lands the volley. Fofo, and the Bomb Blossom is magnificent! It had to be Woody to start it off, and it's great, but it's turned around, and the resets are online. Artemis gets another, and Betty, where are you going, son? He dodges the zap. The slow might be enough, and he even dodges out the flail, and Betty, looking like a penguin with how fancy his feet are, gets the cleanse away and should just be able to create enough distance, but not with the Arctic Assault and the stun being there. Betty did his goddamn hardest to get out of that, but won't be able to, as Artemis now extremely fed. Woody tried so hard to find the angle, but it wasn't enough.
It was just poetry in motion from both sides until, unfortunately, Artemis just started doing what Artemis does best on the Jinx, which is, well, using that machine gun and murking some people.
Oh, Kaya's literally 1 HP. Kaya stood on the... Oh, he died! He died to the Anakan. Fofo's here. This is now going to be a 3v4 if they wanted to go for it, but they're not going to. Kaya, the second man of the LCP that is taken out by the Anakan.
And positioning is just so key here from Artemis, and it was a phenomenal Pop Blossom, catches 4, but the flash cleanse from Artemis, he gets onto the back line with the lockdown, and yeah, the hostile lockdown to keep Talon in position. He comes in, resets. Aja is never going to be tanky enough to survive this. And poor Betty, yes, he makes a valiant effort of trying to get out, but as soon as Levi was sitting on his in his back pocket, he starts stacking up. The cleanse is used here just to try and create some gap, but unfortunately, Arctic Assault comes off cooldown. The Flame Chop is there on top of his head. It's very rough, and unfortunately, there is a good reason as to why we are in this situation. Artemis, after all, is the goddess of the hunt, which is not a situation you want to be in when she's that fed.
Yeah. No, it is a pretty rough position for Talon to be in now. The voracious Anakan was picked up, obviously. Talon did, however, respond in kind. They got themselves the dragon, so it wasn't all for nothing. Now, if they're able to withstand the next 2.5 minutes, then the Anakan has essentially not achieved anything. The actual neutral objective did, though. It got another kill on the board, so KD looking slightly better for the Anakan himself.
That's 2 for him this season.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good, given that the 2 people he's killed are also top 4 as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, mid tower being looked at, it should go over. I mean, Talon are going to want to avoid a fight best they can. Although Fofo goes in, he gets a nice shroud off.
Oh, wow.
Great, though. It does lock down Fofo long enough that he is just going to be, unfortunately, taken out pretty cleanly. The equalizer was used, so was pretty much everything. Only the Fate Sealed still up and available here for the side of GAM. So there is a realistic world where Talon in a 4v5 could get some of these withdrawals to come through, but certainly not before this tower's taken out, and you're going to have to wait out now the Excite from that Jinx passive. Now looking for it. Woody's going to find his way in. Woody's absolutely found his way in. That's a 2-man knock-up. Kaya should just be getting taken out. The Fate Seal comes through, and Woody will be taken out as well. Although Emo's found his way onto Betty here. He gets the knock-up, and that is going to be one very dead Ash, or will it? Yes, it will. But it is going to be responded to with at least one more withdrawal. The Arctic Assault means that the Accelerated Shock Blast won't connect, so another 2 kills found on the back end there for the side of GAM. It was 2 withdrawals and answers, so relatively even in terms of the gold, but still slightly edging out our GAM as they were able to take the objective in the mid lane.
Putting the hyper-scaling and hyper-scaling AD carry. Artemis is up 2.2k gold. He is 5-0-5 on a Jinx, and it does not get much better than this in the current state of being a bot laner at the moment. Yeah, Redemption comes down. Pop Blossom only really lands onto Kiara of note, but the Fate's sealed. Hits Woody. There's just so much damage, so much chaos. They get the first withdraw, but they can then comfortably get out with Emo finishing off Betty as he also withdraws out. I mean, it's exactly what the Anakan's for, situations like that.
I think Woody pressed the wrong button, because while he was putting out that Pop Blossom, he Zonya'd, but he did not use the Hextech Rocket Belt. I think with the Hextech Rocket Belt, he could have legitimately found himself on that back line, especially with the flash still available, and that looks a whole lot different. But unfortunately, he uses the Zonyas, and so only lands onto the 2 frontliners, and you saw what happened to Betty at the back end of that, was just cleanly 1v1'd up by Emo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, I 100% agree that there is a real possibility that's what happened. Unfortunately, yeah, look, to be fair, it probably would have been a lot cleaner if the Pop Blossom lands onto more than just, I think it was Levi and Kiaya, honestly. Yeah. It would have hit Emo and Artemis at least as well, potentially even all 5. Okay,
yeah, Casa, that's not what you want, Bell.
I mean, to be fair, that is his ideal target, just not in this situation. Because that's Infinity Edge, Kraken Slayer, and Renan's. This is hyperscaling at its finest.
Very, very strong now. They are going to have to do their absolute damnedest to take this guy out, but in the meanwhile, you're going to have Equalizer on your head. You got this Emo guy, you know, comes in for his first game and having one hell of a game for himself. Now, keep in mind, this is game number 2. Talon, if they win it, they do progress to the lower bracket finals, but if they lose it, go to a game 3 and potentially lose that game 3 as well. The team that, for me, was the front runner coming in to the split could very, very reasonably find themselves eliminated here. Levi, he's seeing if he can catch anyone out, but with, you know, you got that safety net of these constant hawk shots, especially when you have the Navori they're up and available so much more often. Now, a fight looking like it's brewing in this mid lane. Teleport coming out from Kiaya. And Talon, I mean, they've struggled to find the perfect engage. Even when they did from Woody, the hostile takeover was just so good. Woody's gonna find it! He found two, Artemis flashes away, and it's gonna be a nice ult on his head, and through comes Arjun, but the bailout is there! They can't find it! And oh my god! They found their way onto Artemis, but the damage wasn't there! It's a triple and a clean ace for GAM!
That might just be the most peak bot lane play we will see all LCP. And the most insane part of all of this is that GAM might just be an elimination team. When they've got the safety net, they drop the ball. When it comes to being knocked out of the tournament, they shine in the opening round of playoffs. They shine down here in the lower bracket, and they are going to force us to a Game 3.
What a great start for GAM here in game number 2. They're able to continue. I mean, actually it was a bad start. And Talon, they give over some gold to Artemis, and ultimately he gets that 1 kill and completely sprints over this game with it. A phenomenal performance out of that AD carry there. A phenomenal performance out of Elio, because from where I was sitting, there is no way Artemis gets that much room without how on point Elio was this entire game. He never got caught by the engage. He was always able to get that ultimate off, to deny any forward movement from Talon, to keep his AD carry alive, to get those resets, to then walk over Talon the entirety of this game.
And Emo, in his one stage appearance this split, finds his first win off the back of it. He is undefeated in the LCP currently. But I mean, you look at the numbers, it looked like Talon had just waited out, bided their time, gotten that lead back, and we're going to snowball in. Then boom, a bit of a misplay by Fofo. It throws off the momentum of the game for Talon, and then Artemis is just allowed to run rampant through Talon, fight after fight, the space being created by Elio. And I mean, this just seems to be the case for GAM. When they are working hard. When they are falling flat, they fall as flat as anyone else in this competition. And today, they are looking right back to that day one form of the playoffs. They're on point, they're on fire. Elio is one of the arguably best supports when he is playing at his peak in this competition, and that is what we saw. I think we saw coming near peak Elio.
Yeah, this was just a great showing from the entire side. I mean, Emo as well, finding that important kill on Betty on the back end of that Voracious Arakan, meaning they were able to get this that much more, able to just force out those summoners, and it was realistically Artemis and Elio that did get this one across the line. I mean, Levi, early game missed a couple ults that were pretty detrimental for the squad, but came to it eventually as they found that over the wall blind Sejuani ult onto Fofo that did allow for Kaya to then eventually take him down. And as you said, that threw off the entire pacing for Talon, and they really never found a way back in.
And again, another rough loss for Talon in a situation where it really does count. They looked like they were going to be surely able to clear this out in 2, and then all of a sudden the momentum shifts.
This was game number 1, by the way.
Yeah, it was. And look, to be fair, if nothing else, it is insanely contrasting between what we saw in this opening game to what we saw out of GAM in the second. I mean, they gamble hard in that Jinx pick, given how things went in that first draft.
But Talon wish this was game number 2.
Oh, they do. They wish that's exactly how it went. But unfortunately, a heavy gamble, I will admit. If that Jinx doesn't get that bailout with a couple of kills in the mid lane and around the rest of the map, that game is drastically different. Artemis doesn't have the damage output he needs to walk through those fights, but they find it. They get themselves the lifeline. They go to game 3.
Game number 3 now on the horizons. We will go to a quick break. When we come back, though, it's elimination time. One of Talon or GAM will no longer see play here in our qualifiers for First Strike. We'll see you after the break.
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến học nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia da thì kiểu ngầu, chỗ dựa vững chắc.
Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về kia da thôi thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lên và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó, thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid. Còn về emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều kiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là ảnh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là ảnh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu
em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều. Em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau.
Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
Chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, nghĩa là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn.
Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Em tính dài vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em sẽ cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin á. Em sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì đã mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác.
Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是他只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑的 比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军， 塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Game number 2 going over to GAM after some phenomenal performances out of both Elio and Artemis. And now, I mean, a lot up in the air coming into game number 3. Whoever wins this ultimately will be moving forward. The loser, sent packing, no longer will be performing in our qualifiers, and their split number 1 will be over.
And would also throw over the majority as well. Either it's a PCS majority going into tomorrow or a VCS majority, which seems crazy to say after that first game. But look, GAM do pull out the works in game 2, and I think that their draft almost entirely enabled Artemis to have as much freedom as he did. I think that's what the Sejani and the Renata were ultimately there to enable, just having that beefy jungler. The problem now that I see is that I just can't find a clear vision of what GAM have left in the pool that isn't going to be banned away that will then allow them to do this again. Unfortunately, I think the Jinx now really one of the few champions in the pool that would have allowed that sort of scenario to happen, just being able to play off 3 sets with huge damage and having a front line to keep her safe. You don't have the Renata going into game 3. There are very, very few options that will offer the same level of hyperscaling. I think if you want to really gamble, you're probably looking something along the lines of a Vayne and a Kog'Maw, and those are just going to die immediately every team fight, and so it's just not viable. So yeah, look, as much as I do want to believe in the VCS superiority, I just don't think there is anything that comfortable that goes into Talon that allows them to pull out yet another game.
Yeah, and now because they did lose that game, Talon will, for the first time this series, have side selection, of which they do select the blue side. And while, yes, they did find their first loss against Vikings in game number 3 in their last series, ultimately, they've won 9, I believe it is, and lost 1 on the blue side. So, you know, you'd expect to be the heavy favorites coming in. It also changed up the bans where so far in these games, GAM have just kept the same bans. They did swap out the Rumble for the Misfortune, but the Rumble's just banned away now anyway. So can they really get away with things like the Azir ban and the likes of that? I'm not really sure when you are on the red side. We will have to see, though, because ultimately I don't think they're going to want to give Fofo over that Azir. Last time they went up against the Azir, they really had a lot of trouble dealing with it. So we'll have to see. Emo, of course, different mid laner, probably has different champions that he wants to be picking. So it could just allow for Azir to go over.
Yeah, I mean, there really is a lot in the pool that you don't want Fofo having as an option in that mid lane. I feel like he may not be the best priority when it comes to target banning out. Realistically, he's always going to find some effect. It will largely come down to team play, I think, more than anything that really slows his pace. But we can hear it. It's building. It's brewing. It's time to get into it. No, I mean, look, Skarner, Kalista, Nocturne, Aurora have just been banned out almost every single game so far. I don't realistically see Nocturne or Skarner being given over comfortably. Aurora as well, much in the same vein in Kalista. I think we're still going to see those same 4 bans coming out here in game 2.
You'll have to look as we come in. Nocturne, Tristana going to be banned away from Emo, and the Azir alongside the Skarner from GAM. Camille is the final topside ban. I mean, Kiaya having a standout performance on that in his first series of the qualifiers. Now, Arja, I mean, I would expect an Udyr just to be locked in immediately. To be honest, I believe that strikes me as the strongest top lane champ that we've seen here in the LCP. That still remains open, and it's something that Arja has found a lot of success on.
Aurora was available, wasn't banned out there, which it has been up until this point. And in the hands of Fofo, probably one of the most dominant champions so far. It's still like 2-1. He's got a 66% win rate on it, but it's sporting a 7 KD at that point anyway. So it's still putting up phenomenal numbers, and at this stage in the competition, I wouldn't say that comfortably there's much that can do well into it. For Emo, at least, to be fair, we don't know a heck of a lot about him in the current state, other than he's played Yone and he can't play it again.
Yeah, Misfortune though going to be locked down by Artemis alongside Levi on the Wukong as a champion that he is exceedingly good at, and so Cast has to try and find something to answer it. I'm not sure exactly where he'll go towards. I mean, the Pantheon he's gone towards quite a few times, but it hasn't looked a little lackluster from my eyes. And I mean, what else is left? So it looks like he will be picking it up. I can't say I'm particularly happy to see it. In fact, I would have preferred to see his Lee Sin, which he's actually had some pretty good games on, or at least one.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a bit of a double-edged sword here. I think, while yes, it's an all-right jungler in its own right, I think it ultimately swings this way rather than the Lee Sin as a response to the Misfortune. Just to be able to deny a little bit of that bullet time damage. Israel coming up, because lately...
I saw beating in Game 3 Israel just 2 days ago. He was very, very fed, but he was not winning that game.
Yeah, he got bullied a little bit. Emo bringing out the Talia. Again, there's only so much to work with from him. You know, now stepping onto stage for his first and now second game ultimately. There is a potential this guy ends the day with a 100% win rate.
Against Talon.
Yeah, against Talon. The only person to do it so far.
Very real possibility. I mean, the Talia is a good champ into what we're seeing. It does reasonably well into Aurora simply because of the range disparity. Pantheon as well does struggle against the Talia, while Israel has an okay time against it. But yeah, I think it's a good Talia pick here. Works well with his team comp. We've seen quite a lot of success out of Talia. Arya in particular having this most standout performance on the champ thus far.
And arguably Fofo having the worst performance we've seen on it. Out of the mid
I mean,
lane.
that whole game was just a disaster, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, he had a 0.8 KD, which is the lowest he's had all split long. But yeah, Rakan, Leona, Cop and Ban, so a lot to deny supports. I wouldn't be surprised if GAM, okay, they're going to go for the Gnar. I was going to say potentially a Brom being taken out as well, because Pantheon Brom, for the most part, nullifies a lot of what Artemis is going to be able to do on the Misfortune. I mean, if they pick it up, wouldn't be the worst. There's a lot of AoE team fight that then comes out of GAM that Talon would have to navigate, which potentially becomes a bit problematic.
Yeah, now Gnar, going to be banned by Talon, recognizing that they don't get the first champion pick, come into the second phase of draft, so eliminate the Udyr as soon as they see the Gnar ban, because there won't be a real response to it. Jax. Now, Arja is a Gragas player, so I have to imagine there's one champion that is on Talon's mind right now to match up against this Jax, and it should just realistically be the Gragas. So there it will be. It's going to be locked in. Then you're looking towards supports. What do they want as their support champ? You can look for things like the Rakan. The Ral isn't terrible here.
I mean, you could look for the Rakan if he wasn't banned, which is a bit unfortunate.
True.
Because I think it would have done a lot to bail out Talon, given, you know, you've got a Jax there. You can look to try and keep Betty a little bit safe.
Yeah, most likely will be the Ral then. I think it could look for something a little bit more lane pressury, like the Leash, but again, I don't think it...
But it could be... Look, there is a world where it's Pantheon, but hell is...
Yeah.
Brom was going to have a rough time, I think, but again, just with what he offers in terms of denying a lot of that damage that comes out from range, would have made it very, very hard for Artemis to find great effect. Swain being considered into the... Well, actually, no, it's not going to be mid lane, it's a support. So realistically, Elio's Bard.
There we go. So it's going to be the Galio into the Alistair and the Ezreal. So, I mean, it's okay. I mean, ultimately, this just means that Woody won't really want to be going in aggressively in his lane, because if he does, then Elio's going to be able to stand between both the Alistair and the Ezreal and deny any damage coming forward, and Artemis will just free hit. So it makes the lane phase a little bit more annoying for Woody, but ultimately, come to the late game, well, it's not going to be that impactful for the side of Talon. It does a good job of disrupting things, sure, but so does the Talon lineup.
It also matches some of the Pantheon pressure from the Grand Skyfall. If someone's being jumped on, Hero's entrance on to try and help at least alleviate that threat.
Yes, kind of, but a lot of the damage coming through will be Ezreal, which is AD, so the shield doesn't do a whole lot, and you can just ultimately find yourself getting taken out. I mean, the Galio's an interesting pick, and we're running out of picks here. There was the Ral open, which I actually probably would have preferred to see the more handshake lane matchup, but a greater amount of setup for this Misfortune. But the Galio can achieve that if he finds himself in the right position, just a little bit more difficult on the Galio to do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't have hated Elio's Bard. It was phenomenal when he did pick it early in the split. I think it's just a little bit more punishable in the lane at this stage. I mean, look, Tempered Fate offers a little more bailout potential going to the later game. It enables some of those tower dives if you're looking for them. We've got 6 hit if the lane phase is not over, and we're not seeing crazy amounts of in lane swaps. But yeah, look, Galio, arguably for the most part, pretty safe. Isn't going to suffer too much and should be a great team fighting asset, especially with a Wukong and a Jax in this roster. Being able to follow up with huge amounts of CC means that Talon's team fight becomes incredibly disrupted.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, this time there's going to be Kiaya and Elio. The job is largely on them to try and find what will be ultimately a few different champions looking for flanks and Casa who will come from just the sky to come into these team fights. So if they're able to, keep Artemis alive and get him a good position to find a really nice bullet time, they probably will be better in the team fights ultimately. But it does rely on a bit of setup, a bit of vision control, which ultimately GAM were very good at in game number 2. So if they're able to replicate that, that should be good. But same with Talon in game number 1. If they're able to replicate how they played that game, it's going to look good for them. Obviously, being that they both won each of those games, but more importantly, this is it. This is it for either of these teams. Their season or their split is going to be over. If they lose this one, I expect we're going to have a much quieter game, even though, the series so far, for the most part, has been pretty quiet in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, look, the problem is, I did say it coming into this, I didn't see a vision for GAM where they actually have come in with a real chance. I think they're still playing under the pump here. It's not a bad draft per se, but it definitely doesn't sing to me the strength that they had in game 2 with something that can absolutely blow up like that Jinx. Whereas, I mean, for the most part, the split, Misfortune has been just intensely situational. We've seen a lot of bot laners really struggle to find impact with the Misfortune.
Yeah, same can be said about the Israel, though, I think. Betty is a very good Israel player. We saw that on full display in game 3 against the Vikings. Ultimately, they did end up losing that, but not off the back of his play by any stretch of the imagination. As top lane going to be a little bit annoying for Kiaya to navigate. Most likely will be going for the damage Jax, but there is a world in which he goes somewhat tankier here, being that it is such a difficult lane to navigate.
Woody, he's just an absolute threat here on the All-Star right now. The mid lane, Emo, again, just being put through his paces in his entrance officially into the LCP on the stage. He's got a win under the belt. That's going to be absolutely huge for the confidence. And the worst case scenario, he ends with an even record going 1-1. So, could be a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 2 now, available for Elio, so has access to the taunt, meaning Woody realistically cannot be trading aggressively anymore. Emo taking massive amounts of damage from Fofo in the mid lane. Now, this is going to be Elio aggressing, but trade not really favoring either side, and Alistair with the healing actually means it will swing slightly into their favor.
Yeah, he really is just a bit of a jack of all trades, old Alistair. He offers a lot of sustain, a lot more than some people necessarily think with that passive, and obviously
Level 3 comes in first for Talon. Artemis flashes out on one of those mystic shots, but he is in a really peculiar position. First blood to Betty. Elio does flash away, but he is, narrowly going to escape. Actually, he doesn't even flash. He just walked away. He does get out, but not before, unfortunately, that level 3 ticked in, and Woody just pulls the trigger. Fantastic play out of this Talon bot lane, and while we expected a quieter early game, it's some aggression and over-aggression really out of Elio that allows Artemis to be taken out, and it's going to be Talon with an early lead. Fairly substantial too, both in the CS and the gold now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty rough return to lane, and yeah, this is just the powerhouse that is Alistair. If you land the right headbutt pulverized combo, which that was just absolutely perfect. Elio, unfortunately, just too deep. The gap was created. Woody gets onto him, gets the follow-up stun off as well from the Stampede. There was nothing that Artemis could do at that stage. He was just dead to rights. The powerhouse of look, I could not stop singing in Alistair's praise. He's one of my favorite champs, if not my most favorite champ in the game.
He's a fun champ to watch. Sometimes
he's running the wrong skin though, but we can forgive that.
I think Longhorn Alistair is an underrated skin. Moo Cow is.
If you are not smashing the cow horn in lane, you are not doing Alistair correctly.
Rushing out of Fofo again, but this time will unfortunately miss that E, so will not find the damage he perhaps wanted to. Oh my lord. Ladies and gentlemen, Gragas into Jax. Gears out of mana now, so Kaya ultimately will feel a lot better for at least the time. You know, while obviously for Artemis, your first thought is, I want to survive, so you pop your pots to try and live in that level 3. If he didn't potion, Ignite would have killed him. You're never thinking about that, and you should never think about that. But it's just something I noticed.
That's some like deeper level of
that's
brain activity.
AI like AI would learn. You know, that's not like a human response.
That would be like an AI fact. Did you know that in this situation, it may not be the best idea to pop a potion because it might give you kill over to the support and leave your lane opponent down on gold.
Yeah. But
at which point people say, I mean, I've died 3 times at this point. What does it matter? I mean, so far the match state. It could be a lot worse for GAM. That cannot be understated. Emo's having an all-right lane in the grand scheme of things, but sick damage.
Shove lands, but Talon is waiting there, so all it is a bit of damage. Fofo ultimately not going to feel the pain too much from it. Void Grubs, however, being started up by Casa. Both 80 carries will be joining, but it's Artemis there first. Level 6 for Fofo, while only level 5, or level 6 now for Emo, but the combat ultimate does mean that Aurora's relative power should be slightly more advanced. RJ here, the flash forward and the 3-man stun, but the explosive cast here to try and disrupt this team fight. Fofo, he's ducking and diving, he's got the between worlds, he's not going to be able to get forward, but RJ is. RJ's onto 4 members. The true shot barrage is great. Out of Betty, there's many low health members. Woody trying to run, but he's going to be taken down by Kiaya. Should be able to find the kill on the back end here, should Talon, but no, they don't have the mana, they don't have the resources to do so, and 2 kills cleanly going over to GAM, and in this elimination match, they find themselves ahead.
I mean, not only that, they will be able to get 2 grubs for themselves, surely. I mean, Betty could come in and play spoiler here. Elio doesn't have the HP. They might even still get the full lot of grubs, because Levi can't really stick around. He does have the Cyclone, but no support. He will steal the one, backs himself off. The smart play, ultimately. And yeah, Betty has better things to be doing than I think finishing off the grubs, and he's going to leave that to someone more qualified.
Yeah, Casa going to come to mop that one up, but ultimately with the tempo being committed here to this Void Grub, there's a real opportunity for Levi to get down into that bottom side and look to make advancements on the Dragon stacking. So 2 grubs to 1, but the team fight certainly going in favor of GAM off the back of a pretty great Weaver's Wall, all things considered. Casa as well just once again finds himself in an extremely peculiar position, and Kiaya once again, just an immaculate stun.
So you remember you're telling me, you know, Talon, their previous experience going to a game 5 and then ultimately jumping and wasting everything on a Wukong clone?
It was game 4, but yes.
Yeah. And then we've just seen Casa debated out by a Wukong clone. History, unfortunately, sometimes repeats itself, and a team fight that could have been invaluable for Talon to inject some cash back into the team. Ultimately, yeah, 2 free kills. They deny the feat of monster slaying over. And the fact that it goes to Kiaya as well does mean that this Jax can accelerate a little bit going into the mid game.
Yeah, definitely in a better position than typically you see the Jax when laning against the Gragas. It's a pretty tough lane to navigate, but with the Merc Treads now online nice and early, he's going to be able to start working towards the Trinity Force a little bit earlier than he probably should be able to.
Yeah. Cass is going to be kicking himself, jumps onto the one thing. To be fair, Levi was doing a great job of trying to fake out the clone leading up to that jump where he initially did, and then, yeah, it just could not have gone worse for Cass in that situation. But we're starting to see those big ultimates come online as we hit that 9-minute mark, give or take. There's a Drake up, but no real priority in terms of making it happen. They've rotated Casa down, so they might look to pivot into it here, but you can see the response is already there. That Cyclone is up, ready and available. Kiaya doesn't have the teleport to get involved, so it is going to be a 4 versus 4. Yeah, Talon just definitely don't feel like they have the priority to cleanly take this, and if they risk a fight and lose out again, they could be in a big lot of trouble.
Yeah, the ward's here, so GAM very well aware of what Talon are up to, and in fact, they're going to go aggressively onto Casa here, with the Weaver's Wall able to get to the play first, and Casa actually not being hit by that bullet time, so he is going to be able to stay up a lot longer than he perhaps should be. True Shot Barrage connects onto Alio, who's quite low, and the Between Worlds is great, so Talon should be able to find themselves at least 1 kill. The slow comes through there for Fofo. Does he find anything more, though? That third proc could just be what does it. Oh, the seismic shove! Woody flashes forward and gets noped out of there. A massive play for Emo to keep his support back up and alive. As it looked a little bit detrimental there for GAM's hopes, but I mean, just a fantastic seismic shove keeps just that much more pressure on the map for them.
And again, a money injection where it's needed. GAM also on top of that to claim the feat of warfare off the back of it, denying it away from TALON, who find themselves just one kill behind. To be fair, it was a brilliant start to the play for GAM. They identify the fact that Casa is well isolated. Weaver's wall cuts Fofo off almost entirely. They jump in. Damage is a little bit slow coming out. The bullet time a little bit off the mark. If they'd accelerated a little bit, they might have been able to make something of it. But you look at the damage coming out of Fofo onto Levi. He was in a rough spot. He plays his life. They likely would have lost Elio as well if not for that perfect seismic shove, just clipping that left foot.
Was a mighty close call. Woody picking up the kill gold there is not where you'd want it for the side of TALON, unfortunately. And I mean, again, Casa having another fairly poor performance on this Pantheon, all things considered. It is a very strong jungle champ, do not get me wrong, but it's just Casa and how he's played the Pantheon thus split has not inspired a whole lot of faith in his ability to play the champion.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've been talking about. You know, Casa not quite finding the impact for the team that he has in the past. And it maybe speaks to a bit of a trajectory shift in the way that TALON are approaching the game, whatever the case may be. There's definitely room for him to ramp up, I think, a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more impactful in terms of making decisive moves around the map. Right now, though, Woody up here with Betty. They're looking for a dive onto Artemis.
And Artemis is completely alone for the time being. Going to be able to, Woody does get his way onto Artemis, but ultimately there's not going to be anything come off the back of it outside the flash until Casa decisively pulls the trigger. Yes, Levi's there. He's gone aggressive. They might even turn this around. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 2-for-1. And look at who's arrived. It's Fofo. It's Woody. It's a 3v2 now. Can TALON navigate it? It's a great flash from Elio as Woody does have a lot of tankiness, but it's certainly not going to provide enough time for Fofo to turn this one around. And so all things said and done, it's 3 kills for just the 1. And GAM are running away quickly here in game number 3, and TALON's qualifications could be gone.
GAM are truly just the elimination team. When it is all on the line, that is when they show up. And I mean, this was prime opportunity because Elio wasn't 6. He wasn't going to be able to use that hero's entrance here. I think he cracked 6 off ultimately the kill onto Woody, I believe. And all the while, Grub's going down. Well, I say it's after the fact in the picture, but Artemis dances around it perfectly, gets great damage out onto Betty. Will ultimately fall, but it's a kill to Levi, who then finds the follow-up on, yeah, see, no hero's entrance. If not for that fact, that goes even worse, and they don't even lose Artemis.
Yeah, fortunately, Elio, he does get that flash away, so the Between Worlds damage is not there onto Elio. He gets out, he gets level 6 now as well. TALON, though, ever the proactive team at times, are going to be starting up this dragon. They do have priority over, and it should be picked up by them, so their first objective of the game should go to their side. And, I mean, down but not out. I mean, they were in a much worse position in Game 3 against Vikings, and they still brought that one back. They did eventually go down, yes, but it was off the back of a mistake, not because they were behind.
They've also been in worse spots this split anyway. And you just think of that secret game where they were down 12k gold. They still bring that back. And if that's possible, anything's possible realistically.
Oh my
Levi.
lord, Fofo doing a lot of damage. Woody coming as well. Nice seismic shove connects onto Fofo. He doesn't have the confidence to keep going forward. He doesn't have Between Worlds anyway, so not really likely to result in much if he were to continue aggressively on that play, and instead takes a lot of damage.
Kaya down the spot side, back to bully Ajay again. I mean, Ajay, he's had an all right last couple of moments, mostly because Kia's been off doing other things. Down in the spot side though, the stun still connects. Ajit levels up, we'll get some HP back, but Kia is now becoming a real damage threat on the map. He's not far off finishing that Trinity Force, and that's when things get even worse, I think, for Ajit. He's had an alright time against the Jax so far, but once that spike hits, he just hits that much harder. He's a little bit tankier, attacks faster, sort of everything you don't want on the Jax, realistically, as an opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Kia on the Jax is far accelerated past where traditionally you would see the Jax in this matchup, so navigating it perfectly fine. Also, you know, the kill certainly helping that he found after on the back of a flash 3-man Counter-Strike. GAM just playing better than TALON for the time being. Look at the gold difference in the junglers, just 1.5k. Levi so accelerated in that isolated matchup. I mean, he's 4-1.
Yeah, yeah. And look, I'm glad to have been proven wrong. I wasn't sure if there was an avenue where GAM pull it out of the bag, but they just seem to be this elimination team. They are a completely different beast when their backs are up against the wall. It's a bit of a shame that they have to be forced into that situation for them to find that that spirit, that depth of character, that depth of fortitude. And unfortunately, I don't know if it's necessarily a sustainable model going forward, you know, having to wait until you are literally one match from elimination to pull this sort of thing out of the bag. But these are the storylines that truly make regions.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does beg the question now, do they just continue on with Emo going forward? While Ares certainly no slouch, and he's had many a game where almost solo carrying GAM across the line, you bring out Emo into 2 elimination matches and he performs this well in both of them. Obviously, there's still this one to close out, but it gives you a lot of confidence in the player, to say the least. Betty now going to have to be very careful. He's pushed very far up in that mid-wave, but does have the Arcane Shift available, so will be able to get himself out of harm's way. There's no objective on the map, but Rift Herald will be spawning in 15 more seconds, and a good chance that there'll be a contest over it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like a massive difference between Ares and Emo, but it's definitely feeling like Emo's doing a lot more with a lot less on the map. It does, I suppose, allow a little bit more freedom to the likes of Artemis and Kiara and enabling them, but I mean, truth is going to be telling. If they do win this, going into the lower bracket finals is going to be incredibly telling as to whether or not Emo can keep this up.
Absolutely. Now mid lane prio established here for the side of GAM. They are now working towards this dragon. They're going to go aggressively onto Cast, but he has the flash away. Now Cyclone going to be missing from Levi as Pope does come through onto that Wukong, and Fofo fighting his way through. The between worlds is going to be good, but Emo has to flash away. And here comes the Grand Skyfall. They're going to be able to find their way onto Artemis. No, they won't. Just too fast with that strut up, and Fofo now, he might just quickly become the target, but the flash is there. Cast is going to get completely eliminated as the hero's entrance does come through. Clone out from Levi is going to be able to soak up a reasonable amount of damage, but Fofo still looking aggressively, and that's another flash used. So many summoners going to be coming out of both of these teams. Archer as well, trying to come up and salvage what remained of his Talon lineup, but ultimately nothing to find. Is going to just head back to this mid-wave that was already crashed by Kiaya.
This is just crazy. They don't. Kasa is just being bullied off the Rift right now. He's 0-4-1. Realistically, he shouldn't be getting caught this way, but a great jump in from Levi over the wall. They force him off completely with that flash. They then split the fight ultimately with all that threat damage coming out of Emo. Fofo thinks he spots an opportunity. All he does is split Levi there. He gets like a touch of damage. Cast is too deep, and the Weaver's Wall, brilliant here out of Emo to just split that fight. Fofo cannot stay on that side of the wall. Cast forced into the only situation which was available to him, unfortunately, which was death. And then off the back of that, they just force Talon away completely. Betty realistically not doing any meaningful damage because he just has to stay alive.
Yeah, and picture-in-picture while that happened, the Noxian Blessing was secured there by the side of GAM as they take down that top tower. They're going to get this Rift Shield for themselves as well, so things looking really, really good here for GAM in game number 3. Now all they have to do really is close it out. Talon, I guess, bide time for your Ezreal to get items. You've seen how clutch Betty can be on the Ezreal at times. It's going to take a massive amount of damage here. Levi's going to get onto him. Not going to commit the Cyclone though, as Betty's still going to be able to be annoying on the back line. It's a great explosive cast, but Levi has the clone still available. Between Worlds connects onto 5, but the bullet time is almost just as good. Levi is shut down, but it's going to be Kiaya who answers back in kind to a 4v4. Now on the Rift, the Dragon is up and available, but neither team feeling particularly comfortable to be able to go and do it. Levi off the map means no smite, no real risk. I mean, not worth risking the Dragon, and low health bars for the side of Talon means they're just going to back off. It's now 2 items on your AD carry who picked up a very substantial shutdown.
Huge opening there for Betty. He was having an alright time for the most part, but when your front line just cannot hold firm in the face of GAM, it's not ideal. Levi just doesn't have the tank in his Archer with a great setup off the explosive cast. Levi though, I mean, just survives for so long at this point. Does unfortunately walks right back into the True Shot Barrage, but sets up Kiaya for yet another kill, which makes that lane even worse for Arjet, who was already having a pretty rough time for the most part.
For sure, but now a reliable damage source, a very strong reliable damage source for Talon. It's almost an exact replica of what happened in Game 3 against Vikings, and now Betty really has to prove his worth as he wasn't able to last time. Woody going to be forced to flash away from that Weaver's Wall. It's a key ultimate in splitting up these team fights now down for GAM, but they do have the Cyclone. They still have a lot of pressure coming out of Kiaya. You're watching Alio on the bottom side there, trying to just zone out these members of Talon. Won't connect on anyone with that taunt for the time being. as TLN are going to try and make their way into this river, but GAM with complete control. You see Emo being completely annoying up on that top side.
There's no flash engage either. That was the last flash engage available to them. Woody doesn't have it anymore.
Yeah, it's going to have to come through good old-fashioned Regulus abilities. Betty trying to poke away at these health bars. TLN, I mean, they've found a way to actually find pressure in this river. 3k HP now, and it's going to come down to a smite fight almost certainly. Fofo finds his way over, and Castle wins the smite fight, but he's going to be taken out. This bullet time is massive, but so is the Between Worlds. Jaya gets his first. It's Castle going down, but it's responded in kind as Betty's going psychotic. It's a double, it's a triple, and low health bars. Betty, you have to do it this time for your team and for your region. TLN once again fight back.
GAM corral themselves into the pit of death, and Casa with, well, look, I'll be honest, not quite a redemptive moment, but at least he's making strides back into it. Yeah, GAM just walk themselves into the play. Levi thought that was the go-to. It looked like it was going to be everything that they needed, but just Betty is untouched in the back lines. Elio can't get the taunt. He's just freely pumping out damage there. Gets one, gets two, and in fact, the two that he does get, arguably two of the biggest kills on the map at the moment in shutting down Artemis and Emo. That is not at all a team fight that GAM or VCS fans want at this stage in the game, because that completely undermines the hold that GAM had on the game. The goal difference now back to all of 800, and TLN well within reach of stealing this one back.
800, the gold lead, a lot of it on the Wukong, who doesn't do it nearly as much as the Ezreal will. Betty working towards the Spear Shojin. I cannot say this enough. We are in a near-on identical position as TLN found themselves in against Vikings. They tripped over at the last hurdle, lost that, and that's how they find themselves in this situation. Betty has to mop this up to get TLN through. He's the only champion that can do it from this stage. The side of GAM, they still have a lot of power. You've seen the damage this bullet time can do. Kaya, 4-0, 4-2 on your Wukong. There are multiple tools still available for GAM, whereas TLN have just Betty.
Yeah, and that has to be the priority. They need to stick something on Betty to shut him down, because he was just free. He was free in that fight, pumping out mystic shot after mystic shot. He was completely untouched. Even the hero's entrance didn't even clip him. He was just sitting there in the back, happy as Larry. And he gets rewarded for his efforts in maintaining that spatial awareness.
Okay. I was a little scared that RJ was able to pull the trigger there, but he's going to back off. 2.6k. ahead is Betty over his lane opponent. He must be dangerously close now to picking up that Spear Shojin, amplifying his damage just that much. It's a bit deceptive how much damage he's doing to Elio because of that shield being there, but it is going to be reasonable. Kaya as well takes a massive chunk of damage. That's that Weaver's Wall gone. Woody now the target of all of this damage, but he has the unstoppable, he has the damage reduction. Can they find their way in? Archer's now here. The flash forward. Caster finds his way in. The bullet time's not going to find any damage whatsoever, but the team fight has managed to be disrupted. There still is no kills going over to either side. Keep an eye on Fofo though. He has the Between Worlds and a very low Gullio. Will not be able to find much with his hero's entrance, but still I think GAM have done enough to dissuade TLN from going forward. They managed to get, free of that flash engage from Woody ultimately, and they are able to stay okay. Caster as well lost his flash there, going aggressively onto Elio, who did have to respond in kind as Adakan up. Dragon and Baron both 1 minute 20 away.
It's an interesting spot GAM have forced themselves into, because I think ultimately it has come off the back of a couple of rough situations. They walked themselves into the Dragon Pit, backed themselves into a corner. I mean, realistically, they probably had a little bit more freedom to just back off and potentially play that a little bit cleaner. But yeah, I mean, Fimbulwinter picked up now for Arj. He's going to be a little bit harder to get through, which, look, in the 1v1 matchup still goes pretty fine for Arj, but we're no longer at that point in the game. Arj is now going to be active in these team fights, soaking a lot of damage that is necessary to try and shut these TLN damage dealers down. So GAM, look, they are walking a razor's edge right now.
I mean, ultimately both teams are. Betty, I mean, again, you're on the Ezreal, you have the tools to remain safe, to still output damage, and he really has to prove it here. GAM looking so solid in the last 2 games, and honestly, they're still in a position that they should be favored to take it. If Betty ever gets caught, it is over. There is no damage that TALON can possibly do without this Israel up. Fofo does find a reasonable amount of damage there clipping onto Alio, but you're seeing, I mean, that was essentially the full combo. It's Dragon now, the target for TALON. They have 2. This would be the sole point. It's a lot harder to play the Misfortune from a position where you're walking into the enemy than it is from when you're already set up, and you kind of see that with how GAM are posturing. They're waiting, they're trying to find angle for Kiaya. They will, but it's spotted out by TALON, and Kiaya is going to try and find his way to Betty, but won't be able to. Still, the Dragon picked up by GAM, and Betty in the back line. Levi trying to lock him down, doing a reasonable amount of damage. Betty has to find the damage. Artemis walking forward. There's 1. He arcane shifts away. There's 2. He's still trying the flash, and down will go this Israel. Maybe just he's able to escape. Woody coming to his aid. He manages to get away, but it's still going to be GAM who take the Dragon in the fight that precedes it.
So, back-to-back fights where Dragon Steels have gone opposite ways. Yeah, look, the front to back is a little bit rough there, especially when Betty is way in the back, just being able to blow up Fofo, blow up Aja, blow up Casa. And look, the fact that Betty does survive in that situation and looked good. Kiaya jumps in, gets absolutely mollywomped, but he gets the stun off. He's able to jump in, help and finish off Fofo, and I think that was the big target that they needed to shut down. Because Betty, I mean, ultimately, once Fofo's not blowing people up, you can then close that gap. Unfortunately for Levi, he does fall in that engagement. Betty running desperately.
3 flashes.
Yeah. That was a very near miss, and Betty can count his lucky stars right now.
Yeah, I mean, while, again, it was a great fight from GAM, they were able to take the win there. Betty did pick up a shutdown. He was able to take Kiaya. Now it's going to be Alio jumped on again. He doesn't have flash available to himself, and he is just completely annihilated. That's your Galio. That's your great team fight follow-up. Yes, he doesn't have the hero's entrance, so he wasn't going to be that impactful in any case, but now the Yada Khan is on the menu as TALON will be able to take it with no contest possible. I guess it's just going to be an answer in the bot lane here for Kiaya, but still a massive spike of power, a massive opportunity for TALON now to get this game back in their favor.
Well, they get 1. Do they get the second? But it's going to be the trigger that TALON feel they need to pull to go for this Baron. And Kiaya has teleported into the bot lane, I'm pretty sure.
He still has it. He still has his teleport up and available to himself, so he can come and join the rest of his team. Hero's entrance isn't going to be up, though, on the spawn for Alio. It'll be very close to being. TALON, I mean, they're still aggroing this. Woody's staying in the pit.
A lot of damage.
It's coming very low. The Weaver's Wall is going to force everyone to just be stuck in the midst of this Baron. And will come Levi, but it's going to be Casa. He's good on the smite. Yes, you're going to get some withdrawals, but Levi might just be taken out anyway. Betty is going to be able to claim 1. Arta, yes, you get withdrawn as well. Emo looking for an angle onto this Israel, will not find it. But the trade of this bot lane is going to be significant. That's 3 towers picked up for Kiaya for the Baron. That is ultimately gonna have to net TALON a lot here in the preceding moments.
Yeah, I mean, they've stored out a little bit of time, courtesy of the withdraws, but the Arta card means that no one loses it. So a huge blessing in that. But on top of everything, your Israel, Betty, is now 10-1-1. He has 1 item slot remaining that is currently being filled by a Doran's Blade, but not for long.
Oh, this is on such a night's edge. It's 4 or 5 members of GAM against what is essentially Betty and his bodyguards. That is what everyone has become. Fofo at 2 items, 2.5, you know, to be generous, is not going to do anywhere near as much as this Israel. He is just a complete pinata. I mean, Levi makes his way into the pit here ultimately, but it was Casa once again. It's been smite battles the duration of this game. Casa now winning that 2-1. Oh, it was close to Emo even collecting him. But...
Yeah, they 50-50'd. Unfortunately, Levi hit at 1400 and then allowed Casa to crack it at 2. I mean, look, some money, if nothing else. They're going to look to try and turn.
Oh, aggression down the bot lane. Emo very low now. Betty, he does have True Shot Barrage to him. Emo has to dodge it, and he will, but Betty still gets the kill. He still has to withdraw, and TALON, they take a second. Emo is out of this fight. It's now going to have to be a 3v5 base hold, and RJ is trying to hunt down Kiaya on the top, but we found our way in. Woody finds his way onto Artemis. It's a shutdown. Only 2 remain for GAM in a game that looked unlosable. full on HP. Hero's entrance though, trying to buy time. GAM scrambling a defense together. They're going to be able to keep their 2 members alive. There's 2 cannon minions and no other minions to speak of for the time being as Kiaya comes back out of base. There are a lot of low health bars. He has the counter strike, but he's stopped and he's taken down. And Betty, you got your second chance to do it, son. And for the PCS, for Taiwan, and for TALON, you've managed to make it happen. 13-1, and Betty reigns supreme.
Oh, just get it done, yeah, TALON. Look, they were in a precarious position, but a couple of missteps that, look, it is where TALON shine. And exploiting the most egregious mistakes that their opponents make, and do they exploit them? Elio caught dead to rights by the Baron, but allows a pivot into an Artican, which ultimately allows a pivot into a Baron, which ultimately is what sets up that push, despite Kiaya having a massive push, cracking the base. From there is just nothing to do, and yeah, GAM, they seemed like the elimination team out of nowhere, putting up some of the best games we've seen out of them all split. They fall short at the very last hurdle.
That's an unfortunate reality. You had all the chips in your corner, everything coming up GAM. It was GAM time for the first 20 minutes of that game. But I cannot believe just how similar that entire series of events was as the game that TALON had up against Vikings, but this time Betty will not falter. He will not get caught out, and he will ultimately just get them across the line here. And look, going forward, TALON have a lot to work on. If they find themselves in that kind of position, we've already seen that Vikings get it across the line. CFO will not falter, but GAM, unfortunately, in game number 3, it was too many mistakes. The shutdowns over to Betty, and it was just a complete wipe, unfortunately. Just deaths in the wrong time. Elio dying up by that Artican leads to Artican, leads to Baron, leads to the complete demise of GAM, and unfortunately for them, this is going to be the split over, but for TALON, boy oh boy, do you have your work cut out for you. You've managed to nearly, very barely make it through this game, and you've still got another 2 series ahead of you at most.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel for GAM. They really hit this stride, and especially Emo, who was realistically put in because they figured that was the tournament. They didn't think that they had a hope or a prayer that they were going to come out in game 2, and I think it was more than anything just look, we'll let him have a go so that he can say that he played this split. Comes in, helps the team achieve victory over TALON, which yeah, look, it's rough because GAM looking like that are a team that can contest the best. Unfortunately, it just happened too little too late for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they put in Emo because they thought it was over. I think they look better with Emo, ultimately. He is less resource heavy, and you saw how much more they can get done. Kiaya ultimately was up 3.5k gold before the end of that game, up against Arjit. Levi as well was up like 2.5. The only 2 people who weren't ahead were Emo and Artemis. And Artemis was still, I mean, both of them were still doing well in gold. It was just, unfortunately, especially for Artemis, every single shutdown that TALON were able to get all went on to Israel, and the only champion really in this game that GAM struggled to get on reliably is the Israel.
Yeah.
And,
it feels very eerily similar to GAM's draft from game 2, which was primarily just around ultimately setting up, and we are going to see some of that now. They drafted in a way that allowed them to play bodyguard. You had Woody, you had Aja, you had Casa. As soon as a target even looks at Fofo or Betty, they just immediately jump on him. And look, it was very rough, and I think against other ADCs in this competition, the result likely wouldn't have been the same. But in the case of Betty, who has just been arguably top of the table when it comes to AD carries in this competition, he's going to find the opportunity 9 times out of 10. He's going to exploit that opportunity, and he's going to end up as bummed as he was.
Yeah, and I mean, player of the match, of course, for Betty. I think he could have literally sprinted it down in games 1 and 2. And based entirely off of this game, you would have to give him the MVP because without him,
13-1.
This is over. Even that one team fight down by the Dragon where he lives on 1 HP, if he gets killed there, he's off the map for a substantial amount of time, and they probably eventually lose it. I mean, he just played so damn near what perfection looks like that you have to reward him that for just that single game. Of course, he played well in the Varus and Ash game as well, but I don't know. Betty is truly coming to form. I think we saw that in both, this series where it was a very close one and their series against Vikings, which they did lose, but was a very close one. And now it's about the rest of the map coming to the form that they can be at. We've seen Fofo at his top peak. We've seen Arja when he's peaking. They all need to come together, find that form, and you truly do have the team that is most likely to take the tournament. But if you're looking like this against Vikings or GAM, I've got to worry for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting sort of dichotomy that we're seeing out of TALON. They come into the split, they look intensely strong. Fofo is just a dominant powerhouse in the mid lane. Arja, Casa, all looking very, very solid. And then as we've sort of hit the tail end of the competition, Betty and Woody, to me, have been the ones that have really stepped up for this roster and led them to a position that they find themselves in. It was a really rough spot for Casa this game. A lot of 50-50 Baron, smite contest that ultimately could have set up GAM for a victory here. I mean, we saw the Dragons rather being traded out. He goes in. It was a 50-50 smite contest on that Baron as well. So there was a very real possibility that Levi was ultimately the one to walk away with it. But yeah, look, it was a very, very fine line that Talon walked. Realistically, I think
Betty's only death here.
Yeah, I think up until that Artican contest with Elio going down, GAM were the ones that were more than likely to win it from my point of view anyway, but Elio goes down, means they can't contest the Artican, means they can barely contest the Baron, and from there it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, it definitely does, and unfortunately for GAM, they were on the receiving end of Betty playing at about peak 80 carry performance. Artemis this series played incredibly well. I mean, game 2, similar to game 3 for Betty, was Artemis just almost entirely carrying. Yes, of course, Elio played very well, but it's the same here, right? Woody played pretty well. Arja also played pretty well, ultimately setting up for this shutdown, which was the turning point. Here as well, almost able to lock down Kaya for long enough to take him out, but the CC chain wasn't quite there. And if they manage to kill Betty at the bottom end of this team fight, I think the game is just over. Because they don't get a whole lot off it, but they remove Betty from the map, which I think is important, because he's going to stop getting gold. You get free tempo anywhere, because ultimately the only champ that can contest priority is this Ezreal. And GAM are just going to have a much easier time with it. But here we see what was the third 50-50 smite of the game. Casa, he wins the series 2-1, both in smites and in game score.
Yeah, look, as bizarre as it is to say it, he definitely felt like a bit of the weakest point for this Talon roster, which is saying a lot, given that they still looked pretty darn good. The other problem point, Fofo, especially the last 2 games, has been a little bit quiet. Obviously, just not finding the openings, not finding the opportunities. But from this point on, Betty's just stat fed. He's doing so much damage from range. He's setting up everything the team needs to come in. I mean, on top of the fact of having Baron, Artican, Woody jumps in, disrupts the bullet time. You've then got Casa coming in on the backside as well. I mean, Woody just, it feels almost poetic that he gets that final kill there onto Artemis.
Absolutely. And so with that, series number 1 done and dusted. GAM, unfortunately, will be bowing out of our qualifiers early, as Talon will go towards that lower bracket finals. But before we find out their opponent, we are going to go to a break. After that break, though, it's another VCS versus PCS showcase. It's going to be CFO going up against Vikings. We'll see you very shortly.
Welcome to Noxus 1v1, where we have your favorite LEC players go up against each other, where first skill, first turret, or first 100 CS wins. Today, we have
时间。
Welcome to war. Do not test me. You want to mean? I yield to no one. What's this? Such senseless chaos, Jinx. I hardly felt a thing. Nothing I couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on. It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus. The wrath of Amadana.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是他只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在 今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好乌迪会的蛮多的，那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点。对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。 塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Proving yourself in Noxus is no easy feat, and Mel will use every tool she can to do it, including her enemy's powers. In-game, Mel aims to catch out enemies, poke them down, and deal huge bursts of damage at exactly the right time. Mage players and Arcane fans, it's your time to shine. Welcome to the Mel Champion Spotlight.
Any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Before anything else, let's cover Mel's signature ability, her W, Rebuttal. Rebuttal gives her a small burst of move speed. It also grants a barrier that negates damage from anything except towers, and reflects enemy projectiles back at their casters. Auto attacks, waves, missiles, anything that would be blocked by Yasuo's Wind Wall gets reflected by Rebuttal. Reflected projectiles are converted into magic damage but function as they normally would otherwise. Like this, and that, and this one, and that one. You get it. Now for Mel's passive, Searing Brilliance. Damaging an enemy with an attack or ability applies a stack of Overwhelm. You can stack Overwhelm infinitely, charging up potential damage. When this damage amount exceeds a target's current health and shields, Overwhelm detonates to execute them.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Searing Brilliance also empowers Mel's next basic attack to fire 3 additional missiles after casting an ability. She can cast up to 3 abilities in a row to gain a max of 9 extra missiles on her next attack. Mel's Q is Radiant Volley. She unleashes a barrage of explosions in a target area. Each one deals a small amount of damage and stacks her passive. Her E is Solar Snare. Mel sends out an orb of unstable energy that files wildly as it travels. Enemies hit by the energy take damage over time and are slowed for the duration. Those who touch the orb itself are rooted. Lastly, Mel's ult is Golden Eclipse. Passively, it increases her damage from Overwhelm stacks. On cast, she unleashes her power on every target marked with Overwhelm, dealing tons of damage based on how many stacks they have. Golden Eclipse does not consume these stacks, so targets are still vulnerable to her passive if she brings them low enough for an execute.
Feel my light.
While this ability can hit monsters, it's only castable if an enemy champion is affected by Overwhelm, so plan your Baron steals accordingly. Mel's damage potential makes her a serious threat in extended fights, but if an opponent can burst her quickly or disengage to wait out the stacks from Searing Brilliance, they'll extinguish a lot of her power. And even though her passive is an execute, it respects magic resist. So bulk up if you don't want to get overwhelmed. The reflect on her W is pretty powerful, but only if an ability is worth reflecting. For example, champions with sticky engage tools like Amumu and Nautilus won't mind rebuttal one bit. As a backline mage, Mel will really shine for players who like to poke from safety, so give her a try if you play Xerath, Lux, Hui, or any other artillery champions. Let's skip the rest of the pleasantries, shall we? Get ready to rise with Mel, the soul's reflection.
The arcane is at my fingertips.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
上路4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
Welcome back, everybody. Our second series of the night. This time it'll be out of 5 games instead of 3. It's a best of 5. Winner will continue on to our grand finals of our qualification series, and loser will be going down to the losers finals to meet Talon.
Yeah, look, it was an interesting game that we just saw. It could have been a majority VCS or PCS game going into that third one, coming into the final few matches of playoffs. But ultimately, it will be a PCS majority. Vikings now the lone survivors for the VCS, but they've got the superior position compared to GAM. They're in the upper bracket final. They don't have to worry about elimination just yet, but unfortunately, from here on out, it is all best of 5s, so it's going to be a hard slog.
Absolutely, as we head into Champions League now for game number 1, the Gasante band against Rest, I think to no one's surprise. And it will be Azir, Callista alongside it, the Aurora, the Ambessa and the Ash. So CFO really disliking the letter A, whereas the K really stood out for Vikings.
Yeah, it might speak to a mindset for CFO. Because this could get a bit scary, honestly. Vikings, you never quite know where they're going to land when it comes to the... Although, Ginger
seems like the most
immediately gets the Zyra for that jungle.
Yeah, now it should be answered by a Leona. You should just pick up the Leona immediately here, otherwise CFO will take it. And your answers to the Zyra become very few and far between. We'll see though, they all obviously can take 2 champions here, so doesn't necessarily have to be first pick. There's the Rumble, and going for the Corki here. Okay, so they do just lock in the Corki, so they're taking that away from Honkyu and Doko, but it strikes me as a position now for CFO where you can just look to select your, whatever you want, but a Leona as well to give a lot more freedom to Ginger here on the Zyra.
Yeah, definitely is going to be solid in terms of rounding out what is going to be a heavy lockdown comp already. So the question, at least to me, Vikings have to be aware of this being a possibility. So either there is an answer that directly comes out of Vikings draft as a response, or they just think, actually, we've got enough in terms of counter. If we get a good equalizer, Corky should be able to get away. They draft the rest of it in a way that isn't going to be too exploited by it. But I think it's, okay. It's not a bad response, but it can be punished.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately you ult into the Zyra. If you cannot kill her with the assistance of the equalizer, you'll probably just kind of find yourself in a really rough position. Zyra doesn't struggle all that much into Nocturne, unfortunately. In general, you can get the Zonyas as well, just makes it even that much more difficult to deal with, but it is an answer somewhat. So we'll see how Guri utilizes this champ. The VCS teams do excel with this Nocturne in general. They are pretty flawless with it, so yeah, I don't hate it, but I also don't love it.
Yeah, I mean, the other option was the Skarner, but both of them do struggle a little bit into that Zyra who excels at just counter-engage, being able to, you know, just CC whatever you're throwing at them out of existence, plus a decent amount of magic damage on top of it. Shen, that, like I rate that as an answer. Shulong has, no, he hasn't picked it, sorry. He's played pretty much everything but in that support role, but we've seen it as a pretty standard answer.
Yeah, and it also pairs well with the Nocturne. So, you know, the Nocturne goes in with a Stand United, and then you've delivered the Shen as well as the Nocturne there with an equalizer that can come down, but taking away makes a lot of sense. It answers the Leona in lane very well as well, but Galio, Jax were the bans from Vikings. One more ban to come through here for CFO. We'll see what they opt in for. Nothing particularly striking me as all that important.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially to see the round out for Vikings. But for the tune, yeah, look, I think it does all right with an equalizer. I wouldn't have thought it was necessarily a prio for Shogun going in. It's meant to be fair, it is his most played champion, but with the comp that you've already got, Miss Fortune, while she's great in terms of mobility and running around, it definitely feels like she struggles to get in a position where she can effectively bullet time off the back of a Nocturne entry. But Rakan, not quite the Shen, but it will allow him to follow up reasonably quickly onto Guri as he jumps in.
Yeah, not the worst response, but again, it's not the greatest. You'd rather have the Rakan alongside something like the Vi that stays relatively more within your range and goes in at about the same speed, but still not the worst selection. And Jace going to be the answer in the top side. Again, it's a champion that does well into the Rumble and lane, and the champions that are able to do that are very few and far between. So I think a correct response coming out of CFO. We'll see if Rest can do... Oh, wait a second.
This might just be a... Okay, it's not that. I know that for sure.
Could be. Could be the Nasus mid into Corky.
Would be very surprised for Nasus to make it his first 100. But it is looking like it's going to be the Honkyu Jace answer to Corky in the mid lane, which I'm surprised it's sort of taken us this long, especially into the playoffs, to see it pivoted there, because it's not the worst. It definitely is a little bit more fitting to how he stands currently post those changes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see other regions utilizing the Jace in the mid lane, and to great effect, honestly. The Zeri going to be the selection here for Shogun. So, I mean, I don't love the Zeri either, to be entirely honest. I don't hate it, but it just doesn't offer the same amount of power, I guess, that the other AD carries do. You have Varus open. Varus, Ash, I mean, Ash is...
yeah, I think Ash would have been brilliant for the comp.
Ash is banned, but yeah.
For Vikings if it was available, but yeah, no. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you do potentially have another 4 matches to play on top, so you don't really want to hamstring yourself by taking something that would favour a comp later on down the line. You go for, I think, a champion that's not bad, but will likely do the least damage to your drafting prospects going down. I think, to be fair, Jin wouldn't have been the worst option off of that range to pair with the Nocturne, but realistically, there are comps that you could have drafted that would probably favour it a little bit more.
For sure, and that's important to note. Our first best of 5 here. If we do go to 5 games, it's going to be interesting to see how they evolve, because a lot of... By the last game, you have 50 champions banned. There's just 50 champions that you are not going to be able to select. Although ultimately it's going to be more like 46, you know, because you still get the first 3 before the last 2 or the last 4 bans come through. But still, it's going to be very interesting to see.
Look, if there is something of priority still available to pick after 46 bans, I would be very impressed.
Yeah, me too. CFO versus Vikings. It's our upper bracket final. Our first best of 5 winner moves on to the grand final and look to cement themselves that first LCP slot going towards the First Strike tournament. The loser, they've got a hell of a task ahead of them, as they are going to have to take on TALON in the losers bracket. Game number 1 now on your screens, and the first appearance for the Jace mid here in the LCP.
Yeah, I mean, the one big concern for Talon down in that lower bracket is they've both lost to Viking and CFO in their most recent matches against them. One a little bit further away than the other, but either way, going into it, Doggo, it's going to meet Guri.
Yeah, look, this might be Israel having to start as E, which is very bad. He's trying to just walk it on out. He's not going to be able to walk it on out.
Look, Guri, to his credit, does bait out the barrier.
By S-keying, importantly.
Yeah.
Okay, the barrier not.
If it was a Wukong, he would have flashed 100%.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was, yeah, the barrier now gone. The barrier shouldn't be too detrimental. Losing that, you're not really
I mean, realistically, it should come up again before it's needed.
Anything happens, yeah. It does mean, ultimately, if anything were to happen in the spot lane, it would be CFO aggressing. And what this should mean is that they can't. So it alleviates some pressure away from particularly the Zeri in the early games, going to allow him to get a little bit more gold a little bit earlier. What is going on here? It's a 4v2. Doggo's now here as well. But ultimately, Guri is going to be able to pick these Raptors up just fine and dandy.
Oh, the Vikings. The classic rotation of your bot lane to the mid to match Honkyu now. Look, I wonder if maybe CFO wasn't anticipating it coming out this early, but we've seen Zeri in the mid lane in the last couple of years.
Well, also, you just have to expect this now out of Vikings. It's, you know, they do this more often than they don't do this. Oh, nice. Honkyu getting the CS. I mean, he's on the Jace, admittedly, so he is a very safe champ. He gets a lot of tankiness out of going into that hammer form and isn't particularly diveable.
He's doing better than Cuddy, not by a huge margin, but that's to be expected. Jace just has a little bit more in terms of range, but yeah, it's going to be both junglers picking up their blues. It was just the Raptor steal there from Guri. He doesn't overstay his welcome. Heads back, picks up Gromp. Now he's going to go into that blue. Shulong rotating down, which, to be fair, we kind of expect. You know, start off, give Shogun a decent enough start, and then rotate down to help, you know, your second AD carry on the map.
Yeah. Oh, Xenoblade connects there by Kaiwing. Doggo trying to get onto him is going to force out that flash away from the Rakan. So CFO. Oh, no! Oh, God! Oh! If there ever were a disaster, it is your support
Guri
losing
does have flash.
Yeah, but your support just... Guri? Oh, right, yeah. But Nocturne already used Q, but... I mean, your support just left mid and you immediately die.
Yeah, it's very, very rough.
Oh, very greedy with the flash. I mean, Shogun, if he flashes earlier, probably just lives.
Just walks it out. And unfortunately, having cleanse over the barrier.
And Junja doing what Junja does best, controlling the pace of the game. He's got so much damage here onto this Rakan and will be able to secure the kill for someone. It's him that eventually gets it. Now, maybe a redive potential. Xenoblade does go wide, but there's a lot of damage onto Cardi. Doggo also taking a lot, and Junja going to be able to take even more. Oh my lord, he's so low.
This is just chaos, and it's surprising that CFO are actually matching Vikings, who are usually the ones that are, you know, instigating a lot more of that chaos.
Matching, they're outdoing.
Yeah,
they're just outperforming.
They're doing Vikings better than Vikings are.
They are at the moment, yeah. It's a really good showing. Rest, unfortunately, is playing on, and he will not be able to thrive in the chaos at this stage.
Yeah, he's definitely the sacrificial lamb of this draft, which, to be fair, we've seen out of Rest so often now. And Junja being given the Zyra is a very interesting call to me. Oh, in the mid lane, the picture-in-picture. Oh,
they did the kill. They get a double.
Oh, that's rough.
It's traded back for one, as Junja will collect that, but we'll get a replay of that as well, I'm certain. Doggo still had flash here. There was an angle where he just holds it and able to find his way in. Now, Honkyu used flash to kill Shogun the last time they engaged together. Oh my lord, he only just gets it there on the Zeri. Junja goes down as well.
Oh, Shulong body blocks Guri there. Which, I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure he's still dead, but...
Yeah, I think so.
It could be a source of tension, potentially. But 2 kills into Shogun in a situation where the team desperately needs it. I mean, that flattens out the gold. Unfortunately, yes, Feat of Warfare given over off the back of Guri also falling, but Shogun might be a point to pivot off of this into, you know, the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeri going to scale very well. It's just generally the damage coming out of Zeri earlier on in the game is a little lackluster in comparison to those other AD carries we tend to see. But still, I mean, going to be a little bit stronger than general. Oh, good thing Rest knows his mana totals, because I was a little worried that he was going to use...
There is an equalizer, so Kratos, in theory, could burn that to try and at least slow the pacing down, but you can already see Doggo is heading up to that top lane. Kaiwing is going to send it mid and then probably rotate up through the river, so Shogun has to be careful. If Kaiwing decides to go for the engage there, he would likely be dead to rights with the follow-up from Hongkyu and then Junjin in position. So yeah, just rotating up as you'd expect with those grubs 10 seconds out. CFO looking to get that priority in the mid lane and then round that pit as well.
Yeah, and sacrifice rest down to a ranged matchup as the Ornn, but he will be fine. The Corki with the tier not going to make that much happen against the Ornn. Oh, missed the cannon. -1.
But that splash damage coming out of from Hongkyu. He's got 6 as well. They should be contested. I mean, equalizer, paranoia.
6 for Guru. They're going to notice that he is 6. Nice amount of damage coming through onto Kratos, who does have to flash away, and Doggo's going to respond in kind, but now here comes the paranoia. One more to attack would take down Kratos, but they're not able to find it, and it's going to be Doggo that's paying the price. Here's the barrier, though. It's back up and available, and he gets the kill. Oh, my lord! If Kratos did not shave today, that Zenith Blade would have connected onto him, and he would have been going down too, but just narrowly avoiding getting taken out, but still it's Doggo who picks up a freebie. Does lose his barrier, but, I mean, you're going to take the kill for a barrier any day of the week.
Given that it's just come off cooldown as well, it's not the end of the world. Off the back of that, I mean, Shogun trying to do anything to steal a grub away. Fortunately, it's looking not all that likely. I mean, the one saving grace, Hongkyu doesn't really have any mana, and yeah, full 3 grubs. First feat of monster slaying, at least the first point of the feat of monster slaying being taken. And Kratos, this was just such a rough spot. Just Kaiwing rotates up at the perfect time. Ignite comes on through. Long range shot from Hongkyu as well. Takes out a good quarter of his HP, and that equalizer, just no items to back it up. Guru can only do so much here. That shield drops. He's jumped on. He's dropped, and yeah, Doggo picks himself up another kill as well.
Yeah, and look, he importantly did keep his top laner up, so it is worth it. If either one of them had to die, it is worth it for Guri too. I think you're a little bit upset that it costed your paranoia to do so, because Nocturne, generally a champ that wants to keep accelerating after he gets that paranoia, try and find a kill off the back of it and accelerate the game from it. Otherwise, he does tend to fall a little bit behind, but at least for now, in terms of the minions, he's doing completely fine. Down 1 Void Grubs, and it is CFO that take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not completely unexpected at the moment. I'd argue CFO probably the most consistent team in the league in terms of just one drafting, approaching the game mechanically, macro, intensively. They are just on point. Talon have fallen a little bit short as of late in some of those aspects, which has allowed GAM to, really push them to the very limits of elimination, and then ultimately Vikings as well, knocking them into the lower brackets. So CFO, by rights, should be the team favorite in this matchup, but again, that volatility out of the VCS can never be underestimated.
For sure. Which just makes the start of this game so surprising to me, is that the volatility that we've seen ultimately has been CFO causing it, and they've been succeeding with it. I mean, there was the good play mid, of course, that came out of the side of Vikings that did net them an avenue back into this game, but again, even thereafter, more chaos from CFO up on that top side gives them that lead back, and now they are looking very comfortable. Junjin down on this bot side, looking to possibly start up this dragon, although it isn't the easiest thing in the world to do without those saplings set up prior to the attempt on it.
Shogun and Doggo just going to hold in this mid lane, bit of a standoff, just try and clear that wave as fast as possible. And I think CFO realised the wave management isn't quite there for them to be able to have that freedom to go for a quick dragon. They don't have a particularly quick dragon. It's a very self-sufficient one in Junja on the Zyra, but it's not, your Varus or your Kai'Sa where you're just going to absolutely shred it in less than a minute or so. But yeah, look, smart call. They want to reset. Cardi doesn't quite realise that he's on a ward. He should now.
Ooh.
But yeah, there was nothing really to be found there onto Hongkyu.
Yeah, I mean, Hongkyu playing the start of this game pretty well. Gets himself a solo kill. Does eventually die for it though, as he pays the price for being pushed too far up without flash. Priority around this river afforded to the side of CFO, but it's going to be contested, as Rest is still going to be suffering. Unfortunately, this is the life of most champions when facing down the barrel. Oh! Honkyu going to be alive still. The lightning crash there, and the flash from Cardi is going to eventually mean that he does go down. The quickness, the grand entrance. Doggo, though, still full on HP, and Junja very much is participating. He flashes away. Doggo gets himself one. He flashes as well, and Shogun now going to realize that he is in a bit of a scary position and will have to back on out. So ultimately kills in favor of Vikings there. But it was a trade. 1 kill found on the back end for the 2 that were picked up by the Vikings.
Guri somehow was too big a brain right there. He's like, yeah, Honkyu's flashing over this wall, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, no, he didn't. Okay, I'm by myself. Had to run back around and try and find his way back into the fight by that stage. I mean, just the freedom given to Junja and Doggo there to pump out damage is a real problem. And it looked so good. And you could see for a moment he was like, hold on, that was not what was meant to happen, all right? Jogan comes in, he's going to help finish off Honkyu. They are going to get Kai Wing as well, but unfortunately the damage, the True Shot Barrage just rips through them, and they aren't able to find much off the back of that, past that point. And from there, CFO, Junja will pivot up and get himself that second lot of Void Grubs. Unfortunately, I think Vikings would have liked, handed them themselves, but no, it's all 6 going the way of CFO.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that fight looks a whole lot better there for Vikings if Guri doesn't try and predict a flash from Honkyu.
He definitely does.
So the low health bars we saw, if he kept his flash, so much could have been different, but...
Well, it also means Kai Wing dies faster because he's in position to help contribute the damage. And from there, they can probably transition a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, they ultimately would have been able to follow up on Junja, I think is the main thing.
Yeah.
But
well, that's the thing, the transition, because they do focus on Kai Wing. They then have to turn attention up. So if Guri doesn't flash, he's right there. Kai Wing dies a lot faster. They then pivot straight into the kill, or at least the attempt at the kill onto Junja. Kadi, okay.
No, once again, Honkyu trades aggressively, but unfortunately Nocturne is a champion within League of Legends. Junja's done a lot of damage in return, so probably denying any attempt on the Dragon, but it's Honkyu giving over more gold. And I mean, now 3 times in a row, really, Honkyu has been found a little bit too far up in his lane without the flash, and it's Guri who, once again, is going to punish him.
I need to watch that back, but I mean, it just seems very bold. I mean, Honkyu, you're fighting into someone who is actively standing in a minion wave. So very, very clearly wants to fight. And I mean, Corki, yes, has a Triforce, but I think the indicators likely should have been there that there was follow-up on the way. So Honkyu maybe just a bit of a lapse in judgment, whatever the case may be. Rest. He does, I think he did. He did get the cloth armor sorted. Just
not going to help him.
No, but he gets it done as the main thing. He's not interrupted. Off the back of that, they see that the pressure's been drawn topside. Kratos gets out of the Call of the Forge God, and from there, the Dragon will be reasonably free for Vikings. They still want this.
Yeah, look, Equalizer's going to come down, but they can still look for the dive. The Solar Flare's there. It doesn't land this time, but it does connect with the slow. And with that, Kai Wing walks out of tower range. The Void Mites then take the damage, and it is just a clean kill up on the top side.
He still clears out the minion wave, I think, which is the main thing. They're looking for Guri. It's a lot of damage.
Damage from Junja.
That's what happens when your jungle Zyra is 3-1.
Yep. Already got that Leandri's online. The Sork boots as well. I mean, feeling pretty safe as Junja in this game. There's also just not that much threat onto him. The Nocturne, yeah, you can jump on the Zyra, but ultimately you're more likely to die quicker than the Zyra will.
Are they going to be able to react in time? I mean, Cardi, with that Triforce, is going to get this done, so they will take the tower, which does now leave the Noxian Blessings as contestable. Yes, Vikings are 1 objective behind. Next one going to be that Rift Herald, so likely going to be the point of contention up next between the 2, but look, that's a gold injection that puts them in the lead.
Yeah, Static Shiv for Shogun, so I mean, it means that it can more reliably contest mid-waves, but he still, in general, will not have priority over them just because he's outranged by Doggo, as well as there's just more threat generally on the Zeri than
also thematically appropriate. Yeah, like it was always going to be a rough Zeri game, I think, for the most part. But yeah, I think you reliably want to clear waves, just gives you a little bit more security in terms of being shoved under tower, which is, we've seen quite clearly CFO are happy to dive towers at this stage of the game. So if it's not there, if they don't have that security to go for a dive, it's a lot harder to deal with Shogun. Junja here though, in the wings, True Shot Barrage, gonna tickle Shulong.
Yeah, it gets the Guardian off, so it's gonna help them in dealing with Shogun in that regard, and oh my lord.
True Shot Barrage, no worries. Junja, different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Hongkyu going to be able to pick up this top tower with some assistance from Kaiwing, just waiting in the wings there. So much needed gold now onto the Jace, who has found himself at a reasonable deficit, despite what was some pretty intelligent play out of him in the early stages of the lane. Has let that slip though, of course, as he was caught out multiple times down in the bot lane.
15 minutes. Again, some of these objectives still a wee way off. Cardi coming in for a pinch. If they can isolate Doggo here, could prove a bit problematic, but it's in Israel. Pretty mobile at the worst of times. The threat being that Kaiwing taking some big damage out of Cardi. I think there was a real chance that with a pinch down from Junja and Hongkyu, they could have made a play off a solar flare, but now with how much damage is coming out of Cardi, that he's closing in on that 2-item power spike, they need to be a lot more wary, especially given he's hit 11 as well.
Yeah, CFO all headed towards this Rift Herald. All 5 members will be here for both teams, as Seolong trailing his team a little bit because of the chunk that he did unfortunately receive. But still, I mean, CFO in a perfect position to be able to contest this. Some nice damage coming out of Cardi, however, with that larger rocket. Now Junja's in a hell of a spot. He does have flash, so he gets over the wall, but it is going to be the Rift Herald now going towards the Vikings. But Solar Flare coming out. Oh, the nice charm out of Seolong means the reactivation of the Call of the Forge God will not be there, but the first kill of the fight will be, as Doggo will claim Guri's life. And low health bars across the Rift means each team will go their separate ways. But it's the Rift Herald for the trade of Nocturne, and you'll take that if you're Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, he does the job he's needed for, which is, one, get Junja out of there and ultimately secure the Rift Herald. Unfortunately, the answer is just then a lot of CC. Like, Guri in a great spot right here, baits out so much, gets the Rift Herald, but it definitely feels like maybe Seolong a little bit over-ambitious there as they jump onto Kaiwing, but he's locked down, he's shut down, they turn onto him pretty aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately he just wanted to stop Rest's Call of the Forge God, because that looks a whole lot worse if he does get the reactivation off. Kratos without flash is just going to be CC'd that much longer and probably goes down as well. But I think it was good from Seolong. Unfortunately, Guri had no real way to exit that team fight, and so just commits his life and he'll be completely okay. He got the Rift Shield ultimately, and he has collected the eye of said Rift Shield. So
yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's not the end of the world. You're already 0-4, 0-3 at that stage. So yeah, it's not the end of the world if you just then fall a fourth time, so long as your team gets out, as well as maintaining that Rift Herald in. He's still going to be effective going into the later stages of the game, because Nocturne just is always going to be a threat with the Paranoia in his kit.
Yeah, now trying to make a play on this mid tower. A lot of damage coming through from Shogun, and being that majority share of the damage is going to be suffering from it. It's a really nice strangle forward to the knockups there, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Junja is going to go down. Shogun, though, finding the damage here. They are kiting back our CFO, and keep an eye on Doggo. We've seen what Israel's can do. Doggo, though, takes a massive chunk of damage, and the upgraded rocket barrage is going to be there. And with that, unfortunately for CFO, Doggo is going to have to Arcane Shift, exit that fight, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Vikings, but mid lane tower was destroyed by CFO.
I mean, the problem that is very, very evident to me is we are going to see just, I mean, they were so keen on Shogun in this fight. They dropped the Solar Flare. Doggo sits there, gets a True Shot barrage off, but it means he's so far forward that when the Equalizer Paranoia comes, he's got to bail out and leave this poor Zyra in the hands of Junja way too deep. Kaiwing as well cops it, and then from there, you can hit that two-item power spike for Cardi. Those rockets are hitting, his auto attacks are hitting, and he's almost upgraded it as well, so it just doesn't get any better if you're facing into it.
Noxian Blessing now on the cards, and it's all but secured for CFO as they're first on the map, commit the teleports as well, and will be picking themselves up those upgraded boots now. And so coming back in, it is CFO that will get themselves a little bit more of an advantage. They are even in gold, all things considered, but still, being that they have got that mid lane inner tower, or outer tower rather, taken out, it's going to open up the map a lot more for them, and this is going to be a response of kinds as the Rift Shield was placed up.
And placed pretty well too, ultimately. They're going to lose bot lane, as Kratos did have to back off, but allows them to potentially threaten more. That's a big...
Junja trying to find damage, but he's just going to get locked down. Doggo's able to find his way out. That's 3 ultimates there committed. Actually, Seolong, no, he did. He used his as well. So 3 ultimates committed. Junja is going to be taken out, but That's not all the worse, as now it's just going to mean that Doggo is a little bit safer, and he is going to be outputting a lot of damage, being that he is 2-0 and 3. He has those 2 items online, but Arakan is what is being looked at. Keep in mind, I don't think Vikings can do this. Again, they used 3 of their major combat ultimates.
Equalizer, though, is available.
Equalizer is there, and they're going to quickly find out the location of this Rumble. It's going to be pretty hard to try and dissuade now the happening of this Arakan, but the stun comes through, and that's going to be Cardi completely removed. Rest with a fantastic knock-up, and the Arakan burning, but Doggo is just burning through the health bars on the other side. Who will get it? It's going to be Hongkyu, and with that, Vikings' chances in this game just went down tenfold as the team fight was won by CFO. Gold claimed, Arakan theirs, and unfortunately, an error from Vikings now gives a huge chance for CFO.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a rough spot. Kratos should have dropped it a lot earlier, in that he could have done a lot to dissuade. I mean, you just look at it. By the time he gets there, he's in a great spot. He's playing in for a flank. Yes, it is going to require some urgency from him. I think realistically, even if he'd just gone top side and come around the back. But you look at it. So if he drops it here, they're going to really find it hard to push through. But by the time he does, they're already forced off Shulong. They're sitting parallel with the Arakan. They've already closed that gap. It is just far too late on the equalizer. And unfortunately,
landing everything.
Yeah, we've seen some phenomenal Israel play out of today. He comes in, ultimately dies as well, gambling for that Arakan. So definitely a pretty uncharacteristic misplay for the most part from Kratos.
Yeah, unfortunate, but CFO, they're going to be pretty elated as they now have a massive timer. They've got, that 2.5 minutes of Arakan buff. It's going to secure themselves the bot lane in it. The mid lane in it may be looked at next, but Guri's here to try and mop up some of these minion waves. Keep in mind, 6 Void Grubs still for CFO, so the more people that hit this tower, the quicker it will just burn naturally, and that is going to be a second tower now taken out by them. Rest is recall to now match Cardi in the side lane, but he's just going to have to take a recall for himself as well. As yeah, the gold lead, it was actually in favor of CFO after they do get that pick onto Ginger, but unfortunately, too many teamfight ultimates committed. They didn't have any business really starting up that Arakan,
no, absolutely not.
It was just a misplay that now leads to CFO being very strong again. And I got to say that Hongkyu output a lot of damage on that Jace in that one too. The more damage-orientated Jace certainly seemingly outperforming the half-tank Jace that we sometimes see.
Rest, I mean, they're pushing into Vikings jungle, looking for potential collapse. True Shot Barrage is going to clip Guri, but I think they'd be very, very deep from Kowing. Yes, he's got Junja in support just behind him, but he's known. He's a very, very known quantity right now.
Yeah, with Arakan still available, won't be up for much longer. So CFO trying to use what little of the buff they do have left to try and crack open this top lane as well. Kaiwing is going to take a bit of damage there while fighting for some vision control. And with that, Arakan now down. It doesn't really feel like there's any true potential of taking this tower. And so CFO wisely backing off. Now, it is going to be just 1 minute until the Dragon's up. It's 1.5 minutes until Baron, but recalls should come through, get those items online. And we also have our first of the Ornn upgrades here onto the Triforce.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big problem for me at this stage in the game. Shogun doesn't really have the range to be an effective tool in the team fight compared to Doggo, who can just sit in the back line, pumping out those mystic shots. There's just too much damage too quickly coming up into the face of it. He needs a little bit of space, which, I mean, Shulong has been, for the most part, providing, but he's so temporary in a team fight. Guri, Kratos as well don't necessarily have the HP pools that they're going to need, the tankiness that they're going to need to provide an avenue for Shogun to come in and mop up. Yes, there is a lot of burst damage, but it's definitely feeling like, despite a phenomenal game from Shogun so far, he is just slipping further from relevancy.
Still, gold lead relatively even, but there's no realistic way that this Dragon can be contested, and so it will just be given over to CFO. Ginger and Hongkyu will take this out with relative ease. Top side is where Vikings are trying to find a play, and they will. I mean, Kaiwing is certainly dead. He flashes for no reason, and this is just going to be taken out.
Drops the Soul Flare. I mean, to be fair, Soul Flare's
it'll be back.
Relatively low cooldown ultimate for support, and a pretty high impact one at that. But yeah, getting caught out like that, we saw how much it cost that last series being caught in the wrong position. I don't think it's going to be as detrimental in this game, but if you can be caught out once, you can be caught out again. It's... yeah, look.
Okay.
It's Guri.
Okay.
It's Guri. It's still Guri. It will always be Guri.
Okay.
So yeah, they just run up on Kaiwing.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Kaiwing has to know that Vikings are majoritively in the top lane. This is a concept that has been well established in League of Legends now, is that when you've got a turn and you're doing something bot lane, the opponents have a turn at the same time to be able to do something top lane. But anyway, he's caught out, he loses his flash for no real reason, and it shouldn't be too impactful ultimately for CFO. Just a weird mistake. Guri.
Oh, Guri.
Yeah, Ornament now. He does.
Dead.
Yeah, he does have flash, but not going to commit it. Actually, he does eventually, but he's just going to go down. Another weird usage of flash.
Just weird positioning in general.
Yeah,
I mean, I
walks
suppose
up and uses Stride Breaker and then walks the other way.
each taking their turn. I think inarguably at this point, the worst of the two. Because it now does mean that CFO have a legitimate chance to start up this Baron. There is a lot of poke damage.
Yeah, and 2 ultimates missing. The Ornhorn as well as the Solar Flare. True Shot Barrage as well, less impactful in the team fights in general, but Seolong going to find his way around. He does use the quickness, the grand entrance, but goes wide. And so this is just
Equalizer.
Going to be taken up. But yeah, there's no way you're getting this. Junja is never missing that smite. He does as well. Connect on the root, and Kratos flashes away, but Doggo is here to collect him eventually. Nice dodging from Kratos, but there is an... Oh my lord, he's turning around the damage and the rocket barrage. But on the other side of things, it is going to be Kaiwing finding the Zenith Blade, and Shogun does his best to kite, but there's just not the damage, unfortunately. The Zeri not at the position of the game where he will have the damage to take that out. And okay. From Doggo, and he also gets the Arcane Shield! Oh my god! Blue buff! No, okay, he's okay. But Doggo, I expected him to die, personally. He does live.
Yeah, look, I have to say, Kratos on his, I believe his first Rumble, a little bit underwhelming, if I'm being perfectly honest. He's holding abilities for too long. He's not in the right positions to be affecting, on team fights. I think they were baited into it a little bit, and as a result, they're struggling. Ornhorn goes out. They're just going to take these towers. It's a series of very, very poor mistakes being made there by Vikings, which ultimately just allow CFO to accelerate what was already a winning position. Unfortunately, losing your jungler while Baron is up allows them to fold in. They then try and fight it, but you drop the Rumble, the Equalizer, as it's in smite range, rather than beforehand try and burn through those champions and allow for maybe some sort of follow-up. It was just, yeah, a lot of interesting decisions that ultimately, I think, hamstrung Vikings and their potential in that game.
Yeah, an unfortunate series of events, for sure, as Rest seemingly packing up his stuff.
The classic.
Yeah, so Driver will be coming in now for game number 2, as you can see there on your screen. But a good performance out of him. Rest, once again, wasn't the X factor of this team by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, wait a second. Coach is here. Rest, put your stuff back down.
I played my one. Isn't this where Driver comes in?
What? You're saying I played well and I get to play again?
Oh, I think because it's a 5-game series, maybe they give him 2 and then Driver comes in.
He's playing again!
Yeah, okay.
2 Rest games!
I was wondering, so they sub him out games 2 and 3. If they go 4 and 5, do they then bring him back? I was wondering maybe that was the pacing. Or do they bring him back 4 and then Driver back in for game 5? Either way, looking at the numbers, it was a pretty severe drop-off after that 20-minute mark. I mean, to be fair, Vikings they were in a rough spot, but it definitely looked like they righted the ship. And then it's crazy to me that such a big catch out onto Guri just completely accelerates the game into ending.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately that's just the nature of the beast, and I think, you're in this position where, sure, it's a 4v5, but you've used your Rakan ult, you've used your Zeri ult, and you've used your Nocturne ult. There is no realistic way that with only Equalizer and Rocket Barrage that you can then win a 4v5. Even though you have the number advantage, Zeri is half a champion without her ult. Just being realistic, she just doesn't do nearly as much. She doesn't.
To be fair, she's felt like half a champion this entire split, unfortunately. She's never really been given an opportunity to really accelerate into any game.
For sure, and it seemed unrealistic that you actually then looked for the Arakan. I think in the position where you're essentially maybe even slightly ahead off the back of that Ginger pick, you just take your recalls, get your items, and then you play for, you look for it again. And hopefully next time you're able to look for it without committing so much. But unfortunately, they do go for the Arakan. CFO just staunch them out, walk into that pit. and do just quite clearly take the team fight. And that's how the game all started. Seolong walks down to the bot lane and his AD carry dies mid. Yes, they get 2 kills here, which is very good. I mean, Junja really shouldn't have died. He walked really weirdly there to like maybe block the Zeri autos, but Zeri after using E, they just penetrate whoever they're hitting, so not able to do so. So he does go down, gets the kill back, and this was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah. Look, Kratos has impressed me as a player, but he's picking Rumble for the first time, as far as I can tell, this split, and it just goes from bad. Yeah, look, big brain that. He thought he was doing something, unfortunately he wasn't, but yeah, I think this Rumble for Kratos was a rare miss in the top side. While he did phenomenally in lane, he just consistently looked out of position when it came to fighting, team fighting, all the rest of it. The equalizers were never quite in the perfect position. I mean, you look at it here, it was dropped reactively as they were being engaged on, when in reality he could have dropped it in that bush as they were jumping onto Junja initially to really dissuade them. And yeah, again, he was just never really where he needed to be at the right time. Yeah, it's a rough spot. Yeah, a little bit, yeah, when he could have gone straight down. There was just a lot that doesn't quite make sense to me in this Rumble pit.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much you can do about it now. And here was where the game ends.
Yeah, this was really poor positioning. Like he has, yes, Flash would have been a death sentence, but he still has ways that he could have actually gotten into the fight, rather than just sitting back, waiting till Atakan was almost dead, his team was zoned out, and then dropping it onto what was ultimately one player, because Honkyu just jumps over it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, even if he does drop the equalizer, there's no follow-up.
No.
The problem here in this
ultimately it was a bad
fight,
decision.
Yeah, in this fight, the problem stems from the fact they started the Atakan in the first place while missing their 3 most key teamfight ultimates. And they are punished justifiably by CFO. You know, some teams maybe not able to realize that that is just such an easily winning position, but CFO certainly are that one of the teams that they're looking like the strongest team we have in the competition, and will be able to punish mistakes like that. I mean, here, this was, I cannot believe Doggo.
This was 2 back-to-back insanely clutch Israel games as well.
For sure. Here, I mean, goes dark, and he still finds the Corki. He's got the flash, he's got the cleanse. I mean, not the cleanse, the barrier, and
like,
almost
how
kills
does
himself
he
to
somehow get out of that? Yeah, like that was yeah, about as clutch as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. Game number 1 done and dusted. Of course, it is a 3-game series, a 5-game series rather. So we are not all done and dusted, but we'll see if CFO can get the next one across the line as well, or will Vikings strike back with their side selection.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满的。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
上路4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置嘛，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第一赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi. Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả 3 khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có vị trí 2 vị trí rừng. Seja thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng macro.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi trong mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ, thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn. Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội. Với team của mình thì có 2 vị trí ED, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì ở đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
And we are back getting ready for game number 2. CFO take the lead in our best of 5, currently up 1-0 against the Vikings, and a very dominant game number 1 from them indeed. Now, looking towards this one, definitely a lot to change for the Vikings. I mean, maybe they've got a smart read on how to play out these fearless drafts. They take away one of the weaker AD carries early, so now that leaves open a lot of the better ones now, but still, you probably wanted to ultimately find a win, and it was Doggo on the Israel that ultimately did.
Yeah, I mean, 2 back-to-back phenomenal showings on Israel, really just helping solidify their team's success. Yeah, look,
we don't get to see more of it.
Yeah, but we've got Cassante to look forward to.
Yeah, that's true.
Some potential shenanigans there. Brand taken out, obviously, with Zyra no longer on the table. You know, sort of the next best thing. Well, to be fair, it has its moments where it stands pretty equal, but Ash, again, prioritised away here by CFO. We're seeing the usual suspects, Callista, Skarna, Azir, and Aurora being taken out of the pool as well. Corky is not going to be a thing, but Cassante is.
Well. Rest, he sticks in for one more game. And he gets the Cassante. This guy was a massive problem last time. Managed to draw the game out an extra hour and 10 minutes. And the same matchup, as a matter of fact. So it's going to be another Cassante versus Ambessa showing. Not a whole lot of action does occur between the two of them. Varus for Shogun, a much stronger champion. And it's one that he's also personally excelled on already. So not too surprising.
Yeah. Look, a lot of questions, I think, left after the Zeri pick in terms of what is quintessentially usually paired with it. I'm still very, very confused by this Kratos pick of the Rumble in the top lane, given that was the first time he's played it all split. Definitely felt like they were a little bit baited into it.
Yeah, but focusing on this draft, it's going to be the Misfortune picked up for Hong Q to answer that Varus. So a bit of power and a bit of sustain that can be built to withstand the poke that comes through from Varus. Now, Guri's going to be on the Pantheon. He has had a pretty good showing on this champion in general, but Junja much the same on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I mean, Xin Zhao, one of the most contested, it feels like, junglers outside of, your super strong picks like the Zyra, Nocturne, Skarna. Xin Zhao then sort of seems to slot into the next most played, and to great success as well. The Pantheon, well, potentially a pivot, especially in the hands of Shulong, who has played it in that support role. I think at the moment we're probably leaning towards Guri, given how they were sort of out-rotated a little bit in that last game. They want a little bit more map priority in terms of the Grand Skyfall being able to jump in, either be that initiation tool or sort of a bailout tool to join if a gank's happening.
Yeah, CFO thinking is going to the support position, however, as they do ban the Vi here. And I mean, it makes sense.
Shulong is a very aggressive support and likes the AD Pantheon, the
absolutely
Pike, all the rest of it.
Victor taken away from Hong Q. The Azir as well as the Talia, so ultimately a lot of champs that Hong Q enjoys taken out. He still has the Yone, which he's played before, and can do relatively well on. He's a very good player on that champ, but still, I mean, I would hope to see something different. I mean, there's just a lot of mid laners missing, to be honest.
And it only gets worse. Quay, I don't hate this. I think Quay has been a little bit slept on when, especially when some of those bigger picks are taken out of the pool, off his range, off his lockdown, great damage. And when we have seen it for the most part, it has done reasonably well.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, what's really there? You could go for something like the Lysandra. A lot of lockdown, especially, pretty good against champs like Ambessa when you want to try and CC them and force out those Mercury treads. Mal is something that Hong Q has played already, and a few things you can use the rebuttal on. You've got the Varus ult, you've got the Hui ult.
Pantheon Spear. I mean, it's not big, but it's still something.
I believe the tapped one won't be a projectile.
But it's still, I suppose, better than nothing. If Vikings play well around the rebuttal well, they can, then break that, and the follow-up CC or whatever they're throwing down will capitulate onto for Hong Q. But Alistar being locked in here. I mean, Alistar Misfortune is an iconic combo. Has been in the game pretty much since the start, realistically. Very early on was a go-to combo, and then, that was the pivot. They were holding the Pantheon, trying to bait out some of those bans to set up for Shulong and his iconic. I mean, this guy is just something else.
For sure. Now, there aren't that good of execute targets, really. The Mal can't even be hooked because her rebuttal actually will pull the pike in instead of throw herself at it like a Nautilus would. So it's actually a reasonable rebuttal target, this pike's hook. But yeah, I mean, you know, you've got the Alistair ult, you've got Cassante. There's not going to be the easiest of targets for the execute, but if it can be set up by what is essentially really good tank busters in the Hwei and the Varus, then you can find an avenue for success. But still, I think both teams can come out of this feeling pretty happy with what they've got. See, along with seeing the impact he can have on the map early game on this pike, and going to look towards that once again because it will just get harder for them to ever actually find true kill threat outside of really just poke or you know, some great spacing from Shogun, which, you know, to be fair, he's a pretty reliable AD carry to have faith in.
Absolutely. I mean, he's found himself in this position for a good reason. Okay. It's,
I'm seeing rest twice in one day.
It was more the tissue over the mouse that I was... look, it's interesting. I suppose that's one way to probably make sure it lasts a little bit longer. But however he wants to make it work, he's been playing darn good on the Rift. So you can't fault on that.
No, absolutely not. Now rest once again on the Cassante. The last 2 times he played this champ, he has been completely infallible, except for one bug which resulted in him not being able to auto-attack. But they still won without fixing it. So credit to them.
Yeah, I mean, largely irrelevant in the grand scheme of that game, I think, other than a bit of a time sink. But first hook successfully landed by Sulong onto Kai Wing, who is wearing the right Alistar skin.
Absolutely. Rest will have his typical skin on. The Heart Steel one with the chroma.
And so far, yeah, look, I think Vikings after that last game, it's very much a case of sort of once bitten, twice shy. They're not going to be looking to do anything too crazy. I say that, they just stall it out. Hook should land. No, okay, Sulong just times it out.
Ooh.
He's got to be careful. It's got to be very
Oh my
careful.
god, it's a 5v5! Battle! Oh.
Ward.
What's happening?
Double ward. Hook.
Okay, hook lands, but it's onto Rest. It's not the target you necessarily want. He does start with that Pathmaker, flashes on out of there, and unfortunately that's just going to be a loss of his flash to start this game off. But now, I mean, lane assignments still need to be worked out. Honkyu staying here, Sulong looking for a hook on him, and he should be aware that that is a potential. He's mocking them.
No, it's just going to be the classic.
Oh! Genius play!
Unfortunately, it does mean it's not an amazing level 1 for Honkyu. I think that's about the peak of it there. But yeah, it's the quintessential Vikings rotation into the mid lane. Your duo is going to be playing there. Guri is going to use his opportunity to try and 3-quadrant Junja.
Yeah, but he's very low. He's very, very low. Junja's going to come around. He's going to find that Guri's there. Yes, he loses the red buff, but Guri is almost certain to go down. Yeah, he flashes away just in time. But now Junja, while he loses his, you know, his wolves as well as the... I mean, there's still a rebuttal here. He still has the rebuttal. Sulong, remember, he has no flash.
Got him.
Junja finds his way onto Shogun.
No.
Oh, it's a disaster. Junja's going to be able to take down this Varus. He does have flash, actually, so there is a world in which Shogun buys enough time, and he's actually pumping out some heat here. Does eventually go down. Overcooking. I think so far, what I'm noticing is CFO have worked out this mid lane swap.
I wouldn't say necessarily that. If you are playing between the tier 1 and 2 towers, that is very much hubris in action.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they did against Talon, and it was working fantastically. So I think they've worked out what Vikings want to do in this 2-man lane swap and playing around it perfectly. They get away the Pike flash from Honkyu, I think very intelligently starting the rebuttal there. I think Pike without flash is going to be a whole lot less effective, and even in the 2v1, rebuttal comes through, but Sulong throws it wide.
Well, it's just timing difference. I mean, the hook is going to be up again before rebuttal is, so they potentially could look to make a play, but I think if Vikings are smart, you are not going to fall for what is obviously a bait, given that, I mean, this is what CFO want them to do. I mean, that was just over-ambitious. There's not even quite the right word for what we saw out of that. I mean, yes, look, you can zone Honkyu off the wave, but yeah, you hang around too long, you're always going to be punished.
Absolutely. Now CFO going to be lane swapping their bot lane back to their regular lane that you'd typically see them in. at least in solo queue. I really can't say that anymore about competitive games because, especially when Vikings are on my screen, you actually have no idea where the bot lane is going to go. Except for they're almost never actually in bot lane.
The lane is just a state of mind.
Yep. Have you noticed that? Vikings are almost never bot lane with their bot lane. They're either top or mid.
At least never initially, anyway.
Yeah. More often than not, it's mid.
Lane assignments are a crutch.
Once again, I mean, Hongkyu. This Mel champ seems really good against Pyke.
Yeah, the one hook champion that she actually does well into.
Blitzcrank as well.
Yeah.
But yes. I guess Thresh as well. I guess it's just mainly Nautilus.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, he's the only one that drags himself to the target.
Yeah. They actually meet in the middle. He drags like the other person and himself, so it's kind of this like, if you were to get hit by it, you kind of get the same result as you hitting him with it.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, you just sort of meet in the middle. It's a handshake, effectively.
Yeah. It's kind of an interesting thing.
There are a few of them. There's some interesting interactions, yeah. But yeah, look, again, Vikings and I mean the VCS as a whole definitely feel like their own worst enemies, especially today. Like ambition is great and all, priority is great and all, proactivity is great and all, but at the detriment of yourself and your team, it's them very much the opposite.
Yeah, look, they're still doing completely fine ultimately in the grand scheme of things, even on gold, but I think CFO have done a really good job to navigate this lane swap. At this stage of the game, you know, while TALON were in the same position that CFO were in terms of these lane swaps, they were much further behind.
Yeah, I mean, just the odd thing is, in doing so, while they were shutting down Hongkyu, they've effectively, you know, shut down Shogun. He's now slipping behind in terms of overall CS. They haven't shut down Hongkyu as greatly as what could have been, but Kaiwing, yeah, there's just not the follow-up there to look for a kill, especially with Doggo and Junja up here.
Yeah, 3 members of both teams here, though, ultimately, as the Void Grubs have spawned. So CFO looking to get that priority over the minions, but still going to be made very difficult by the fact that they're against a Hui. Hook lands from Sealong, and he's not under that much pressure as he can just go invisible. He's got the E. Now it's a 4v3 up here, as Hongkyu is coming now after clearing out that mid wave. Actually, instead, looks like CFO are willing to just give over these Void Grubs and play for a bit more lane priority. You probably do want to get a recall off at this stage of the game as the Mal. Get that lost chapter as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, is it bad that I forgot there was a Pantheon in the game? Because after he lost his flash, he's kind of just been off farming. He hasn't really headed to lane to help, but it does mean he's 6 now, so that Grand Skyfall will be up and available. And I mean, ultimately, he has at least managed to keep that gap negligible up against his lane opponent, who Junja did find that freebie onto Shogun. So solid recovery, playing for the later stages of the game, playing for the team.
Yeah, and doing very well in terms of those farm totals in the jungle. Partially off how the level 1 did transpire, of course, as he got an extra 2 caps off it. But yeah, Junja got the kill, so kind of evened out because of that.
But yeah, since that flurry of action, obviously things have slowed down a little bit. They are going to look to try and take this play, but you can see Doggo is just having none of it. Playing well back, wants to stay out of range of the hook, doesn't want to get caught out. Okay, Cardi is looking for something.
Gonna get the barrier out of Doggo. Doggo will be able to clear out this next wave, being that he did just hit level 6, so the bullet time is going to be up and available. And ha. There's all but the cannon, but one double up will secure that for himself. And takes a nice chunk of damage there as well, but recalls will be able to come through now, and he should be relatively okay. I mean, most likely going to head down to this bot lane and force Rest to be the one that loses out on minions.
Yeah, look, the unwitting sacrifice of the current state of the game. Poor top laners who I would have had an interesting run historically, either, you know, sort of being that intensely dominant factor or just a complete island on their own, now forced into the absolute Jenga that is just shuffling around the map to facilitate your bot laner.
Actually, they're path out mid, so it's going to be Hongkyu ultimately that's going to be going up into this top lane. Recall's coming through for Kratos, so Rest is going to match it. Let's see where they path out, though. I mean, Rest doesn't really have a lane to go to other than bot, so actually staying one wave more is a little scary. Here's Cassante, but he's a Cassante with minimal amounts of HP. He's alright.
And I mean, yeah, for the most part, I think Shulong needs to prioritize that 6. Junja now going to go for an engage of his own. Oh, just a bit off the mark. That red Guru has to know now. The ward will all but confirm it.
Yeah, Junja playing very aggressively here is going to be able to get some of that utility away from the Pantheon and now has priority towards this red buff. But keep in mind, public execution can very quickly mean that this Ambessa will collapse full force. And oh my god, Junja as well as Carmen doing a bit of a dance up there.
Yep. They're just going to play it slow. Cardi gets his plates, drops a little bit of a present underneath the tower, and then will likely look to back off.
Yeah, Rest not feeling the greatest. Is going to be purchasing himself what seems to be a Unending Despair first. So a little bit of mixed resistance.
We have not yet had a lane matchup meet its counter on the map, which is just, I mean, the standard at the moment, unfortunately. Oh!
Yeah, here comes the public execution. Honkyu does have access to that rebuttal, and so will be able to walk out of there, but takes a massive amount of damage for his trouble.
Seulong. He's not 6.
Be here. But yeah, no level 6, and in fact didn't even see that Honkyu had left. Nice route there.
Crazy thing is, if Shulong stands on the top side of that brush, I'm pretty sure he gets the experience he needs to hit 6 there. Which is a bit rough, but look, if you don't, he doesn't know in that situation. There's only so much you can do. Or Kratos.
Yeah, Kaiwing needs to drop a ward and cancel this recall as soon as possible. There it is. And no public execution. The execution will go over to Honkyu. So another kill now on the Rift for CFO, and all that really does is somewhat even up the gold. It's actually Vikings that are really commanding this gold lead at the moment. Being that they have just received so many tower plates. I mean, this whole game, while I think the early game was misplayed, and I think CFO did a really good job of navigating this lane swap. After that, you needed to find some way to get this Cassante against the Ambessa and for Mal to be against the Hui, because ultimately, this entire lane phase, Honkyu is going to be under pressure as the Grand Skyfall comes through, but locked up is Guri. He does get a massive amount of damage reduction. It is eventually going to have to flash away. Blue team do secure themselves the Void Grubs. That's CFO, of course, who do pick it up. Doggo does flash away, but he's going to be taken out, but he gets the full time off first. Guri taken out as well. It's now a 1-for-1 as a 3v3 does ensue. Neither top lane contesting. Oh, Junja. Oh my lord, Junja is a bit of a beast at League of Legends. Sidesteps the hook and will not be going down in the back end.
Yeah, a bit of a stumble. Look, you got to respect it. Realistically, in that situation, that's kind of the best case scenario. They missed a lot. They weren't able to connect onto who they were ultimately looking for. They really did want to contest these grubs. Shulong doesn't also get the execution off where he wants it either. Guri just takes so much damage.
Yeah, follow-up flash, and Doggo gets jumped on by Seulong, gets the bullet time off in time, but at the same time on the other side of things, it's Guri taken out as well. So 1-for-1, but here's the play. I mean, this just looked like Junja's going down the flash even, and he just, nerves of steel, stands there, clicks slightly to the left, and a bone skewer goes whizzing past his forehead.
Yeah, I think not only have CFO really managed the lane swap well, they've also managed the pike very, very well. Given that he just has the possibilities to really accelerate this game for Vikings and inject an insane amount of gold, especially into those carries. So they've been very, very cautious. Doggo's consistently been playing out of range of the skewer. And as a result, okay, Kratos, keen, but too keen maybe. They haven't been able to get that accelerated gold. The one showing of the death from below so far has not landed onto anyone.
Yeah. This will be giving himself this farm. He doesn't have teleport, so again, it's going to be more minions missed on the side lane, one way or another. Honkyu again going to be the focus of Seulong just this entire game. They've been focusing down this Mal. They've been trying to get Honkyu out of this game. Fancy footwork though on the young prodigy here in the CFO's mid lane. Ultimately, there's not much hope because when Pyke is somewhat within range of you, even if he is invisible, you get a big, loud room and a little icon around your character.
But the rotation up, Kaiwing and Junja are going to be spotted out now, so Vikings need to get the heck out of dodge, but Cardi's been caught.
Root does connect, and here comes the Spiraling Despair. Honkyu dodges once again out of that Bone Skewer. Kaiwing will be forcing the flash away from Cardi. He's going to take a substantial amount of damage, but thankfully for him, 50% of it will be reduced by that ultimate, the Unbreakable will, and so everyone will walk their separate ways, with ultimately CFO coming out better off with the loss of Kati's flash.
I think, yeah, argument could be made that Vikings just come out better off because no one died at this stage in the game and how well things are going for the rest of CFO. And yeah, look, they've just been managing this Pyke so very, very well. And Junja here, Xulong.
Yeah, finds Xulong, and he's going to be forced to dash on out of there as Honkyu's going to be free to take the remainder of his minion wave. I mean, they have just been at Mal this whole game, and Honkyu has been able to stand there and be able to take it. He's ultimately down in CS, but has, you know, he's 1-0-1, not gone down despite being essentially 2v1 the entirety of this game number 2.
Oh, Kati has no mana to speak of here.
Yeah,
this
no
is a pretty
flash.
free tower dive.
No flash, he's got nowhere to go. He's just going to get completely eliminated. Honkyu trying to secure it on the back end, won't be able to do it. But Kati just gets the mana back. No ultimate for Honkyu means no execute to come through, and Junja unfortunately mis-executing means that Kati is able to some way, somehow navigate his way out of that situation. Guri saving the day there with that Grand Skyfall, and Xulong once again, look who's back. It's the Pyke trying to take down Honkyu.
Yeah, no. And, I mean, what could have been a rather disastrous situation, the number of players we've seen just back in the wrong place at the wrong time. But yeah, mana comes up, perfect time. Great Grand Skyfall here from Guri. They will get the shutdown and even a decent chunk of gold in the hands of Kati. They'll take themselves a tower in response. The Vikings right the ship, put themselves in a pretty decent spot, all said and done, up by what is nearly 2k gold.
Yeah, no, they've done a really good job of managing things here, and a majority of that, of course, is on Kati. And you got to feel a little bad, of course, for Honkyu. I've said it multiple times already, but he has just kind of become the sacrificial lamb, while at the very beginning of the game it was rest. It's certainly been him paying the price for this Pyke being left open recently. Oh! Not going to want to take too many more of those, will Shogun.
Unfortunately, the problem being is that as it has been all split, this is another phenomenal game to just beat down on a poor Varus. Lack of mobility, only so much clearance, and an aggressive support who's going to be looking to go in rather than play defensively. And Doggo's been caught there.
Yeah, he's been hit by the hook. Chain of Corruption comes out, but lands on the Kaiwing. He's going to be able to use that Unbreakable Will. Now Junja in a spot of bother does have Flash. Kratos comes on in, and the rest is going to be able to answer back. No, he won't. There's no teleport. This is a 4v5. Kaiwing flashes away. Bullet Time comes out and makes sure this Alice is not taken out. So they will keep everyone up and available, but it's going to be the feat of Monster Slayer. Means Noxie and Blessing now online for the Vikings. And there it is once again. Honkyu finally getting paid out for the constant abuse of this Pyke. He claims himself a freebie, and he's going to feel pretty darn good about it.
It's a shame we don't get the Xulong cam there, because he's going to be feeling a little bit sheepish, I'd imagine. The fact that this is, what, the fifth time where he's hooked himself effectively.
This time into tower, into a root, and just promptly, completely one-shot. So, Honkyu, that you've spent so much
Oh, they're doing
time
him so
down.
dirty with this. So dirty.
Yeah, I mean, just... You have to learn...
To be fair,
eventually.
deserved, 100%, because he's just brought it on himself.
You have to learn eventually, though, I feel. Doggo, he's going to lose his flash here as Xulong. Oh, yeah, well, he may have fouled just before. Comes straight back onto the Rift and finds value out of the Pyke immediately.
Yeah, no flash on your misfortune means that definitely exploitable in the coming few minutes of this game. And despite how things have gone, Xulong is actually keeping up as best he can in terms of vision. He's actually doing better than Kaiwing at the moment. But I suppose that, again, is just, it's Pyke. You want to clear out as much vision as possible to have the greatest effect on the map, so you're going to be roaming a lot more.
Sure. Again, I think surely not many more bone skewers going towards Honkyu. You have to think. At some point, you have to start to think, okay, he's got rebuttal. If I use it on him, he's going to one-shot me. Because this Pyke is a flimsy champion at best. If you are locked down for any extended duration of time, you do just fall over like a piece of paper. And that's what we kind of saw there. Now, Rift will place down the mid lane. Wave clear, not really there for CFO all that much. Honkyu, though, doing his best. And, no mid tower, but a sizable chunk for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it sets them up. Okay, Vikings clearly have not learnt their lesson in terms of recalling. very, very near miss. An ability thrown at that bush would have stopped and likely set up another kill. But for the most part, yeah, look, CFO are in an alright spot. That mid tower is not really long for this world. It should be an easy push for Vikings to clear it out ultimately, and then probably look to pivot into other objectives. To be fair, there's a few minutes now separating us between that and our next objective. It's Xulong. He's on the hunt again. He has not learned his lesson.
And Honkyu, for a rookie player, coming into his first ever playoffs in a major region, and you know, obviously he played playoffs over in the PCL, but this is much higher stakes than those were. He's held it together very, very well. Game number 1, phenomenal out of him. Game number 2, I'd argue even more so, despite what the gold lead says.
He's definitely my most improved player this split, for sure. Whereas, I mean, for me, Secret was the most improved team until playoffs. Then things got a bit dicey, but I think, yeah, on the whole, they're looking a lot better than they did at the start, and Honky much the same. He wasn't a slouch to start off the split, but he's still looking better than he was. He's looking a lot more confident. He's looking like he gels into this team a lot more than on day 1.
For sure. Very impressed by what this young rookie has had to offer. Hook lands onto Kaiwing. There's a lot of follow-up damage. He has ultimate for himself, but the rebuttal! Oh, Honkyu! What a play, walking just in front of Kaiwing and sends that Hui ult straight back. Return to sender, thank you.
Yeah, that could have been rough. I mean, if the positioning was there for the collapse. It looks like Shogun has support, and they're going to start pushing this top wave in. Oh, Vikings, have you not learnt your lesson?
They start it. It's a 5v5. They have no Hui ult, but they do have more ults than they had last time. Now, CFO should be aware that this is happening. They should be aware that something's up. Xulong sitting there waiting in the wings. Vision plant used, but I mean, still nowhere near the objective, down to 5k HP, and it might just be a heist. Doggo will have the bullet time, but Junja nowhere to speak of, and this is just Atakan completely for free, as essentially just Xulong and Kari were able to zone off the entire squad of CFO.
To be fair, I think of the champions on the Rift, they probably represent the greatest explosive threat in terms of just someone being, you know, combat out in one shot, bar Honkyu potentially, but down the bot side, it is El Clasico, the wet noodle fight. Cassante and Bessa just slapping each other as hard as possible with no clear victor.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see a solo kill between these two champs in this game, but...
Xulong, buddy. Oh, he's just so keen. He embodies the quintessential Pike player, man. I want to skewer something. Let me skewer something. Can I please skewer something? The answer is no. Unequivocally no, because Honky was on the map.
Yeah, but this next dragon would mean second dragon of the game for Vikings, and I believe CFO are going to just be more than willing to give it up, considering the voracious Atakan they are dealing with. Doggo will just be able to clear out this mid wave, and ultimately, you know, while generally you try and get something off the Atakan, this dragon will be good enough, but a tower seems a little hard to get, considering the wave clear available for both the spell and the bullet time. Kaiwing, though, he's getting completely staunched out, and he will be going down. There comes the execution. Getting low as Shogun. A flash away from Junja means that at least Kratos will not find a way into this team fight. And so Dragon, I mean, is going to get picked up either way. Kaiwing, again, suspicious positioning. Doesn't really... I don't know, really understand why he's where he is.
Because he has to frontline for someone else. Yeah,
but they're giving over this dragon anyway, just sit at your tower.
Yeah, look, I think the case is because of the threat of Xulong and his catch potential, you've got to sort of sit him in the front line. They had no idea that Kari was sitting in that bush. And as a result, a huge amount of damage comes out. Because, I mean, he's doing reasonably well. He's got some great money. But they should... yeah, now they'll get this tower pretty easily.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage returning back onto them, though. And I mean, it's the mid lane outer. Certainly the most important outer tower, and one of the most important, if not the most important tower in the game. So they have netted themselves both a dragon as well as that mid tower off the back of this voracious Atakan, but possibly a little less than typically you'd want to out of that objective. I mean, they did get it for free, so you can't complain.
Oh, Rest, you absolute beast. Yeah, this tower's just going to die. There's nothing Cardi can really do about it other than clear the minion wave.
The problem Rest has is he's got Unending Despair first and a Thorn Mail. So Cardi's able to force this tower to hit him, as you saw there. And Rest, I mean, he might be in a very peculiar position, but Cardi, realizing it's not worth the risk of continuing on forward, and will allow Rest to get away with a minute amount of HP remaining. Oh, those Pike champs.
He's shuffling.
So absurd. Absurd? Absurd.
Absurd,
Is that... Oh no, those are the
speedy boots.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
The Pike boots.
They looked criminally similar to the Berserker's Greaves upgrade, but they aren't. I think it's just because it's yellow.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's a good spot that Vikings, I think, find themselves in. It's a 3.5k gold lead. They've cracked all those outer towers, which means that they've got a lot of flexibility around the map. The problem being is that in a 5v5 team fight, it definitely feels like they struggle, especially if Honkyu is able to rebuttal one of those key abilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's very, very limited potential for the Pike, the resets.
Still, I mean, at this point in the game, you're seeing that Cardi is outputting a ridiculous amount of damage. So if they find a good team fight where Cardi's able to constantly hit Rest,
like this,
is in a lot of trouble here, and he might just be going down. I mean, ultimately, he gets the all out. It's not through the wall. He's trying to find a way out, but he is just going to go down. Seolong, unfortunately, does not connect on that ult. He does get the reset, though, because it was in motion.
Close enough.
Yeah.
the old Pike, yeah, it's what you need. You'd be able to get that reset to potentially look for something, but CFO make the right decision. They back right off. They're not going to give anything. Honkyu, though, down here has support coming in and Kai Wing, but with Guru playing spoiler, getting in the middle of it, Honkyu knows that he can't look to be as aggressive as he was anticipating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shilong doing his best impersonation of a red buff.
And gold lead, slowly but surely climbing. Vikings, they are up now. What is 5k gold? So certainly in a position to be able to take this one out. Still not over by any stretch of the imagination. They're up to 1 dragon. But CFO, they still got a lot of strength in their Mal and in their Misfortune in particular. Baron may be being started up here. It's going to be very, very quick. Teleport available for Rest, so he's going to be able to get here. I mean, he's already just up on the side of the map anyway. CFO going to be very slow to the objective, however, because...
Oh, Seolong.
Seolong, this is really bad. Okay, Seolong has unfortunately taken a blast cone into death.
Yeah, classic. Classic. Unfortunately, yeah, that stalls out. I mean, realistically, they were far from done in the Baron. Even if they hadn't lost Seolong there, realistically, it was still going to take a little bit longer for them to take it. Poor Kai Wing, he's just getting blown up by an artist.
Yeah, I mean, Cardi is hitting like a truck. Now, this is a 4v5 Junja now.
Oh, no. Got him. Got him.
And the Baron's aggroed as well.
Pranked him, John.
Yeah, Junja takes a massive amount of damage. Doggo, though, gets his tower. So some gold back onto this Misfortune as well. Gold lead that was just 5k, now unfortunately closes to 4. That's immediate 1k gold back into the pockets of CFO. Kratos, though, doing his best down on the bottom side. Doesn't really have the tower damage, and I believe he has shield bash this game and instead of the demolish, so it's going to be a lot slower.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
That's crazy numbers. I mean, to be fair, it has been, on the whole, pretty uncharacteristically quiet mid-game. Yeah, there's been flurries of action here and there, people going down, but just not the complete and utter man-fighting that we're used to seeing out of the VCS. But that could change.
Oh, this way champ. You wonder why it doesn't get picked more often based on this. It's very controlling. Haven't really seen what CFO have to deal with it. Ooh. Okay, Kai Wing does back away from the wall, so he won't go flying over this Baron wall. Now Rest and Kratos meeting in this tri-bush. Cardi trying to poke away at Junja. Dragon now going to be actually targeted down. Shogun on this Varus is going to do a substantial amount of damage to it as Junja's trying to find a way into the pit, but it's not going to be in time as that Dragon is just taken out. Now Rest and Kratos still battling, and Cardi needs to find activation if they do want to truly win. Seolong will have the dash, so he gets on out, and it's just a clean Dragon. Now soul point for this Kimtech Soul for Vikings, as they are going to do their best to deny CFO walking back into that mid lane.
Oh, what a denial. At least slows it down.
Baron now going to be started up. Rest has teleport. He's recalling, he'll get his item on. They need to spot this out. There they are, they see it. Teleport coming through, but this could be Rest getting isolated on the top side of the fight. No one near him. He is just going to back away immediately and is going to be met by another teleport. This one is going to be Kratos coming in, but the rest of CFO now here. Rest unfortunately missed timing.
Oh dear.
Be able to knock Kratos back. Carving as well. Won't land the headbutt pulverized combo, but Junja, you see him just marching down this river. Cardi's there, everyone is there. Junja gets the ult off. He's going to be able to deny a reasonable amount of damage, and down will go very quickly Shogun, but it's going to be answered back as Junja's taken out as well. Silong will connect there on the pike hook, but Doggo has GA, and Doggo is still living. He's outputting damage. Rest trying to keep his AD carry alive. Cardi's going to be able to lock him down, but Rest blocks the damage. Guri now the focus. Another shutdown. It's this Mal champion. He's now got some play in the fight. All out still here for Rest, but he's not able to find the angle. Kaiwing will be knocking down this Ambessa. In comes the start, and Rest finds his angle, but Cardi with the flash does get himself out. It's another 1-for-1 trade. All things said and done though, CFO winning out. Doggo hits the Baron, maybe calls in Rest to die, but it doesn't keep aggro. And still CFO from a behind position. Junja almost getting one shot, find the team fight win off the back of a fantastically placed bullet time.
That was insanely messy. And the Guardian Angel has a lot to bail Doggo out there. I mean, you look at it, they were so keen. And then the realization that the collapse was coming pretty aggressively. Great catch there from Rest to deny the skewer going on for the unstoppable. You see they look at a collapse. Junja just a bit out of position. They make the call to go and jump on the one champion that is going to negate a lot of damage on top of the perfect root and bullet time combo onto what could have been a linchpin in that fight. Shogun just gets demolished. Kratos though just does so much in the fight. Guri does so much, but it's just ultimately not enough damage onto Hongyu. That was so rough. It was such a near blowing open of the game for Vikings there that just ultimately gets denied because Shogun gets caught.
Yeah, and I mean, they do manage to get the one kill back there. It's Cardi that manages to take down Hongyu. Rest as well getting very low, but does ultimately survive. And so CFO, they're still behind, but they do bring the gold back a little bit more even. Cardi still having a phenomenal performance for himself with the Void Staff now online. 3 items for both these mid laners, but it's Doggo who is the strongest. He doesn't have the GA passive though, so a lot of power now gone. Rest getting locked up, and Rest is just going to get taken out. Doesn't get the chance to really get any sort of play around that Pathmaker, and so Junja now being the focus. It's 4v5, Execute comes through, carving the next target. Doggo with so much damage to try and output, but not enough time and not enough room to do it. The Execute though, as Hongyu offloads a massive chunk of damage. Nuke comes down, and still low health bars for Vikings. It's a 4v2, but it's going to be pretty hard to take down this Baron in the face of a Mal. We'll see what Cardi can do. You see Cardi and Kratos are trying to provide some room for this to go down. Hongyu and Doggo not looking too interested for the time being. Baron now down to 10k HP. Doggo as well as Hongyu finally moving towards this objective. Hongyu blocking out a bit of damage there from Cardi, actually firing back what was that little rumble ult. They will eventually have to give over this Baron, however, and 4 members on the side of Vikings will have that buff available to themselves for the next 3 minutes.
I mean, massive mispositioning there from CFO. Yeah, it just jumped on everything. The one champion that's ultimately designed to shred through your beefiest unit, and the bullet time is almost good. Unfortunately, they're just able to split. The execution comes off, and Shulong, to his credit, tanking that up for Cardi. That could have been pretty disastrous if Cardi was the one to go down there. So Shulong bites the bullet, intentionally or not, and does mean that they can take the Baron off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, Hongyu, I didn't even see it in the midst of that fight, but yeah, getting that rebuttal on the Whale once again. Having a really good performance for himself, ultimately 5-1 now on the Mal, but it is Vikings in a very commanding position. They have the Baron buff. They're looking now to try and secure themselves this Dragon Soul. I actually think I'd like it more if they try and focus on the lanes a little bit, not give over a potential smite fight, and you know, there's no reason you need to take fights when you have this Baron buff, but still posturing towards it. CFO have to try and find some way into the pit. Rest nowhere near. He's trying to deal with these mid waves, not really able to do it in Kratos' face.
Shilong almost sitting on Doggo's head there, effectively, but I mean, they've got the overmatch. Kratos is going to be beelining down here. I mean, Rest could teleport it, and he's going to.
Yeah, I think intelligent, getting the teleport down, meaning he is going to be able to just join his team. Now Kratos going back to the mid lane. In fact, coming back down again. Now CFO in a position to be able to somewhat contest this dragon. Doggo does make it out of the substantial part of Hui's damage now burning down. There's going to be a lot coming on as Junja, who's focused out first, and Guri on the other side of things gets the lockdown, but Rest trying to find some play. It's a double kill coming through, and it's Shogun who finds it. The bullet time's okay, but it's not good enough. Guri stuns up Doggo, and Rest and Doggo are all that stands against 4 members of Vikings, but Doggo remains full on HP. He does have the Guardian's Angel, but Rest is obliterated. And can Doggo do anything? Shogun very low, but Rest sure to fall right after this GA. Down he'll go. Ace for Vikings. They'll be able to take their food. Will it be the dragon or the towers? It might just be both.
Absolutely. When you're feasting, it's a smorgasbord for the VCS. Drake Soul, they'll be able to crack this mid-inner as well, more than likely. Unfortunately, none of the other waves in a great position to then follow up and crack anything else on the map, but you look at it, that was towing the line between disaster and success. Guri spots the opening, the public execution rather, right under Junja to lock him out of the fight. They just systematically work through it one by one. Honkyu goes for the execute, but is killed before he has the chance. Yes, they get Cardi, but that is all that they are ultimately given. Rest just impotent rage. He tries to stand between his 80 carry and ultimately death. Unfortunately for him, Kratos has had a phenomenal game so far. Shogun nearly dies to the bullet rain there, but no. Backs off, allows for the ace, allows for the Drake. It's Chemtech Soul. There are better options, but you take the Soul, deny it away from the CFO roster. Don't give them any avenue back in, and ultimately it gives you more control over the map, more priority, and they should be in a great spot to try and close this out.
Yeah, Rest not even getting the activation of the all-out at any stage of that fight. There was a lot of summoners committed. Cardi, importantly though, remains with his up and available. Doggo loses the GA, so that's going to be down for another 3 or so minutes. And Baron will be spawning well before that. CFO trying to staunch back some control over this jungle. Kratos on the top side means they should get control of it. And Junja does secure it. Going though, he finds a way onto Guri. Guri's going to get locked up. He does have a lot available to himself to try and make his way out. There's a lot of blocking of the damage. Sealong unfortunately not connecting with that bone skewer, but this bullet time will secure that Guri is certainly going to go down. It's a massive amount of damage coming through from Katie though, and Kratos will now join the rest of the team. All out from Rest is nothing to really talk about, as he is just going to get double killed. And Bessa still with ult connects it onto Honkyu, who will have flash available to himself, the rebuttal as well, and he gets a nice stun and some nice damage on the back end there onto Cardi, but still with the Baron buff now fading, there might be an avenue for CFO to try and hold on to their base, but certainly this inhibitor will be falling in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Kiving is looking for something there, but Kratos, despite being so heavily invested in outright damage, is also very, very hard to take down. That's a rough gig, and they just commit so much onto Guri here, who just naturally in his kit has a way to negate a lot of it. He gets knocked up, he gets stunned, he gets... The fact that he was locked down for as long as he could, he was, and was just, they were unable to finish him off. He even face tanks a bullet time, only to then stun Doggo out of it before he falls. Yeah, I mean, that was just brilliance in action, and the accelerated parts of this Vikings roster really shining through.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, the game rages on. It's a 10k gold lead for Vikings now, and certainly not a team you'd expect to falter from this position. I'm going to get stopped on his back as Baron now going to be respawning in just 50 more seconds. Looking at the damage, it is Cardi that reigns supreme, and we've noticed that certainly when it comes to these fights. Rest, a very quiet one on the Cassante, especially for his standards, not even finding the possibility to find good ults, not really finding anything to speak of. Just complete control from the Vikings roster from start to finish here in this second game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a rough spot for Rest to be in. You've got two champions that do reasonably well into just shredding through your HP. You can only tank up for so long compared to certain other champs that you play into.
10k gold lead, 5k of which is in one lane.
Yeah.
Still, Doggo and Honkyu remain relatively even. It is a full build Varus now. That CFO is steering down the barrel of, and 4 damage items on favor of Doggo, so he is, he's going to be relatively strong if he finds an impactful bullet time, but yet to find one really is control of the mid lane established for Vikings.
The fact that they can't even just comfortably jump in onto Cardi there. I mean, Junja has the flash engage, but there's just so many tools in this Hui's kit to disengage and ultimately punish that. And, well, more towers just dropping around the map for CFO as this Baron is being started up. Shogun's taking a decent chunk of damage, but you can see their base is in shambles right now. They can't actively contest this without a potential teleport or Grand Skyfall play cracking their base even further.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I mean, this should be the Baron that seals the deal for Vikings. CFO are going to have to find a miraculous fight to navigate it. And, you know, Vikings don't even need to opt into it necessarily if they don't want to. They can just let these minions do their job with the Baron buff and start cracking open this base. I don't even know really how you look for that fight. There's no flash available for Kaiwing. It's going to have to come off some miraculous angle where Junja maybe finds a knock-up onto Shogun, who has a GA for himself as well. So we'll see. CFO, this is going to be their last defense. What can they find? Rest trying to recall. They find a nice chunk onto Kaiwing, courtesy of Cardi yet again. I mean, it's just been him on the way time and time again that has found so much for this team. Honkyu now can take another chunk of damage, but does block it out with the rebuttal. That's a key ability now missing for this Mal, unfortunately, as one more inhib will go down. It's the ultimate for Junja. He's going to get taken out. That's the Spiraling Despair. Unfortunately, that does land onto him. The execute comes through for Shogun. It's a 4v5 now. CFO want to find anything in this game. Rest being targeted down, does have to flash away, but there comes a public execution. Lands on the Honkyu, is going to have to flash away as well. It's a 4v5. Bone Skewer lands. Doggo flashes. Is he able to find the room to look for the one kill or even anything? No, he will not. The execute comes through from Mal, but it's not going to find anything, and it's a complete wipe as Vikings will take us to game number 3 with an evened up series.
Guri just commits to the bit, wants to make absolutely sure this is locked out. And the Vikings, I mean, look, Vestian, as much as you might be a PCS shill, I'm here matching it with my VCS shill energy. The Vikings, when they are on form, have the potential to be the best team in this region. Now look, it is not happening every game, but when it does, it is truly a sight to behold. CFO though, look, there was only so much you could do, and I think, to be fair, both drafts were very, very good. They had tools to counter each other, but it was just the space that ultimately Vikings created purely, I think, off the back of Cardi just being able to do so much for the team that enabled them and made it a lot more comfortable than it would have been otherwise.
Absolutely. Cardi, for sure, the MVP of this game, yeah, from the side of Vikings, and just dominant from the start to finish. He did have a lot of help, of course, Long often helping him. He was also laning his way into Kasante, which you've never under any threat. It's the freest lane you could ever dream of, and he really utilized the gold advantage he found for himself to accelerate the pace of that game and get themselves across the line. 40 minutes in, they were able to close it out and now even up the series. CFO, they're going to be subbing out Rest. We saw him head back to his computer to take his stuff, and Driver's going to be coming in. That opens up new avenues for them. The Gragas now opens up a lot more because he is such a good Gragas player, and with, you know, all the champion pool now dwindling bit by bit, it's going to mean you're going to have to reach deeper into those pockets to find the champions that you think can secure yourself any more games here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was interesting. I'd have to say CFO looked like they had the answers that they needed to deal with a lot of what Vikings were trying to bring. Unfortunately, it feels like Vikings just double down and look to just do it even more accelerated than they were already trying to. There were a couple of situations where I think Vikings kind of just got bailed out a little bit because they just had the better positioning. And yeah, look, I mean, ultimately, Kratos having a really, really solid game. I think this is probably the worst Kasante game I think we've had in the Kasante versus Ambessa matchup, purely because they were just sort of left to their own devices. There wasn't huge interruption or injection into those two just slapping each other, and it meant that Kratos ultimately got very, very farmed because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the start of this game was Rest laning against a Hui, and he can't really do a whole lot against that, while, you know, Ambessa had a pretty free time for himself ultimately. But yeah, it was CFO who struck first, and they did very well. Even here, you know, another fight where they did exceptionally well, but they were so far behind just because the entirety of this game, while a couple of kills went over to CFO and they were up in terms of that statistic, it was tower played after tower played, and towers even going down and objectives going down that eventually found Vikings in a very substantial lead. Even, you know, they were all up 20-ish minions on their counterparts, and from that stage it becomes very difficult. You have to play out of your mind to be able to do it, and for the most part Doggo and Honkyu especially did play very well. But just a few uncharacteristic mistakes. Again, Kaiwing, similar to game number 1, randomly dying in the what was it, the river there against the Arakana, where their team had no right to ever truly look for a fight, did lead to the downfall of CFO.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's another instance where mispositioning the one champion that is really going to just truth you, Kasante, allowed to freely wail upon him, and then from there they transition into a pretty free kill for Junja. Xulong, this was just a massive catch for him. If not for that, Cardi likely goes down off the back of that, and the fight very, very drastically turns. And the fact that Cardi was allowed to just exist for as long as he was, pumping out that damage, is just so invaluable. I mean, he hits himself there with the Spiraling Despair, but the team follow-up means that they can just jump in, blow him up. Shogun as well, positioning it about as well as he could given these circumstances. And then, yeah, it was very much a case of sort of everything for Vikings really coming together there. Despite some early mistakes, they righted the ship, they played to their win condition, which was just absolutely snowball out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. Even here, Ceylon flashing away while Doggo was in the Guardian Angel, just so they make sure they don't give over any unnecessary kills. I think Rest a very uncharacteristically poor performance on the Cassante here. Ultimately, every single fight, he kind of just went down and found almost zero value out of the all-out, which, you know, is where a lot of your combat strength does come from in the Cassante. You see it there again, he gets the ult off and it's just swiftly executed afterwards. Junja as well, just kind of caught out time and time again, unfortunately for him. Even there,
much damage.
Yeah, it was...
I think the biggest reason Rest failed to find success is because everything that they were doing was, for the most part, was reactionary. They were reacting to Vikings engaging on them. He never really found the opening that you'd want as a Cassante. So yeah, just really dictate the pace of a fight. And they just absolutely get swept out of this game. And yeah, look, to be fair, he's done by this stage. Guru just sends it, gives over a kill to Kaiwing, if nothing else. But Vikings, this is really what they are capable of. And I'd argue they can still go above and beyond this. Unfortunately, they're struggling to find it every game. It's inconsistent, which is where they struggle.
Absolutely, but they're going to have to try and find it next game. Driver in, Rest out. Game number 3 on the horizons. 1-1 scoreline. We'll see you very shortly.
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình. Tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. Seja thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng macro.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi trong mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ. Thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí ED, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì ở đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP. nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满的。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
刚入4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置嘛，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第1赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
Getting ready now, champion select number 3, and definitely not the last one of the night because one of these teams still need to win 2 games to progress to our grand finals, to that decisive map to who the first ever LCP international representative will be. It's 1-1, Vikings taking game number 2, so momentum going into this next one, but it is CFO that ultimately will have side selection, and they do take blue side for themselves. So interestingly, Vikings, of course, last game did have it for themselves and chose red. So it seems like both teams pretty happy to be on the side of the map that they are on.
Yeah, I mean, Vikings, one of the rare teams in this competition to opt willingly into the red side. Or we were talking about this in the break. So Rest is out, Driver is in, and Gragas, go-to for Driver is banned out over the Skarner, which I mean,
to be fair, Skarner for brand trade.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think we've seen the brand struggle. To be fair, Guri has played it pretty successfully for the most part, but just in general, and the LCP brand has struggled a little. I mean, it's going to be interesting. So we're hitting game 3. We've got at least one more. So now we start to see how deep are these champion pools. Cardi being given the victor. It's immobile. It can be punished, and the Skana probably one of the better champs to do it. There's no way. I mean,
Yeah,
to be
you're
fair,
not gonna want the double AP, but this would be funny.
To be fair, it wouldn't be terrible, but I think there are better options. And yeah, with the Skana on the board, the Jin offers a lot of range for Shogun, means he's going to be a little bit safer when it comes to team fights. I mean, there's a lot of setup as well on with the Victor and the Chaos Storm already, so I don't hate it. But definitely 2 immobile champions that can be exploited if CFO find the opportunity.
Absolutely. Now, what is going to be the response? 80 carries that are left available are beginning to be a little few and far between. There is the Draven, the Kaiser, and the... I mean, it's just going to be
Smolder's there. Yeah, Kaiser, put Kaiser the next in line in terms of what we've been seeing at the moment. Next game, though, that's when things start to get a bit fun. Do we see the Ashe let through? Does the Callisto make it through? Nami,
there we go.
Nautilus makes a lot more sense. The Nami
Kaiser is not a lane.
No,
that sucks.
We have seen Nami Lucian come out through to the Fearless Draft in the LCK. Wukong, I mean, it was let through. We didn't really touch on it because it's more priority in terms of what's being available in the 80 carry mid lane. But Wukong, I mean, it's not a phenomenal answer into the Skana, but it does set up the team for success, which I think is ultimately the goal here. There isn't something that is just going to outright beat the Skana at the moment. You want something that sets up for that team fight. I mean, Cyclone, Chaos Storm into the curtain call. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of lockdown, and CFO are going to have to be on point with positioning once again.
Absolutely. So, second ban phase, Talia taken away from Hongkyu. What's still available? The Ari is a possible answer. Jax, so taking away some of those top laners away from Kratos is the priority for CFO.
I mean, Yone could be a pick, given that you've already got a lot of magic damage coming out of the Kaiser. Hongkyu has played it. He died to Artikan in his first game on it, so he's had a running history with it. Orianna, great setup. Actually, to be fair, not the best setup. I think there would have been potentially a bit more setup coming out of Vikings with what they've got so far. But yeah, with Jax banned out as well, this top lane, we are starting to delve right into the the depths of these champion pools.
And Elise taken away, so no pairing of the Elise and the Jin. Not a particularly strong lane, but certainly stronger than Kaiser and Nautilus, being that you do get that range. So much just straight up burst damage from the Elise, even without items. Poppy, though, is going to be the option. Most likely will be locked in, and there we do see it.
I mean, not phenomenal, but not bad by any stretch of the imagination either. It's going to give you a lot of clearance, especially to, depending on what drive it takes in this top lane. It's going to clear out a lot of the threat onto your very immobile carries, and just offers a pretty decent front line as well. Can pivot. Doggo hovering the Yasuo for Hongkyu. Now there is, Yone would have been a safer bet, and he's going to stick with it ultimately.
Now Driver's got to find a champion. Paying homage possibly to Yi Jiang.
I mean, dominant in the 1v1s.
Yeah, look.
Not so much in the main game.
Not a Driver champion. It's like, I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Gangplank. That's a Driver champion for sure. Sion as well, another Driver champion, and it is pretty strong. We've seen what other top laners have been able to do with it, namely Biopanther.
I think it is also pretty good into Vikings lineup.
Yep.
Not Jin, not traditionally a champion that is going to be building those items.
And Xiolong insta-locks the Annie.
Yeah, I rate this. I like Xiolong's Annie. It's great. It allows for aggressions, AoE setup. There's not a lot to dissuade it, and it's a great bailout tool if they do find themselves being engaged on. You just wait out the Sion diving in, you drop it on his head. If Doggo jumps in, you immediately transition the stun onto him. So there's a huge amount of punish now on this Vikings roster. The only real problem that I'm seeing is they might struggle in clearing Driver, just in terms of his bulk going into the late stages game. Same with Junja on the Skana. So we'll see. I mean, they've got great team fight, and Cardi is going to be doing a lot of damage on this Victor as well.
Yeah, I mean, truly getting into less conventional drafts. The one thing I will say is there is so much pressure on who am I thinking here? Cardi, to be able to ever dream of getting through a Sion and a Skana.
Yeah.
Because Jin is certainly not the champ for that job. He is possibly the worst AD carry at dealing with tanks. And so, you know, this is going to have to be a Blackfire Torch Leandri's Victor game. Anything else, and it's going to be very difficult to punish the health bars, the mega immobile. Well, they're not even immobile necessarily, but those health bars just have to be cut down. And Leandri's is the only thing for the job really in this one.
I mean, you got two champions that are pretty much going to be stacking HP. I mean, we could see, you know, sort of that slightly more early game focused Skarner that is going to be more prioritizing that team fight, and the Heartsteel comes later. But I think realistically, it shouldn't be too bad a game in terms of jungling here for Junja.
Yeah, and so, I mean, CFO this time, very much going to want to avoid the 2v1 in the mid lane. The Yone's not going to do all that well. I think just do what Talon did, run the risk. It might not pay off, but just run the risk and put, ultimately, Hongkyu in the bottom lane where you know for sure Vikings never put their bot lane, and allow Driver to play in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, there is no sort of phenomenal lane to put Hongkyu into, other than potentially into Kratos. I mean, as a result, Doggo and Kaiwing aren't going to do great into Jin Annie, just because if Doggo missteps at all, he's going to immediately burn that cleanse and have to run. So yeah, look, I think on the whole, it's a pretty uncomfortable position across the map. Yeah, this is ultimately CFO are just going to have to look towards the mid game and hope that things get better.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, again, Hongkyu, I have to question CFO opting for this lane assignment. You know 100% of the time Vikings are going to be putting their bot lane in a lane that isn't bot. So I'm not sure why we don't just give Hongkyu a little bit better of a time.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Yasuo probably still would have had a rough time, but he probably, I think, fares a little bit just having that wind wall on his kit.
Well, that, and as well as his Q3 is not going to throw himself into the enemy team.
Yeah.
Although, not the most amount of setup for Yasuo in this game, being, you know, you're kind of relying on Driver hitting a big ult or Q.
You got Kaiwing. That depth charge, once it comes online, is a pretty decent setup tool onto one target or another. But I mean, Hongkyu's clearly not having the worst times at the moment. He's getting up there, he's getting some farm, he's actually keeping pace reasonably well with Cardi. Yes, he's down a couple of minions, but on the whole, it's not the end of the world.
Doggo, however, is loving this. So we see where the faith lies. But yeah, Kratos taking a substantial amount of damage.
Rough gig.
For sure, but I mean, I'd rather be the Poppy with less items than the Yone. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you hit 6, I mean, your kit as a whole, really levels are more important than I think gold on the Poppy at the moment. Because you just got such a great team fighting kit. They are going to jump onto Shogun, but yeah, like, I think while in practice it's not a bad lane. Oh, Cardi, he's just going to take it, the decimating smash. Yeah. Look, he gets the grass procs, I suppose.
Yeah, it's something.
But unfortunately, yeah, just minimal kill threat.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these two should viably go down. Although with Guri coming, there's a definite angle on Driver going down. He notices now that Wukong's coming and will back away from the minion wave.
Poor Kratos. And the reality is there's potential setup for a tower dive as well, because it's a Skarner and a Nautilus.
Hongkyu. Oh, definitely a little scary. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know why we're just sending Hongkyu to the wolves.
That's the thing, he's not even having that bad a time on the whole. He's actually finding farm. He's only 5 minions behind his technical lane opponent. Oh boy.
Driver now both running out of mana. It's going to mean that Sion fares a lot better, being that their Victor auto attacks will essentially heal Sion through the Doran Shield, the second win that he has.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately this lane swap doesn't feel like it's achieved what it's wanted to for Vikings. I mean, you look at the lanes, pretty much everyone now is going in favor of CFO, even if that Yone is only slightly ahead of Cardi at the moment. So I think ultimately, yeah, it's definitely hamstrung them a little.
Yeah, it does mean that Cardi is getting a completely free lane phase though, and Victor, you know, while Scion has infinite scaling, you aren't ever going to get to the point where that infinite scaling is the game deciding factor. So ultimately, you're probably pretty happy as Vikings because of that. The quicker, well, the easier it is for you to get your items online as a Victor, the easier it is that you're actually going to be viably able to take down the Skana and this Scion.
Problem is, though, Cardi is just taking so much free damage from Drive. Look, yeah, he's getting grasp stacks, but I mean, is that really what you want? Given that you are taking, I mean, you're taking so much threat into a Skana Scion. So once that 6 hits, there is a very real possibility, and they are looking for it right now.
The driver is going to get another slow, does take a bit of damage on the back end, and I think quickly realizing that this is not a real threat under the tower. It's just a little bit too full on HP is the Victor, and Guri sidestepping away from that dredge line will catch a boulder to his skull, however.
But the Annie here, I think largely Skana probably offers a little bit more into this 3v3 than necessarily the Wukong, but Chaos Storm committed topside for Cardi, trying to force Driver out, but
yeah, to try and clear the wave, and Scion still clears it faster.
yeah, unfortunately.
Later on, it won't be the same. Once you get that double laser coming through, you can kind of just wipe the waves. Driver, however, able to come and help out with these Void Grubs. Junja taking one for himself and turning around now to collect himself a second, possibly even a third, which, you know, is an early advantage here for the side of CFO. So they are doing very well, much better here in game number 3 than they were in game 2, but Sealong now looking for Driver. He does have that unstoppable force. However, the damage they're doing to him is somewhat laughable.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shogun, he's got support.
Guri's here though. Guri does have level 5, so no level 6 for him. The Impale lands onto 2. What a fantastic ultimate and what a fantastic angle for Junja. Slightly ahead in terms of that farm and XP, especially based off those Void Grubs, and able to utilize that to find himself a kill in the mid lane. Driver using his ult to clear out the minion wave. It looked, you know, a little bit dicey, but ultimately too tanky here on the Scion to actually go down, and so just picks up those minions, will be able to now go back to base and return up to the top lane.
Yeah. The fact that this is, yeah, I don't know, a bit of a rough spot. You should always be in a position where you can bail out. But I mean, yeah, the problem with the Skana just being able to come straight through that wall, they've taken a huge amount of map priority off the back of it, so they'll get 2 points towards monster slaying. The abusability of it, these are mobile champions in Vikings.
Do you remember why Jin lost Flash? Because Jin didn't have Flash, he still doesn't.
Because he got ganked in the mid lane. So I think it was Junja comes in from topside river. Kai Wing throws a flash. Throws a hook. He's forced to flash towards the tower.
Oh, I didn't even.
It was the picture-in-picture that we had.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't see it. All right.
But yeah, no, unfortunate. I mean, even with it, I don't know if it's the best of times for him in the grand scheme. There's just a lot of damage coming out with Doggo there.
And CFO, I mean, just quietly building a fairly large gold lead for themselves, particularly Doggo, who's nearing on 1k. Also has the Cull, which is still, you know, being worked towards getting that stack cash out.
Yeah, again, I think similar to GAM, the draft's not bad, but they definitely don't have the tools to deal with a Scion and a Skana.
For sure, yeah, I mean, they just blatantly don't. This Victor has to get very far ahead. And he's going for the Ceres build, so it's going to be a little bit safer, but it does lower his damage, and it's going to be a long time before he gets any notable percentage HP damage. I mean, yeah, Driver's just completely dominating.
To be fair, look, while I do think that the Vikings' approach of just these aggressive lane swaps into the mid are very, very impressive in terms of how it allows them to sort of work around the map, when it's at the detriment of your mid laner, which it is going to be because Cardi likely just dies here. He does have gap.
Driver almost getting the solo kill there.
Yeah.
Oh, he does!
Yeah.
Oh, headshot!
Yeah.
Driver, you beast!
This is something that Vikings have willingly opted into. And the fact that the Scion is just not in any way remotely being punished is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's good for Cardi to be able to free scale, but he's not. He just got solo killed, so he does have flash available to himself, just greedy with it, but... I mean, just...
Yeah,
to be fair, good play out of Driver.
Oh, absolutely, but I just don't know if the justification's there for Vikings here. Just because you can put your opponent, your opposition's mid laner in a bad position, doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Every single game.
Yeah. Especially when teams are really, you know, figuring out ways to lessen those losses.
Yep. And CFO certainly have done that. Now, finally, we'll have mirrored lanes in Summoner's Rift for the first time ever in a Vikings game.
Not initially, though.
Yeah, never initially. There are bot lane. I actually do not remember if there has been a game. The Smolder game, I think, Shogun started in bot lane. I'm pretty sure. There hasn't been a game for a while, though, that Vikings have actually put their bot lane into the bot lane.
Yeah. I must say, though, despite all that, Kratos has actually recovered quite well, given that he was, for the longest time, just in that matchup against Doggo. He's got some good farm. In fact, for even tenuously, he's holding that lead. But in the 1v1, he just doesn't have quite what it takes, and again, Void Grub's just freely given. So while you can understand what Viking... Oh, Shogun.
Not going to be hit, but the Impale going to be used and force out that flash, so... An important ultimate down for Ginger, but ultimately the flash is going to be extremely punishable. Jin, a notoriously immobile champ until he gets some crit items and starts to get some good movement speed behind him.
Yeah, it's the one way to deal with immobility, just kill them before they can touch you. But unfortunately, into this roster of champions, that you're very rarely going to do that. Yeah, I mean, Cardi just doesn't have the range as a Victor to win this matchup outright.
Bone plating up for himself, which is the only reason why he lived initially.
And then gets greedy, thinking that maybe I can finish this kill, only to get screamed at real hard.
Oh, hold Driver, you bees. Actually...
Like, Kratos still isn't even winning this matchup.
Yeah, no, Driver's going to start tanking the tower now because the Unending Despair pop, but I'm not even sure they win this. I mean, Driver is
Go for the player under the tower.
Constantly going aggressive, and in comes everyone. Doggo with that Killer Instinct and the teleport as well, but they won't be able to find the kill. And so it is going to be a substantial amount used here by CFO. Still, Honkyu's going to be able to just stay in this lane, so it doesn't really matter all that much.
I was confused there for a second. I was wondering, you know, someone just got 350 gold randomly. I was like, no one died. No towers went down. It's last kill of the minion.
There you go.
Was him diving to the top lane.
1.5k gold ahead now of his lane opponent is Doggo. And yeah, very, very strong.
Oh, Cardi.
Cardi is... I mean, he has flash, but yeah, this is the problem. You cannot flash away from the depth charge, and he is just going to be going down again. Junja will be able to claim that, and so with that, Noxian Blessing online for the side of CFO. I mean, just...
Cardi has to be giga tilted right now.
Yeah, unfortunately. He also, I understand the CS build is, it's a lot safer. However, you are so delayed from getting any meaningful percentage health damage because Leandri's is the only option. That I don't foresee a way, barring this game going to 45, 50 minutes, that Vikings can realistically ever do any meaningful damage to either Driver or Ginger.
But that's the thing, they still scale up in that time as well. I mean, the Heart of Steel for Ginger, Driver just naturally is a Scion. There's just not the damage. And unfortunately, Shogun is just going to nosedive off a cliff at a certain point in this matchup as well, compared to Doggo. I mean, Kratos is getting some good damage out onto Driver. Unfortunately, I just don't think there's enough to get the kill, ultimately. And Doggo's here.
Yep. We're not going to be able to find anything. Kratos is still, you know, tanking his own right. And we'll just one-shot away those mini waves. Damage to champs is actually Driver leading, so...
Yeah, into a melee into range matchup as well. That's just obscene.
Well, a lot of people have a weird opinion on Scion. The reality is he's genuinely reasonably strong in lane against many things. I mean, there are obviously like...
There's a reason he's picked into 2v1 lanes.
Yeah, there's like things like Camille and Fiora where he does suffer against, and champs that can play around.
Driver is taking a page out of the boss book.
Yeah, I mean, just naturally, there's no one that can deal with him. But Sion in lane is actually kind of like a poke champion. He's able to land his abilities from very far away. He hits the minion waves at the same time as well, which is a bonus for him. And he is now looking to kill Kratos.
Oh,
really nice by him.
This is going to be another solo kill in lane.
Yeah, I mean...
Never mind.
That's good, though. I mean, I think that's correct. Give it over to Doggo. He's already very far ahead. Sion getting further ahead now as well is completely meaningless. So, Shogun, he has no flash available to himself. Jinja's going to be able to use that Impale, and he might not even need to, as, yeah, Shogun is just taken out immediately. Now the Impale comes out. Shogun with no way to get free of the oncoming damage of Yone. It's just a free 2 kills once again. CFO just completely running away with this.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It definitely feels like they were baited into a lot in draft phase by CFO, which, I mean, against Talon, I think that they probably wouldn't be struggling as much because Talon's drafting has been a bit odd the last couple of play days, but CFO not making the same mistakes. Vikings, though, yeah, it's odd that they find themselves in this rougher spot at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think both of us can agree we don't really like calling the game over till it's actually over, but unfortunately, game number 3, it does just feel like there's not really a whole lot that Vikings can do.
Effectively, despite Doggo getting involved, this was 2 solo kills from Driver.
Yeah, it was.
Onto both respective solo laners. I mean, Doggo doesn't even need to be there, and it was Driver still getting that kill. And
at the same time, by the way, they commit 2 people bot and still pick up another 2 kills in mid.
Yeah.
While, I mean, Victor is just solo laning up top. The Shogun just knows he's dead. Yeah, I mean, this is just clinical by CFO though. And you have to say, if they are able to keep playing like this and adapt to what's happening, not only in the game, but in the series, as you know, Vikings have gone for the same exact thing all 3 games, different champs, but same strategy. It should bode well for the following up fight. Cyclone used by Guri. Kami's going to be able to flash away. Now Jinja coming in to help Doggo, who does have that killer instinct, gets himself out of harm's way. A massive fight, but in comes Driver! And oh my god, he hits everyone! Honku in the mix, everyone going forward for CFO. And while things get bad, they get worse. CFO are sprinting away with this game. Vikings can do nothing but watch in despair as game 3 quickly runs away from them.
And that's it. That's game. I'm sorry. There's no coming back at this point. The game is over. Shogun is never going to do enough damage to get through Driver and Junja. Doggo is just going to, yeah, okay, cool. Good on you. You've got a big old sniper rifle. You kill the support. Oh my god! He's not beefy enough. The front line, not quite there. But, I mean, even with a collector, even the extra gold, there's still a 2.4k gold lead. They're about to lose bot tier 2. The only outer turret they have remaining is on the top side. Shulong with Kratos, yeah, there's just no damage.
Do caster curses count if you don't say it, but you thought it? Because I was about to say that CFO are very honestly on the verge of a perfect game. They had yet to lose an objective. They had yet to die. I was about to say it, and Shogun snipes away 2 kills, gets himself some gold, and put an end to what could have been a perfect game.
I could say right now that CFO have this in the bag. There is no way they lose it. Unless Vikings management is getting up, going to the CFO side of the stage and unplugging all of their PCs. I still don't think that would be enough. CFO, just everything coming together. They are so far ahead. I mean, the fact that Kai Wing is soloing out Shulong right now. Like, yeah. Holds the kill, but can't. He's just got too much, and the game is over. I'm sorry, there's just no 2 ways about it. There's not enough damage coming out of Vikings to deal with these 2 very, very tanky frontliners. Shogun gets spoon-fed at 2-piece because Driver is just a pixel off the mark and somehow manages to clip Doggo's elbow.
Yeah.
He was like, I didn't even know how that happened.
Yeah, Kai Wing. I think the side of CFO would have also realized that they were on the verge of a perfect game.
I mean, the fact that Driver's feeling confident enough to go Titanic Hydra, second item.
Yeah. I mean, he certainly doesn't need the tank stats anymore. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can deal with the fact.
Yeah, so collect it into LDR for Shogun. He's also died. I'm not quite sure where he's died, but he died.
Oh my god, Guri just comes out of the Hex Gate and loses half his HP.
Like, hopefully we've got a replay of that, because he found 2 kills. We then cut back after the replay and he's gone.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Anyway, Driver still topping the damage charts here. I think that might be how this game remains, barring a team fight that doesn't involve him.
The crazy thing is, I think we're so accelerated that Driver could conceivably sell all his items, go full lethality Scion, and still be doing just fine.
Yep, possibly.
It might also mean that Shogun then has an honest chance of killing him, but the likelihood of that happening is...
I'll see Long's dead.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he is just going to get completely destroyed. And already having control over the top side, this means CFO will be securing themselves as Arakan. There's no conceivable way that Vikings can really contest this.
Oh boy.
And in fact, they're just going to get...
Oh boy.
Oh, Driver is so good. He's so good. Shogun is dead. Driver is going to die. And unfortunately,
Kratos.
Shogun will live. Kratos, however.
Oh yeah, okay, look, he's tanky enough. He's got that thermal winter. But the Arakan... I mean, Driver... Junju was there as a cheerleader more than anything.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised Shogun lived. He didn't have Flash, he did have Barrier, and the Barrier did keep him alive. And they were able to lock Driver down under the tower and take him out. So, you know, that's another kill going over. Again, this gold lead is insurmountable. That has to be said.
Yeah, Doggo's 3 items now. Yeah, Junju is 100% a cheerleader. He's like, yeah, we'll drop the Rift Herald. Oh, wait, buddy. I mean, that was a lot of damage. That was an insane amount of damage coming out of Driver, but...
Junja, ulting a clone.
Yeah.
PTSD. They do get the tower.
Yeah, unfortunately the kill also goes to Guri. I think Shogun is so desperately in need of gold that he would have done almost anything to take that for himself.
Look, last year when Jin was very popular, I said it then, and I'll say it again, as Guri is just getting soloed out by 2 tanks. And is
he's
almost...
dead. Yeah, he's dead.
He's gonna.
Oh no, okay, he's gonna flash over the wall. He's dead.
If you're in a game as Jin and the only realistic item you can build second is LDR, it was not a Jin game.
Yeah.
He picked it up very early in the draft, getting worried about the 80 carries left available. Doggo commits fully into this tower. He will be getting withdrawn, but not before taking out 2 people. Triple kill coming over now to this Kaiser as things are going from bad to worse. Flash forward, Impale lands. Kratos does get the flash away, but the hook there to hit onto him as well. Junja drifting him back towards the inhib will unfortunately not result in a kill for the side of CFO, but they are going to be able to pick up another tower. This will be the inhib going down 2. Driver now returning to the mid lane 1 to also secure that for them. And we're 22.5 minutes in. There's no Baron. Baron's not even alive. And CFO have completely cracked open this base of Vikings. Doggo now returning to the map, but going into that bottom lane, maybe suggesting that CFO, with what is remaining of this Arakan, will look to push down and fully crack open that base.
It's crazy to me that we were, oh, to be fair, we weren't actually that close with Doggo withdrawing, but the fastest game we've had this split of the LCP is 23:37. Now, unfortunately, this game is somehow going to last longer than that.
Yep. And we'll CFO as well in that time. CFO traditionally have the longest and the shortest games. So they're just on both ends of the scales there. Take a look, it's just very...
Dead.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs when your Wukong is just getting soloed by a Skarner.
He flashed at the worst place. Like, to be fair, there was not really any better options, but yeah. Not like Doggo needed to be more fed.
Oh my lord, that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, just into the back lines. Gets hit with pretty much everything. It's the tower, though, that does the most damage. Yeah. And honestly, I'm surprised that we're not coming back from the replay and the game's over.
Back to live. It's a good clone out of Guri. Is going to stop Driver from going forward anymore. Sealong does have to flash away, and he gets his tippers to block out the Q from Nautilus. But Kratos, who was supposed to be your tank, has been one shot. Now Hongq joining the fray. Sealong is not going to be long for the world. Neither is Guri. Kadi and Shogun are all that stands, and neither one of them particularly strong. The Leandries, yes, it's now online, is not going to be offering the damage you need to, considering just how accelerated the CFO are. That's in him number 3. They can realistically end the game here, and they are looking to do so. But another snipe. I mean, Shogun, yes, he's had a good game on Jin in terms of his skill shot accuracy. The game, however, will end prior to the spawn of Baron. And it will mean now CFO are on match point as they look to just need one more to get themselves into that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like Vikings baited themselves a bit with the draft. Look, I can respect the Jhin in the right circumstance. That was not the right circumstance. I mean, the fact that you open with Skarner, that's not that bad. There's definitely room to work. As soon as we see the Sion coming, that's over. There's nothing. Unless Shogun is finding 5 kills unanswered in the first 10 minutes of the game, you're not dealing with that Sion at all.
Yeah, I mean, the job was really up to Victor. I think Cardi somewhat dropped the ball, really. The fact that he got solo killed by the Sion in a matchup where, yes, the Victor is never conceivably killing the Sion, but you should never die to the Sion similarly, right? You should just be able to be up there, free scale. He's got the grass, so he's getting a little bit of health as well.
He did the most damage that game.
Yeah, it was Driver who topped the damage stats. I mean, he was just poking Cardi out of lane, solo killed Cardi, essentially solo killed Kratos. He was having an absolute thriller for himself, and
he almost found another 2 kills in that tower dive. The fact that he was, if not for the fact that he was done under a tower, I think likely he probably would have found those kills as well. And he just a phenomenal game out of him coming in to replace Rest, and yeah, that was very. Yeah, look, I don't want to say poor for the Vikings, but they definitely got baited a little bit, I think, in that draft into picking certain champions that ultimately weakened their standing on the Rift.
For sure, and so. Yeah, I mean, the Jhin early is a rough one when you only see one tank, and there is still room to pick 3 more, or 2 more, I guess is what
2.5, I suppose.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was sort of nothing Shogun could do. It felt, as you said, he would have to get so far accelerated to ever conceivably deal with
well,
the
also the Driver and Junju being that far behind at the same time, so. Yeah, look, the one big boon, I think, for the Vikings is it does again drastically diminish that champion pool. We are going to start to see sort of your 3rd, 4th string 80 carries, mid laners, junglers, top laners coming into play, which could open up if Vikings do have some of those big pocket picks that they've been holding it to this stage in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I do struggle with is generally the most targetable champion pool is AD carry. And so maybe you go into this next one and you just target out some of the things Doggo's already shown us. Obviously, there's the Kalista and the Ashe who have remained banned in this series. But there's also the Draven. We saw him play the Draven, and yes, they did lose that game. He ultimately had a pretty good one for himself. And I mean, here's the solo kill. I mean, just well played by Driver, to be fair. If not for bone plating coming up at the worst time, it would have been the cleanest solo kill. But
I don't know, this is still pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You just would have rather not lost your flash, but...
Because not only do you die to the minion, you also walk into the minion.
Here's another one.
Yeah, I mean, he just absolutely just demolishes. He completely outclassed Kratos here, but good guy Driver says, you know what? Yeah, look, okay. To be fair, I think it was just a case he just didn't do enough auto attack damage. Otherwise, it would have been an easy kill, and then, yeah, they were just able to completely exploit this lack of mobility on the Vikings roster between the Jhin, the Victor, Shogun. There's nothing he's doing there.
Yeah, and again, I mean, they looked for something. This was when the game wasn't completely out of control yet, but sort of off the back of this it was. Driver
it was pretty darn close.
Really good ult. Finds it, hits 4 people with the damage. TLN flashes away from getting knocked up, but yeah, so Kaiwing just solo kills him.
Yeah, look, I think CFO just very, very big braining it there in terms of the way that they approach this drafting phase. Look, yeah, this is ultimately the participation trophy of this game for Shogun, because that is about as much as he achieved for the rest of this matchup, which is a shame. Because he's good. Guri as well, yeah, just caught.
I just like how the highlight reels are essentially just tanks not taking damage and and one-shotting people.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, when you've got Doggo as well on the Kaiser, who's just finding all of this. It's a pretty bleak picture, unfortunately, for the VCS fans out there. But again, look,
it's not over.
Yeah, it's not over. The benefits of a best of 5. And to be fair, even then, oh wow, from downtown. Unfortunately, yeah, he hits a clone, but still, that threat alone is terrifying enough.
Yeah, if this game was more even, then this could have been a good fight for Vikings, because they managed to block a Nautilus hook with a Q and completely nullify a Sion ult, but unfortunately they are, at this stage, about 12k.
I'm still not even sold that it would have been, because you've still got a Jhin, who largely...
I mean, the Victor is just so weak is the problem.
That too.
If the Victor was more even, then it's a more playable game, but that was not the case. Game number 3, done and dusted. CFO take it. They now lead the series 2-1, and Vikings, they'll have to win back-to-back to be able to make it to that grand final immediately, or their fate might be sealed against TALON. We'll see you very shortly.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满的。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
项目4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置嘛，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第1赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả 3 khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có vị trí 2 vị trí rừng. Seja thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng bắt rô.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi trong mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ, thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có 2 vị trí ED, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực Você tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
A potential last game of the night here, but for the side of Vikings, they're not going to want to make that so, as they do trail 1-2 in favor of CFO, but they got side selection once again, this time choosing to go to the blue side. So 30 champions immediately removed from the draft, another 10 will follow. Where do you look? I'm not so sure.
I mean, the crazy thing is, if the pacing of this series is to be followed, Vikings lose game 1, come back with a massive game 2. They've just lost game 4. Game 3, we might come back with a massive game 4. But yeah, we are starting to hit the real, struggle streak for certain champion pools in the competition, particularly bot lane is, we were talking about where do they go from here. There is potentially an argument to be made for Ziggs Yasuo. The Yasuo mid, Ziggs bot lane. Probably the strong argument, but somehow there is a valid argument to be made given that Ashe, Kalista have been religiously banned out this series.
Yeah, I mean, even engaged supports. Okay, once again.
Well, Kalista and Ashe have been banned religiously up until this point. So it might just be a case of these two teams sort of handshake them and say, look, we'll leave them open. Well, you can have one, we'll have the other.
Yeah. Draven. So Ashe or Kalista will be going to Shogun.
It puts the onus on CFO. Do they try to ban one and then ultimately give the other over to Vikings?
I think they just leave both open.
They have to. At this stage, yeah. Oh, no! Okay, so it will be Kalista. Unfortunately, it would be in the hands of Shogun, and CFO have proven capable of exploiting champions that are... Look, well, she's not immobile, but definitely struggles in terms of range.
Yeah,
and there you go.
An immediate answer. So, I mean, you can still formulate a lot of things that counter the Vi. Ultimately,
a lot of them are gone. Poppy as well, one of the big counters. Jax.
Yeah, Jax good for driver, and it is probably the most powerful top laner left open, considering all of Rumble, Ambessa, Poppy, Ornn, Cassante, Sion, all removed. I'm not sure what you pick into this now. The Camille completely sucks into the Jax. Yeah, I mean, we're getting low on top laners for sure.
I mean, we're still hitting the dregs of the jungle as well, honestly.
Yeah, there we go. Galio, a really good answer into Vi. Just lock her down as soon as she does start to charge towards your Kalista.
I mean, the one benefit, it is a bit of a flex for the 3 of the 4 roles remaining, I suppose, but Renata being picked up, he's pretty clear cut that it's not going to be a Galio support. I mean, not the worst lane, but definitely not phenomenal. But to be fair, at this stage, it's kind of to be expected.
Yeah, and most likely want to pick your mid laner here, going towards the Talia for Hong Q. So now bans, where do you opt in? I mean, you could look for the junglers, considering you've already got yours. You can also look for the top laners, assuming Galio doesn't get pivoted up there, but I think junglers makes more sense.
Yeah.
So what would you be looking at? The likes of the brand, something? No,
I would, brand.
We've seen Kindred with.
Yeah, Viego.
Yeah.
So really are sort of just hitting right down to the tail end of that list. Diana. So there are still picks there, but how likely they are to make it through, or at least through into a matchup that's not just completely punishing. I don't know, it's a rough spot. I mean, you even look at the likes of mid lane, Caitlyn. So removing some of that range threat out of Doggo. I mean, to be fair, it in theory could be Talia bot lane. It's not impossible. And to be fair, if they then picked up Yasuo for Honky, they've got a reasonably alright setup. It's not perfect, but it's not terrible either by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, now Camille, I mean, it's not a great champion to Jax, but I mean, you can see the Camille Galio becoming a problem later on, so.
6, yeah, okay. I did wonder, but Tristana, yeah, still has a lot of range. Needs a decent pairing.
Strong.
Yeah, needs a decent pairing to absolutely dominate lane, especially into it. Kalista, it's going to do all right.
Yeah, I think it'll suck, just because what can you really pick in Renata? Kalista is just so strong. You can't really viably, look for what Tristana is often known for and just jumping in and blowing someone up. I think the Jinx makes a lot more sense, though a very difficult lane to navigate. However, not likely that Vikings put their bot lane in the bot lane, because they never do.
Aatrox, I mean, it's seen its play. Garen's seen its play. Gangplank's seen its play. In the best of 5, Maokai as well. Not terrible, but I think the jungle is definitely going to be a bit of a sore spot for Guri this time around. At least Sin is actually available.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's not a terrible game, but certainly it's a lot of moving parts to try and consider here.
And if Vikings take us to a game 5, I'm actually just stumped for what could possibly even come out.
Look, to be fair, there's still strong picks available. I mean, oh, please.
Oh, lock it in.
Please. As a support main, this warms my heart. It's not going to be, unfortunately. I think Brom is not a terrible answer. Pairs well with the Jinx. It's not great.
I think Braum is
Thresh.
Okay, Thresh Jinx. This is a classic from about 5 years ago where, oh, Jinx is immobile. Pick a lantern.
Not anymore.
Yeah. So she's able to get out. I mean, yeah, I see the angle. Another hook champ as well, if you are able to lock down Renata specifically early on, before Kalista hits level 6, it can be very good and beneficial for you. However, ultimately this is a lane that the bottom lane of CFO will not want to take part in. They're gonna suffer. The Kalista Renata will just completely run over Thresh Jinx, barring some huge misplays.
Which, unfortunately, neither team has really been immune to.
Yeah.
One more, CFO more than Vikings, but they're not totally innocent. This is interesting. I think it's going to really paint a very impressive picture going into, obviously, our lower bracket finals and ultimately the grand final, in terms of just how successful these sort of C-D tier picks, the pockets, the bench batters, as it were, will fare. Because I think, if anything, this is ultimately Vikings' best shot at forcing a Game 5.
Yeah, I think they got a stronger team comp. Sure, Junja's on his Vi, he's very comfortable on that, but they've got a good answer to it. He can't realistically go for the Renata, because Renata will just get Fate's called, and the Galio as well, whoever he does choose, can just jump down on top of them and will feel completely fine. So there's not the greatest targets of the Vi ult, so again, you pick the Vi early, not that many options to go towards. Aatrox as well, not as good against the Jax as it used to be. It used to be kind of a skill matchup. Now it tends to be a little bit more Jax favored, with Aatrox just being a little bit weaker, especially around the items that are available and whatnot these days. It'll be interesting to see what he builds. Typically in solo kill, it is the Spear of Shojin that is built by the Aatrox a lot of the time. Also, I'm not entirely sure why there's a random white bar in his resource bar, because that champ does not have any resources. I guess he does when he has ult on, but he's got a little timer.
Yeah, I don't know. You just look at what's available. In terms of, you know, CC tanks, there's a couple of options, but no good ones into a Jax. It's really that balance of, do you play to try and shut down your lane opponent and then still just sort of play for skirmishing, or do you just purely play for the team?
Do you know what is a good tank? And like possibly Jax's most difficult matchup is Malphite.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the longest time it was Malphite, just because Lamau have fun attacking, because you just, A attack speed just gets ground into the dirt.
Yeah, plus you just get poked out by Q.
That too. It's a rough time being a top laner. But so far, we would have been seeing vanilla lane matchups, but no, CFO actually this one to opt into a lane swap.
Yeah, and this makes sense. You don't really want the Kalista against the Talia. You actually are under a bit of threat. Unfortunately missing out on that first hook. The death sentence will in fact not sentence anyone to death here.
It's all right, though. It's still an option for top lane, too, as the Thresh. It did receive a bit of love in terms of his scaling on the E. Which I'm sure all Thresh top laners rejoiced. Handshake lands. Unfortunately, Shogun then jumps into it. But Driver losing a lot of HP for his troubles.
Yeah, I think a little bit over-aggressive out of Driver. Probably just need to wait until this minion wave comes into your tower and try and, you know, soak up XP. You're not realistically getting any of the minions. Aatrox will have a little bit better of a time against a Jinx Thresh than a Jax will, just not generally, but against this lane matchup specifically. Now, hook lands this time. Handshake is going to have to be flashed away from, as Kaiwing was under real threat of going down here. Driver now jumping forward, and again, I mean, a questionable decision. Could have spent that time instead getting minions for himself, but chooses to jump forward, and he is just recalling now though, so looks like Doggo and Kaiwing going to be now matching their lane opponents.
Yeah, Driver teleporting topside. He gets a ward and refillable pots, so I suppose it's better than nothing, but...
And two bonks on the head, so not a great start.
Straight into some damage anyway. He's going to look to turn it onto Kratos, but the chain just walks out of it. It's going to be an interesting matchup, that much is for certain. Luckily though, Honkyu not going to be teleporting into damage at Akari. But Guru on the backside.
Yeah, with the bot lane now approaching, there is a lantern available though, so not really that much threat.
Kaiwing's brain starts tickling those, something's up.
Yeah. Spidey senses, perhaps.
And already, CFO just looking to back right out of that engagement. To be fair, they've actually had the better time of the two. Shogun is down a little bit in terms of CS. I suppose Jinx just a little bit.
The classic.
Yeah.
Let's get the bot lane wave state into the most atrocious position possible, and then we'll go top. You deal with that one, please, Driver.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't stop it either.
Bit of a mistake, I think. If he was able to stop it, would be pretty good. But, I mean, Driver's going to come back to a lane he can't interact with, so it doesn't really ultimately matter, as Doggo and Kaiwing were just going to be headed back up top.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Aatrox can be a bit of a menace in team fights, especially given that sticking capabilities. Onto Doggo, if he can separate him from Kaiwing, not have that lantern bail out. Definitely makes for a bit of a rough spot for Doggo, but we've seen what resets can do. One kill going off, suddenly he's just zooming around a team fight. Or Cardi missed the cannon.
Yeah, Jinx 2-0, I believe, in the LCP. Doing well for herself. Second one today in our first series. Bought GAM their one and only win against TALON. Oh, it was a best of 3, so not that many opportunities.
Lead there. For, oh, okay. Yeah, just top laners fighting. Pretty classic, but Kratos has a decent chunk of sustain, not to mention Conqueror.
Yeah, Dundred is going to claim himself this dragon, however, and they're going to give over the Void Grubs. I mean, they don't have the team fight to be able to deal with a Kalista. Sure, you almost guaranteed to get one reset on one of the Void Grubs, but still, I'm not sure that that's enough to sway the fight in their favor against Kalista Renata. It's going to be a little bit of time until they will be able to feel confident. And even then, it's going to require a little bit of setup from the rest of CFOs. Just be willing to give this over. In fact, they're just laning Doggo now against Kratos.
Ginger is up on this top side. Yeah, you see Kaiwing's there as well. So, I mean, timing-wise, if they can find an opportunity, and oh, that is a lot of damage. Kaiwing is just hiding in the brush. They want Vikings to try and commit for this, but yeah, realize that realistically, with Grubs already starting to come together, it's a plate pretty quickly taken. Kalista, no slouch when it comes to clearing waves, but Ginger,
level 6.
Yeah, has the cease and desist.
Still, because of bailout, they don't realistically have a chance of taking down this Kalista. Even if they get through her first health bar, she almost certainly would have built up enough stacks to then claim the Rend and turn that one on its head. So it is just going to be Kaiwing up here trying to make sure Driver is able to get minions. Again, he has the Lantern. Guri looking for a kick, potentially. Handshake onto Driver, but Ginger's here. And this could be just about the worst way this could go. Cease and desist. That's going to confirm the kill. First blood over to Ginger. A good flash from Kaiwing gets him out of harm's way as Kratos tries to join the fight. But it's Driver that is right there on top of both Guri and Seolong. They're going to choose not to go forward. And ultimately, first blood picked up. Doggo getting free time in the bot lane. And somehow, CFO have now navigated the early game strength of this Kalista.
Rough gig. Very rough gig. The response just too quick, and not necessarily knowing that Ginger was lurking on this top side, having the cease and desist at the perfect opportunity as well. I mean, to be fair, this was a pretty hard kill to pull off at the best of times. Yeah, just Shogun too far back. Literally everything connects onto him. Cease and desist through the bailout as well. Oh, flash off cooldown from Kaiwing. Yeah, look, to be fair, Vikings navigate that pretty well to avoid any further follow-up disaster, but still not an ideal spot to be put in the first place.
No, I mean, ultimately, no, despite that, Shogun still doing fine in terms of his gold. He's even with Doggo. But an unnecessary kill. At a point of a game where you should just be favored to win almost any fight you take. It was just a well-managed kill, or engagement, I suppose, out of CFO. Unfortunately, Driver, this does not get much easier for him at any stage of this game.
Yeah, another plate, and I think plates definitely could help Shogun ramp up a little bit where he's not finding those kill opportunities. Kratos doesn't have the worst time in clearing up waves, ultimately doesn't have the best either. But with hostile takeover just being picked up there, it does mean that Driver can't really sustain much under this lane. If he gets caught by that, it's going to allow for them to get a lot of damage straight out, which is why they're getting so much damage onto this tower for free.
Dodges out at least with the handshake, and I mean, it is just a lot more damage dealt to this bottom lane tower in favor of the side of Vikings, and they are likely going to be able to pick themselves up. Ginger knows there's no ward in this bush, and Kratos seemingly unaware that Ginger is here. It looks like we're probably just going to see another kill going over. See how Kratos is able to play it. He doesn't get that world ender off yet, and the hook lands, and he's just taken out. So Ginger claims himself a second kill. Driver, on the other hand, is going to be losing this tower, and he will be losing it first. So while a kill goes over top, first blood tower in favor of Vikings down the bot lane. So all things relatively even. Ultimately, Kratos being the big loser out of this situation.
Yeah, look, it's at the end of the world. He still holds on to that flash as well, so next objective, both of them roughly 50 seconds away, maybe finds an opening, be able to jump in onto one of those carries which are so exploitable. The problem being is there's just so much clear. If it's not the, the flay coming out of Kaiwing, they've got the flame chompers, there is just so much to deny. Counter-strike, Vault Breaker even, Shifting Sands. There's just so much that makes Kratos going in a nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looking towards potentially the Dragon. I mean, it would be a second of the game for the side of CFO, but I don't feel like they should be able to claim it. I think still Vikings with this Kalista Renata should be strong enough to take whatever fights they want to. Doggo's still not quite at that first item. Of course, neither is Shogun, but definitely without items. Typically, you're going to favor the Kalista barring a massive overextension and possible reset. Kratos going to be using that world into now, but the Grandmaster's Might was also used by Driver, so both top laners now without their ultimates. Junja going to be able to come over this wall. He does not have cease and desist, but he does have the smite, so he's going to be able to lock down or slow down Kratos a little bit more. Driver having to flash out of their hero's entrance, and now Junja being targeted, but the teleport also going to be coming back in response. Driver not going to feel confident enough to go forward, and Hongq, while teleporting down here, it has nothing to find. It's going to be the Void Grubs, as well as a win on the bottom side here in favor of Vikings.
You definitely take that, and I mean, yeah, the taunt lands on the Driver. Oh, okay.
No aggressive now. Kratos goes forward. He does have to flash away as the taunt will not connect, and the Super Mega Death Rocket unfortunately will connect only onto Cardi, who is full on HP. So, I mean, just got Vikings over this past passage, finding a lot. They are now up 1.5k gold. Good flash by Hongq. Again, now that's a Talia without flash, and everyone kind of losing on the side of CFO.
And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Doggo is going to threaten that tier 1.
In a spot of bother. Cease and desist here though. The Weaver's Wall doesn't make it over the wall. The flash, yes, it'll be there for Guri, but unfortunately, so is Doggo and so is Junja. Feet of Warfare secured, flash away from Cardi, and this game has really devolved into just fighting, just brawling.
Yeah, look, there's always been that potential. Junja, off the back of that, is now going to start up this dragon. They are still 1 away from the feat of monster slaying, so it's not like the Noxian Blessing is going to be claimed off the back of this. There is still a chance that Vikings take it, but it is going to be a long way off before we even consider it. In saying that though, there are still gold advantages around the map which favour Vikings, and the fact that not only have they been able to work around the fact that there's fighting going on the bot side in taking that top tier 1, Shogun, despite dying once, has actually managed to find himself up.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, the weakest point of both maps, unfortunately, is Kratos and Driver. They are behind everyone else, being that they have struggled to get farm for themselves. Really well.
For this entire game, the top lane matchup has just been sort of a wet noodle slap fight. Like, there's not a huge amount of kill threat bar a massive misplay, and those haven't been coming all too often. In the mid lane, it is going to be the bot lane matchup. Guri does have that Dragon's Kick coming up reasonably quickly as well from the looks of it. Oh no, it is off cooldown. It's just the way the image is. Oh no, yeah, so it was. It was 10 seconds.
Yeah, coming back now. Will the Dragon's Rage? I mean, every ultimate in the game is going to be up and available, excluding the Weaver's Wall, which can be very useful. Junja very close to having his cease and desist up. And ultimately shouldn't be too much action. CFO certainly don't want there to be for the time being. You really want Jinx to get to the point where she can conceivably, you know, output the damage required, especially through what is going to be a very tanky Galio.
The big problem is that it is a bit of a double-edged sword, because hostile takeover is in the game. The more fed that a Jinx gets, the more damage she's going to ultimately be damaging.
She does cleanse though. Yeah. She has cleanse, so she should be fine. Cardi doesn't have flash. He's going to get hit with that cease and desist, but now it's going to be ultimately Hongq that's under a lot of pressure. Junja able to get 1 kill, both junglers exchanging, and Junja now working towards trying to take down Guri. It's Kaiwing that's going to be first to the play, but the redemption here in favor of Guri. Lantern not being able to be pressed because the pink ward was placed down on it, but this unfortunately results in Guri just getting taken out. Junja, he is going to be able to dodge a lot of the abilities coming through, and he finds a lot of damage on the Shogun, but there is no conceivable way he gets this kill. The Ren comes out, and Kratos secures it for himself. In the meanwhile, though, Doggo pushing through that mid lane. This is more minions going to be lost. Driver doing much the same in top side. So while we saw earlier Vikings making plays that are succeeding on both sides of the map, this time it's CFO.
Yeah, and a pretty significant swing of gold back in favor of CFO. Yeah, unfortunately, this Vi is a bit of a beast. Cardi is, for the most part, going to avoid a lot of damage from Hongq, and Guri's just too late to the party there. Almost. If the Sonic Wave connects, Cardi's definitely in a better position, because Guri can get to the fight a lot faster. He does ultimately get the kill onto Hongq, but by that stage, Jun just found the kill. He almost...
He gets cute with his pink ward here.
I mean, the fact that he just absolutely man-fights Guri, and kills him because Kratos is just too little too late. And then he almost turns around and half-health Shogun as well.
Yeah, I think the problem is that Guri could have just gotten out and left Junja to go down, but thinking that maybe he had a little bit more durability does just opt in for the fight, and Ginger happily just takes the win.
Roller coaster.
Yeah, oh my lord, it is.
Up and down. I mean, to be fair, it has been, again, pretty much every game so far, barring the last one.
Yeah, that one was
Which
not.
was, yeah, just a nosedive off a cliff. The problem being, cease and desist is going to be up and available, which means that Shogun needs to be careful in terms of positioning. Xulong even more so, I'd argue, in terms of positioning with that hostile takeover.
Fate's call, he's fine.
Oh, more to keep Shogun alive than anything. Because that hostile takeover bailout combo is going to be his lifeline.
Very few and far between are games where a Vi has done the most damage.
And it's all 8s across the board. That's
usually,
more of a kind.
Usually you get to the end of the game and Vi has done like 4k damage and all of that was just ulting someone. But Junja's somehow managing to output this
somehow as well. Vikings have just claimed the Noxian Blessing.
Yeah.
Which, look, it wasn't an impossibility, but it definitely didn't feel quite like they had the moment. I suppose the fact that they've cracked top and bot means that they've got a little bit more map priority compared to CFO in that bot side. Although they have lost their bot tower as well.
Oh my, look at Driver.
Farming.
Yeah. It's a lot of flowers. Let's see. Okay. Will he do what I do and completely ruin my tempo to hit the other two that are behind the wall? Doesn't look like he will. Weak.
That's assuming that he knows that they're there. Posturing in the mid lane. Guri might have to be pretty instrumental. He's going to drop that Rift Herald.
Yeah, Kratos now making his way to the fight as well. We'll dodge out of that death sentence as Shogun playing aggressively on this Callista. Now Dragon up and available. It would be soul point for CFO if they were able to take this fight and win it. Keep an eye on Driver. Is he able to find a flank? Is he able to find his way onto this Callista?
Ooh.
If he does, then there's a very real angle that CFO are able to take this. Dragon started up. Driver's going to be aware of that, and
there's a ward
now coming through. And Driver, he's found his way into Shogun. Flashes out. The hostile takeover will not land onto him. The bailout is there, however, and it is the Dragon picked up by the side of Vikings. And the front to back going perfectly for them as Driver trying to find a way into Shogun. Will not be able to do so. Takes the lantern to get back to the rest of his team. And it's going to be the one kill going over. Kaiwing picked up. Flash forward from Cardi. He's going to try and find his way onto Doggo, but the cleanse is there for him. He's going to be able to cleanse out. Driver 2 trying to survive on the backside of this team fight. And so far, only Kaiwing will be lost, but it was the Dragon picked up from Vikings. And again, the swing of momentum going back to Vikings here in game number 4.
That was the most criminally played fight from Shogun. Not only does Driver jump on him, Junja dives on him, he survives, manages to jump around, help secure the Drake there for the team, and then was just never threatened from that point on, and was just able to walk his way out with the team.
Flash.
Yeah, that too. Just criminal, absolutely criminal there. And you look at it, Driver has just the freest entry off of ward. Shogun stunned out. Yeah, I don't know. Everything popped there. And the hostile takeover as well to try and create space. But Driver on the backside can't even follow up because the damage threat is there. Takes the lantern to bail out. So in theory, it could have been a lot worse. But the fact that Shogun lives there is just so invaluable for Vikings.
Yeah. And the poise to not flash. I mean, I'm flashing 100 times out of 100 there. I'm panicking and losing my flash and probably dying afterwards. But knowing his limits on the Callista, showing the strength of the champion here. Still, game is extremely close. All that did is, got Vikings their first Dragon, but mainly it's stopping CFO from stacking them.
Yeah, especially in Ocean Salt. I think might just be sort of that make or break point in this matchup, because it means that Vikings, if they take it, they can, sort of dance in and out of team fights and have a little bit more sustainability. Much the same is true for the CFO roster. But the Weaver's Wall.
But Shogun able to get out of it and will get stunned on the back end of that seismic shove, but unfortunately the mobility there for the Kai'Sa, the Callista rather, does mean that nothing comes off the back of that ultimate there from the Talia. So CFO will now just head their separate ways. Not really any objective here, so I don't really see a fight ever breaking out.
I mean, the Artican, but for the most part, you're not in a position to take that. Of the two teams, actually, to be fair, both teams have decent take between a Jinx and a Callista. I think Callista probably a little bit better, but only by a slim margin. Jinx is still going to shred it, especially given this is just, you know, the full, the Jinx of old, as it were.
IE now secured for Doggo, so he's just going to be starting to hit very, very hard. Conceivable way now where, you know, Shogun gets locked down for a little bit too long, then Jinx Rocket could be all that's needed to get that bailout off. And I mean, without this Kalista, team composition will fall apart a little bit out of Vikings. Kratos, admittedly, you know, he's found a couple kills. He's reasonably strong, as Atakan going to be now started out by Vikings. Kaiwing, though, already here. Driver as well, does have teleport. He can join this fight. Got to act fast as CFO. Keep in mind, those Ren stacks are building up, and they're building up quickly. Honkyu no Weaver's wall either. I mean, Kaiwing, CFO just not in a position to contest.
Kratos just playing bodyguard there, tanks up the Super Mega Death Rocket as well. So Atakan given up as a response. That tier 2 tower has just been crushed. Doggo's transition into the mid lane as well.
Yeah, okay. I mean, big win. As long as CFO now don't give up too much with this Atakan being picked up, it is just a beneficial trade for them. They're able to get this one as well, being that they have that Lantern. So CFO, they get 2 inner towers for the Atakan. It's going to be Vikings trying to answer back. Keep in mind, Fate's Call is there. They also have all of their summoners. Honkyu doing his best, and doing his best is bloody good as he hits Shogun, takes away a lot of his HP, and the collapse is absolutely here for CFO. They're aware of Junja's positioning. He goes in, Weaver's wall to cut off everyone. Down will go Guri, and there's nowhere for Shogun to run. The handshake keeps him alive for a little bit more. Hero's entrance even more so, but the cease and desist is good. Bailout there, are they able to keep him up? There comes the withdrawal. Bailout does not work, and down will go everyone. You picked up the Atakan, but what was the cost? 2 towers and 4 withdrawals later, it's CFO being dominant.
Hubris has always been the enemy of ambition, unfortunately, and for Vikings, they are about as ambitious as it possibly gets in this competition. The one saving grace is that ultimately it is only the withdrawals and a bit of money that you're handing over on top of the towers, so pretty much a lot of money that you've just given over. Yeah, Shogun mispositioning, takes so much damage. I think if not for the fact that he'd lost almost all of that HP, there was a chance that he could have potentially turned on something. Also doesn't help that the first target he found was Driver.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't find anyone on the back of this. I thought maybe with a bailout, Junja might be going down, but it wasn't to be. Bailout talking about it, Seolong going to be losing his. Kaiwing will narrowly escape, and Kratos has used that World Ender, so this Dragon is all but certainly secured here for CFO, as there's no conceivable way back into this pit. Driver, he's looking for something, not realizing that Cardi has gone past him. So, yep, just CFO again, now sole point for them. Gold lead's still very close. Junja's coming down though. Cardi, he might be in a lot of trouble. Creating enough distance, that's the flash, but here comes Junja, cease and desist. He's going to have everything available to himself to try and deal with this Galio. Oh my god, the flash. Vault Breaker hit that Cardi guy back into his team, and that's just another kill secured and more of a lead established for CFO.
Yeah, I mean, Vikings had a hold in the game. They try and force a fight on that bottom tier 2, and then it gets even worse when they are able to isolate Cardi and finish him off as well. I don't know. It definitely feels like since game 2, Vikings have been on a pretty downward trajectory. Shogun has not been able to find the freedom to do much of anything. Xulong having to hit himself with a bailout. They have connected on half a hostile takeover at best.
And now Doggo up, 2k gold on this Jinx. Certainly will scale infinitesimally better than the Kalista as this game continues on forward. And honestly, the same can be said for the Talia.
Yeah, Guri no longer hiding. I also think there's a bit of a problem out of the top lane. Kratos isn't surviving to deal any meaningful damage in the top side. He's also just not a tank, so just survivability is non-existent. Guri clears out that ward, so at least they've got some avenues towards the pit, but losing that top tier 2, and losing as much as they have. It's, again, a pretty bleak picture for the VCS fans out there, in that by the end of this game, it could be an all PCS show.
Yeah? Well, I mean, they're not eliminated. They ultimately will play tomorrow, regardless of who loses this series.
But I think if Vikings lose here, I don't necessarily hold faith that they can also then beat Talon a second time.
We'll have to see. They've certainly had moments of brilliance. I mean, game number 2 was pretty expertly played by them. And TALON certainly weren't looking the greatest. I think Vikings ultimately have appeared to be the better team than GAM over the course of the split. But still, I mean, CFO have to get this one across the line. It should be, a little easier as the game progresses, as Shogun does have flash. He's going to cleanse immediately. The Fate's Call now used, and that's going to mean for sure that TLN is going to stay up. The Super Mega Death Rocket also goes wide, but keep eyes on Doggo. Everyone's running, and that's kind of going down, and Guri finds a fantastic kick, but Doggo, can he get the reset? There's one! He's walking forward, he's got the cleanse, but Kratos, the God of War, shuts him down and strikes hard. Driver, nowhere left to turn, and doom and gloom was the thoughts from us, but Vikings shut us up immediately.
I'm sorry, look at Kratos' face. This is, it's a Friday at the office. Pretty standard work, nothing crazy on the bill. Just got a game of League of Legends to win against a Taiwanese team. Honestly, it's a pretty light work, love. I'll be home in time for dinner. Like, the guy is just nonplussed that he's just walked through a team fight, murking everyone left, right, and center, picking up shutdowns. I mean, that is the dream for an Aatrox. You just look at it. This looked like it was about to be disastrous. They had the cutoff with the Weaver's Wall. Shogun and Shulong were almost dead to rights. Unfortunately, they're just a little bit too far back. Shulong gets caught, cleansed out. Fate's called to bring him back out, and they hold the hostile takeover for the longest time to try and land it onto Doggo and Guri. Again, massive opportunity, double knock-up out of Kratos. Everything that needed to go right there for Vikings did. Shogun survives through the bailout to get massive damage off. Kratos is hitting so hard with the World Ender, and you look at it, 768 gold picked up just there. Driver as well, caught by the taunt from Cardi. He's about to go down and hands over 600 gold to Kratos.
Yeah, now, while Doggo's still very, very strong, Kratos is in his own right as well. He's up 1.2k gold over Driver, but still, you've got yourself a ticket back into a potential game number 5. Now you have to execute on it. Gold even. Dragon's Soul spawning very, very shortly, and Kratos having his way with Driver down in the bottom lane. This is going to mean Driver is going to be potentially weak ahead of this Dragon. Hold up, Weaver's Wall, cease and desist, but Guri makes the distance. Junja quickly going to have to flash away, but he brings Guri with him, and Doggo has all the opportunity to wail on these health bars, but the knock-up, it's a bouncing castle, and Doggo is going to have to run for his goddamn lives as the God of War is on him on the top side, though. Hongqiu and Kaiwing, try as they might, they are getting chased down. Down goes another, and my God, Vikings have done it. They've found themselves an avenue back. Hongqiu, he's trying to kite away in the top side of the map, and Driver is having all the time in the world in the bottom side. So CFO, while they do lose a lot, they don't lose everything. Driver now walking towards this Dragon to help with the soul. Vikings, they do not have the gumption to take this Baron, and so recalls on the menu, and we reset, and we go again.
Kratos is just ripping and tearing through this CFO roster. Shogun again, given the space. I mean, Guri is just ping-ponging all over the map, finds himself in the perfect place for knock-up after knock-up. Cardi with a phenomenal triple taunt, and this is just, it was chaos. It was utter chaos. Guri dives out, the cease and desist takes him so deep. Junja has to flash out. The Sonic Wave lands, Guri's dragged into the team as Cardi comes in for a triple taunt, and Guri ward hops, triple knock up off the Fate's Call as well. So regardless, if Guri hadn't connected, they were connecting regardless, and then Kratos finds Doggo, the unwilling sacrifice in the mid lane, this monster that was a jinx, a monster no more, because that is what Kratos does now. He slays monsters.
Absolutely does. Now back on the Rift, we have another 5v5 rearing up. Doggo no flash, Shogun neither. So any picks onto either of these AD carries could be extremely game-ending and series-defining. Now headed towards the Dragon. Keep in mind, CFO can give this up. It's no big loss to them, but if they do get it, Ocean's Soul. So Vikings under the pump now as it's CFO that get control over the river first.
Cardi, it is a very split Vikings at the moment. Kratos in from the bot side.
Yeah, but he's getting slowed by the Ocean Dragon. That's not where he wants to be. Driver finds his way in. It's a stun on the card. He's going to have to flash away. Keep in mind, one reset, but the 3-man hostile takeover still, there's no follow-up. Cardi, so low. All he is a walking ultimate at this point, but the rest of Vikings are strong. The kick from Guri, but it's the Dragon and the steal. The season assist comes down after. Keep eyes on Doggo and keep eyes on Kratos. They're both so damn strong. The hook will connect there from Kaiwing as he tries desperately to run the other way. The handshake's great. Doggo's taunted up. He doesn't get the reset. It's Driver versus the goddamn world. He will have to use his flash to get away, and Kaiwing surviving provides him a lantern. Vikings now 4 strong. It's against the 2 members that are remaining for CFO, but Guri, my god, what a smite steal.
Yeah, look, there are no better times to be pulling stuff like that out, especially in this competition. And look, I'll be honest, for a moment, I had lost the faith in the VCS candidates remaining in this competition, but I am building it quickly once again. They are in a prime spot. There's only so much Kaiwing can do to steal this. I mean, look, yeah, there is a chance, a hook steal. It's not impossible. It's been seen in the past, but Guri's pretty onto it. The smite successful. Driver again just under the pump, being bullied by this Aatrox. Everything is coming up Vikings.
Certainly is. As we look at the replay, I mean, as CFO, who had prime position, they had prime real estate here in the river. Cardi as well, chunked up pretty high amount of HP, but Driver goes in, gets immediately kicked out from Guri, who simultaneously queues into the Dragon, steals it, and ultimately sets up Junja for being taken out. Now Kratos does get a little bit low here as Doggo tries to wail on him, but they're not able to find him, and it was this, the handshake that came out of Seulong that sealed the deal. 3 people lining up. It's not often you get a stun like that, and on this occasion it was Seulong who was able to secure it, able to stop Doggo, and they take him out, they get the Dragon, they stop the Soul, and they have the Baron as well to work with.
And Kratos as well, almost single-handedly zoning out your 2 primary damage dealers from that fight. He somehow just skirts past the counter-strike right into Honkyu and Doggo, keeps them out of it. I mean, he gets hit with pretty much everything from those 2, and they still can't realistically scratch him. So the march up this bottom side, you could see the response is this could be a base race.
Yeah, the Super Mega Death Rocket coming through. They're looking for it onto Cardi, and I mean, it doesn't quite hit, but ultimately recalls are now going to come through, and Vikings are matching in kind. So they're actually walking towards the mid lane. They're going to get this mid inner.
Teleport is up and available for Cardi, plus the hero's entrance, so things could quickly turn on a dime if CFO look for an opportunity to engage. This is, I mean, the crazy thing is, this is still far from a done deal from Vikings. One misstep, one misplay where Shogun is taken out, and there is a very real chance that off the back of that, Doggo is able to just run through this Vikings roster. The one big thing, though, is cleans up and available, so that hostile takeover isn't going to mean that Doggo turns and shreds his teammates, which, if they can somehow get the cleanse out of him, that all but seals the next team fight if they land it.
For sure. Now, 50 seconds left on this Baron. They're not likely to find anything more off the back of it. Maybe they can go look for this top lane inner, but Honkyu's doing a good job of managing that wave, getting it pushed out, and denying any real opportunities towards it. Doggo now 4 items, but so is Shogun. He also has the upgraded boots, thanks to those Noxian blessings. And now with 30 seconds left, this should be the last tower that does go down, if it is able to go down.
I don't think it is. I think if you're Vikings, you back off. You don't fall to the same traps as other teams have in the past of just overcommitting and ultimately being collapsed on. Look for the reset. I mean, look, there's still a Dragon to play around. There is a very real possibility that an Ocean Soul could be the win condition that allows Vikings to sustainably take some of these fights and then out-sustain and look to close it from there. But realistically, they're far from in a position where this is a shutout.
Absolutely. Honkyu as well now. The Void Staff online is going to be just heading through those magic resist stats just a little bit harder and maybe helping just that much more to securing Doggo a reset, because ultimately that's all CFO have to play for. They need to get Doggo a reset. He's not been able to find one.
It's a rough spot to be in, especially for Doggo, who, I mean, up until that first time he was caught out by Kratos, was playing so well. But there's only so much you can do as a Jinx. You are a little bit immobile without those resets, without the Lantern to keep you safe. And while CFO definitely want to look for something here, it just conceivably there isn't much that they can go for. Yes, they can jump on a Shogun, but the bailouts there, that Kratos might be the avenue.
Teleport now coming through, but the cease and desist is there, and this is an absolute done deal. Kratos, who has been so good for you, is going to get shut down as Jax, and Cardi's in one hell of a position, and unfortunately headbutting the wall with the Weaver's wall coming down too. Oh God, the VCS Vikings, you looked so good until exactly now. Running for their lives as unfortunately Kratos, with its first real misstep this game, is taken out, and that's going to be Ocean Soul for CFO as things just got stacked up against them that much harder.
44 seconds on Cardi. I mean, conceivably CFO can force this issue. They've got the numbers because Kratos is also 25 seconds away. There isn't going to be enough shred to get through these towers. Hostile takeover's not there. This is game. Unfortunately for Vikings, despite a valiant effort, a misstep into a huge overcommitment on the response is going to ultimately seal the deal. Driver can shut down Shogun. He's going to go golden. They just take the towers. They just burn the base.
Shogun darting. He's playing out of his mind. The flash forward. And he might just find Doggo. The bailout's there. He gets the reset and Kratos is back. Oh boy. You just took him out, but now he's unleashed. Driver's still doing a great job. And Hongq with the seismic shove. Sealong, you're not getting a reset. And maybe, just maybe, if Kratos bided his time a little bit more, there might have been an angle to defend. But down goes Shogun, down goes Kratos, and with that, down will go Vikings' fourth and final Nexus of the series, and CFO punch their ticket to our grand final.
One misstep into another ultimately seals the fate of the VCS hopefuls. It will be a rematch. Vikings versus TALON in the lower bracket finals. Do or die. The last chance at a VCS hopeful going international. Unfortunately, they just make their road that much harder. And CFO proving once again they are easily the most consistent team in this region. They've exploited mistake after mistake on their journey to this point, and unfortunately, Vikings are not immune.
Absolutely, and it has to be said, I think, for the first time for CFO in this playoffs, I mean, it's only their second game, but honestly, for the first time in any of Junja's PCS team history, he was not the reason they won this series. Every single other time, he's been a massive contributing factor. Yes, in this series as well, he was very, very good. But I have to say, considering the position he was in, Driver for me on that Jax game. He wasn't finding a lot of kills, but he was making a lot of space. He was forcing out a lot of things, and ultimately, the split pushing, the pressure he was offering in that side lane was what led to CFO staying in that game from deficits, and to be able to immediately end the game off the back of one misstep from Kratos. I think he had a pretty rough start to the game. He was Jax 2v1 against Kalista Renata, and he came back, he found towers in bot, he found towers in top, and eventually that was what led to such a decisive ending to that game. So I think kudos where kudos is earned, and Driver, while seemingly quiet, actually found a lot for CFO to work with.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think on the whole, it cannot be understated Doggo's impact that series. He just phenomenal positioning. Yeah, the Israel game was just on point. He just went from strength to strength. Even the game where ultimately they ended up losing, he still had a pretty solid game on the whole. But Vikings, yeah, look, unfortunately it was good, but it was not enough ultimately in the face of CFO. I think ultimately this is how I expected the series to go. I did think that it was probably going to go 4 games, but ultimately CFO are just the better team at the end of the day, and it just speaks how close that match was. You look at it, ultimately Vikings had the bigger gold lead, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they were very far ahead off the back of that one team fight where they did secure a lot for themselves, the Baron, a bunch of towers as well, but ultimately they didn't crack open the base, they didn't form any more map pressure than Driver had done in the side lanes just by himself. And so it comes to that last dragon fight. Junja, he manages to make his way down bot, catches out Kratos, Cardi teleports in, realizes quickly, holy hell, I need to get out of here, headbutts a wall, and he also falls. So
yeah, it is just, yeah, at this stage in the game, you're 30 35 minutes, 34 minutes in at that point. One misplay can seal your fate, and just not enough respect coming out of Kratos. Yes, he's been an absolute monster this game, but just fundamentally failing to respect that threat of the collapse. And you could probably guess who the player of the match is. It is Doggo. He consistently throughout that series played out of his mind, was just taking opportunities, kicking butt, taking aims. I mean, this fight in general finishes off Cardi, who just eats the true shot barrage, thinking, I can come help this. And then ultimately Guri as well falls by the wayside.
Oh. And almost dies to blue, but doesn't. Yeah, here it is, the game deciding moment. He buys a bit of time, but certainly not enough as Cardi gets in there and quickly realizes, I need to get out of here. Weaver's Wall splits the difference. And yeah, I mean, just the Dragon Soul into the eventual game-ending push. It's an unfortunate fate to have met, but it's a fate they met nonetheless. And here we have it. The player of the match in our first best of 5 does go to Doggo. All the more exciting. What a performance from him. What a performance from CFO. They're now into our qualification grand finals, and they look to be poised to be our first LCP representative that does go international. But we also do still need to locate, figure out, look for who will be going up against them. Ultimately, it's going to be Vikings in back-to-back rematches if they want to do it, as they are going to go up against tomorrow TALON in another best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm being perfectly honest, CFO at the moment are the team that deserves it the most. Yes. They have just far and away been the best team on the Rift, match after match, series after series. But unfortunately, just because a team deserves it the most doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the ones to ultimately get it. Anyone can show up on game day and play out of their minds. We've seen that time and time again. And Vikings realistically feel like they are on the cusp of making that happen for themselves. But they're just these little things, these micro mistakes that let them down in such a significant way that give their opponents avenues back into games. And unfortunately, it gets more and more egregious the later into a match you go. They've been playing very well. And I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know if Vikings have what it takes to get the rematch going the same way against TALON tomorrow. But for CFO, at this stage, I struggle to see them not winning this whole playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly poised to do it. They've taken down TALON once before. They've now taken down Vikings twice. And certainly a formidable opponent for whoever does eventually take out tomorrow's best of 5. I think interesting champs we got to see in this series, starting off with the Zeri in game number 1. That left a lot to be desired. The Jin in game number 3 against a bunch of full tanks. And, you know, it's just a bit of a disaster. Certainly not doing any favors for themselves in those regards.
I think if it was a better draft in Game 3, there's a very real possibility we were staring down the barrel of a bit Game 5. That draft was just so underwhelming into what was Skarner and Sion. But here in Game 3, I mean, they were poised to take this game.
They were.
If not for some bad positioning and ultimately a bad collapse to try and assist, I think realistically, if they just leave if they just leave Kratos to his fate, they don't teleport Cardi down, there's a real chance that they have to contest that dragon. Yes, it was going to be a rough spot to be in, but I mean, you look at how well Kratos was doing. To go from what was a phenomenal game up until that point to the one mistake ultimately transitioning into costing them the game is a very, very rough spot to be in. So hopefully he can regain for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Guri there on your screens, getting that pretty important, or very important, smite steal that kept the hopes alive just that much longer. And the handshake, watch Silong right here. Three people hit with a stun. I think he played very well, let's be honest. He played very, very well on the Renata. Ultimately though, this was the game-ending fight. Shogun, I mean, he was on the verge of pulling off the most miraculous fight of all time. Unfortunately though, just out of reach of that Jinx after Doggo does flash away. Means that while he does get the bailout, he's too close to the rest of CFO. And here, if Kratos was able to just wait a little bit more, could have had the Galio in, you could have possibly mounted a defense, because ultimately Doggo was gone from this. That was the majority of their team fight damage. And so much that could have been was not to be. As today's results on the board there, GAM unfortunately sent home early out of our very first kickoff split here of the LCP, going down 1-2 in favor of TALON. And then in game number 2, or match number 2, series number 2, whatever you want to call it, It was a back and forth affair, only one really one-sided game, but CFO do edge out 3-1 over Vikings, who will now meet TALON tomorrow in our second best of 5 of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the last VCS hopeful, unfortunately, GAM weren't able to make it happen. It is a PCS majority going into our penultimate playoffs day. And yeah, look, I want to believe, I want to hold strong for the VCS and what they've achieved this split, but I think ultimately going into the rematch, TALON have just looked the better team. That was a pretty crushing loss at the end of the day for Vikings. If they do come into it tomorrow, some hopefully, you know, coaches, management, whatever is saying, you know, come on guys, look, that was good. We can be better, but it's going to have to be the lower bracket run from Vikings from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, TALON, I think, looked like the better team during regular season. I think in playoffs, TALON have they have been bailed out a little bit by Betty here today. I think ultimately game number 3, they should have lost and they should have been the one sent packing. But Betty, if not for his complete 1v9, they would be the ones going home and we would have 2 VCS teams and just CFO waiting for us in the finals. But unfortunately, you have to get that one across the line and Betty was the man to do it. So they do make it to this game. And Vikings, I mean, they were in the same position as GAM. Essentially the exact same position. It was Betty against the world and they were able to take the game against Betty. So poised to be able to upset TALON, but it's going to require a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. How deep do those champion picks go? How deep are their pockets? Because out of today, I think we saw they quickly run out of steam a little bit in the draft. The Jin game strikes me as, you know,
there were still options. That's the problem with the Jin pick. They wanted more security, given that there was a Scouter on the board already, something could play a little bit deeper in pocket and then sort of finish things up. But then the Scion comes in and Victor just has a miserable lane and the lane swap ultimately achieves nothing. So yeah, look, they definitely backed themselves into a bit of a corner there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so ultimately, I don't know what to expect. I mean, my mind is telling me CFO are going to be the eventual winners because they have, as you said, just looked like the cleanest team from the beginning of the season till now. There was the slight hiccup. Admittedly, their only loss came very early on in the split, whereas everyone else, TALON, Vikings, they've now lost much further into the split. But my heart wants a nice storyline where someone in the losers bracket comes up and CFO look completely unstoppable and eventually get taken out.
Yeah. No, look, I think as much as it makes for good cinema and good TV, in the world that we're living in, CFO just are unflappable. Every time that they've been down, there has just been an opportunity that presented itself and they just completely manhandled the game back in their own favor. So unless the team coming in to take them on is completely infallible, I just don't see it happening.
Well, not seeing it happening. We might get to see it come at the end of our split. But once again, thank you so much for joining us today. It was an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the games, all 7 of the games. It's been a good time. But tomorrow we have another best of 5 in store for you. It's going to be the rematch between VCS hopefuls, the Vikings, up against TALON from the PCS. We'll see you all tomorrow.
More than ecstasy between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine. More than ecstasy between you and me. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair. I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah. I like it like that, yeah. Singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way you say your name, the way I put your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine. More than ecstasy between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy between you and me. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's night? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. Even messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was stuck in the plate, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.